Well, first, good day to you one and all, and welcome to the long-awaited Sujin Properties 6-hour Sports and GT Masters race from Francorchamps. We have just started the 15-minute qualifying session, but let's first have a look at your production team for today. Gavin Fleming behind the scenes doing all the necessary computer work for us. Myself, Gary Fleming, good day to you one and all. We'll be doing all the camera shots and a little bit of the interviews and then all the technical replays, etc. Frankie Yennis, the voice of Western Province Motorsport, the long-standing member of the team that puts together the commentary for all the different iRacing, for Sports and GT and Sports and GT Masters and all the other platforms that we go out on. And then joining us once again, FC Nivot, one-times racing driver, double-decade commentator, legendary in motorsport from a very young age. Frankie, good day to you. Welcome to Francorchamps. The guys are out on track. That, in fact, is one of the winning team races of the first 6 hour that we had with Sports and GT Masters. That's Troy Dolenchik out there. He's on the warm-up lap, and then thereafter he goes into the first flying lap for the qualifying.
Good day, everybody. Frankie Yennis, Mike Side. Welcome to the Sujin Properties 6 hour at the legendary Francorchamps circuit in Belgium. And sure, there's a lot of cars out there on track. There's approximately 55 drivers in 23 teams. FC Nivot was checking that out for us earlier on. And FC, well, here we go again. We did it about a month ago. We're back here in the hot seat again. For last time was a 6 hour of Monza. This one is a Sujin Properties 6 hour of Francorchamps.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Great to be back here in studio, and lovely to see all the guys that have entered here for today. The Sujin 6 hour Francorchamps race, and the guys are out there for their qualifying session. We look forward to seeing what times the teams can post. Just before we went over into qualifying, it was the team of Umpi Swart, Troy Dolenschenk and Julian Familiaris in the Let's Go Racing LMP2 that set the time out there in qualifying, in practice. So let's see what they can do out there in qualifying today.
About 3 minutes and 15 gone in the 15-minute qualifying session. That is Sandro Bakari out there in the 72. Now, the Masters today will be driving the HPDs, which stands for Honda Production Development. That's the Honda prototypes, and that car you see out there on the track now, driven by Stewie White, that is the Dallara P217. Now, those cars will be driven by what they call the juniors, in other words, drivers under the age of 40, and the master drivers that are pros. They will be taking part with the Dallara P217. It is, however, the pro's choice if he wants to take part in the 217 or in the HPD, but all the drivers 40 and over that are in the masters category will be taking part in the HPDs. Now you've got the HPD 01, or should I say 01A and the 03C. The one will have a V8 motor, the other one's got a 6-cylinder turbocharged engine. So I'm not too sure which HPD cars they are going to be in. I think it'll be the one that's got the V8 motor in. And they are slightly slower on track than what the Dallara P217s are. But they are very nimble sports cars. That is the prototype of Honda. And the HPDs, FC, they were made by Honda in 2012.
Yeah, well, if we just have a look at the times that are currently having been set there, the team Let's Go, the number 17 car there, they are currently the benchmark out there, as I said earlier, with a 2-minute 1.945. John Henry Vaughan in the Durant Motorsport car, there, the number 18 car there, it's currently sitting out there on a 2-minute 2.454, with Jared Wabowski in the 23 car. That is for Team Terbium Racing. They're currently sitting on that 2 minutes, 2 seconds, 0.55. So that is currently your top 3.
Yeah, well, the top 10 have put times up. That's why you've got a gap from Francois Hubert, car number 2 down. They haven't put out a lap yet or a clean lap. So as they do post laps or clean laps, it will register. There you see Peter van der Spey in the 13 car that has now put up a lap there of a 2:08.995. So Peter van der Spey is the 12th fastest driver out there, with the Andre Steenkamp in car 246. So 12 of the cars so far FC having put up lap times, but the number 17 car of Troy Dolacek with a 2:01.945. That is purple sectors there for Troy Dolacek out there. So you've got the different classes. You've got purple and you've got blue. You see the green line by Jogboert. That means the camera is on that motor car as it now switches to Bradley Liebenberg in the 24 car. And then to the number 54 car that sits in P7, that's Carl Wiltshire. So the purple, if I can call it that color, that's the junior drivers in the P217s. And the blue, that's the senior drivers, i.e. the Masters FC in the Honda HPDs.
Yeah, as Frankie says there, looking at that current list there, Wayne Wortley currently the fastest for the Masters out there with a 2 minutes 4.457 out there for the WJ Racing car number 003. Fastest for the youngsters out there, the LMP2s, as we said earlier, Troy Dolacek and them still sitting on that 2 minutes 1.895. They're the only ones that have gone sub 2 minutes 2 seconds per lap here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Right, with 7 minutes and 23 seconds done in the qualifying stint. It is that number 17 car, the team Let's Go Racing of Dolacek, Swart and Familiaris. It sits out there in P1 with Troy, the man that is there behind the wheel at this point in time. Look at that number 9 car. That is the Jason Coetzee outfit, and that is a Durant Motorsport team. Jason Coetzee currently there in that second position, and he'll be with Byron Mitchell, and those two Delara P217s currently on the front row, or provisionally I should say, on the front row of the grid.
Looking at the Masters division, Wayne Wortley is that's the man that's out there on circuit, and that's the WJ Racing team. That's the Masters. You'll see those cars notably different visually to that of the youngsters and the front runners and the pros as such. Swayze Hubert, the next man in there behind him, that's him out on circuit right now. And that is his own team as such. He's just running under his own name, and that is going to be a team to be watched. There is no doubt about it. Sean McCarthy, also pretty quick on the practice sessions and now with the qualifying. That's a very deft team that you have there with Sean McCarthy, Stephen McCarthy, and Dr. Mike Verrier. And a big thanks, frankly, to Dr. Mike Verrier for the initiative of this, and then also to Sujin Properties, the sponsor of this specific race today, and putting up the prize money as well.
Yeah, big thanks to Dr. Mike. He is the father and the brainchild of the Sports and GT Master Series that we run every Wednesday evening from the production studio. So big thanks to Dr. Mike, the brainchild of Sports and GT IRacing here in Cape Town in the Western Cape. So 1,000 thanks to Dr. Mike for making all of this happen. So Sean McCarthy, they are currently there in 14th position, and that is of course in that 33 car that is being campaigned by himself, his brother Stephen, and then Mike Verrier, and they are in 14th position overall. He's a Sean McCarthy with a time of 2:06.290 so far. Right, so almost 10 minutes done in the 15 minute qualifying stint. So with 5 more minutes to go, we have a look at the number 12 car in P15. That's Herman Lazarus. That is behind the steering wheel, and he's out there in car number 12, and he'll be sharing the car with Cyril Ginsberg, with Uncle Cyril, and with Jonathan Selby.
As you can see, there's 4 names at the bottom end of the screen without a time next to it. That indicates that those 4 drivers out on track, Natian Samangi, Keegan Campos, Tate Bishop, and Jonathan Selby, Nice to see Jonathan Selby out there again. He was pretty effective last time out. They have not yet got a clean lap in. Should that happen, that means that they'll be starting off the tail end of the field. So very, very important as the time ticks away. 10 minutes 47 gone of the 15 minutes. At the end of that 15 minutes, the computer just blocks everything off and starts to place the vehicles on the grid. So pretty important right now for those guys to get a clean lap and get themselves into the game. You see Tate Bishop out there on circuit in the 94 car. And Tate Bishop, a very accomplished young lad on the main circuits. TN Racing is the team that's going to be in that 94 car today. And let's hope that they get it all sorted out as he comes around now. This is the last section that of the track before you come to that right, left, and up onto the start-finish line. Let's hope for their sake it's all gone well. Now they have one chance after this. If this was not a clean lap, let's see where they're going to go and slot in. Tate Bishop coming up towards the line. Yep, there we go. And that's what he needs. Tate Bishop brings the team up into that 9th position. Nati and Samangi, Keegan Campos, and Jonathan Selby. Now the pressure is on them.
Yeah, well, Keegan Campos needs to get up there. That is one of the top teams because he will be campaigning that the Campos transport car with Bradley Liebenberg and Matt Shorter. So we need to see that car on track, and that is exactly what we're looking at right now. That is going to be a heck of a team to try out there and beat. Remember, all these drivers, Brad Liebenberg, Keegan Campos, and Matt Shorter, either do or have taken part in the Volkswagen Polo Cup national championships in years gone by, and in the GTC category, and a lot of them have also taken part in national single-seater championships as well. So these are 3 of your top South African young racing drivers out there in the number 15 Delara P217 for the Campos transport team.
Well, still to put up a time there, Nati and Samangi. He's out on circuit, and that is Team Nati and Samangi. And, well, he's out there all by himself. He's one of very, very few groups. Oh, there he slides it right around, and that's going to blow him completely out of the water. He's not going to be able to pick up a decent time with that spin. And given that there's 13 minutes, 12 seconds gone already, there's no ways he'll be able to do another lap, which means that he's going to be coming off the tail end of the field. And that means that he's going to have all the masters between himself and the big hitters, the Dolenchiks, the Boerters, the Jared Waberski. Very nice. Slightly ahead there of Jason Kutsia, only by a tenth, but he's there and thereabouts. Jean-Henry Vaughan and his team will be pretty good. Remember, Stewie White, he's on a 202.7, but Stewie White, our international racer, will undoubtedly peg in some very, very quick times. Nice to see that Campos has made a decent run of it there as well. That is a team that last time was very effective, and their whole strategy was really good. So just because they're 9th on the grid and about a second and a half a lap off the top runners, don't forget about that team, not whatsoever.
Well, I'm looking at that team that sits there in 3rd place, that Waberski team that done a 201.548 in that 23 car. That's going to be a formidable team. Jared Waberski, he'll team with Leighton Fourie, who currently campaigns in the Volkswagen Polo Cup Challenge. So yeah, that's going to be a awesome team. Jared Waberski, also one of the top karters in South Africa, is Jared. And of course, he's also got Gary, a legendary father as well, that campaigned single-seaters back in the day in the old Formula GTI single-seaters.
His father was probably the most successful GTI racer back in the day.
Garth
Waberski, that's it, yeah. Nice to see young Jared coming through there. Well, we're on 15 minutes. That's it. It's all done. That is where it's going to end. There's nothing more that you can do right now apart from have a look at the grid. That is where it is. Troy Dolenchik on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, Jacques Boerter. 2nd row, Jared Waberski and Jason Kutsia. 3rd row, John Henry Vaughan and Stewie White. Oh, that's going to be good. Keegan Campos and Corne Brett. That rounds out the top 4 rows.
Yeah, then the 5th row, Bradley Liebenberg and Tate Bishop. And the 6th row, Carl Walcher and Wayne Wortley. Then Francois Hubert, Brian Fourie, Gary, and then Sean McCarthy, who is the main sponsor on the 8th row with Swace Hubert.
And they are the second best qualifiers in the Masters group. Swace Hubert, as you said, Hamran Lazarus, Stephen Koenig, winner of the second year talk show commentators competition. The comeback kid, Robbie Teings, he said this morning, looking forward to this one. Sandra Bakari, Andre Steenkamp, Peter van der Spey, Nati Nsamangi, and then Jonathan Selby. That is the grid as they are lined up just about good to go.
24 cars, 12 rows on the grid as we are about to get the Sujin Properties 6 hour of the Spa Francorchamps in Belgium underway in the town of Stavelot. That is where you'll find this track, and we are about to blast off 6 hours. The Lara P217s and Honda HPD prototypes, those are the cars that will be used today for the 6 hours of Spa.
Well, you can see there's a number of cars that have not yet got onto the grid at all. So let's hope that they do manage to link up pretty quickly. So the decision was made by management. It's going to be a rolling start, and they've asked everybody to take it quite calm down into turn number 1 and race from the exit of turn number 1. You're asked to stay in your positions. It's just better. It'll give everybody a fair chance. You've got 6 hours to make up 10 meters to be first or second. So the idea behind it is that when they go across the line, even when the lights have gone off, they will stay in those positions as they exit turn number 1 to work their way down the straight and into a rouge. At that point, they will actually be all systems go. So just warming up the tires just a little bit. Troy Dolenchik on the front row. Look at Jacques Water alongside him. They'll line it up. Look at that, running very, very wide. As Jason can see, he wants to get a straight line as they go down the front, mate. And Frankie, off the line they go. 6 hours of racing ahead of us.
Right, we go green. There they go. Right up through Eau Rouge and Radiar. That's where they're going through now. That's Eau Rouge. Then they'll pick up Radiar. And then they'll pick up that Camel Straight, which will take them to Lake Com as they work their way through. Now, that's on the Camel Straight. This is the quickest part of the Spa circuit. They're jostling for positions already. Now that right, left, righter. Through Lake Com they go now. And these guys are working hard. They've got 6 hours. You could lose it on lap number 1. Through Lake Com they go. Drop Daniel into turn 10. That's at hairpin turn at Spa. I think it's called Bruxelles, if I'm not mistaken. That's turn number 10. There they go through turn 10 now. Man, this is hectic stuff now as they work their way through turn number 10. And Tate Bishop is in that mix as well. But Dollarcheck sits out there in P1. That's the man you're looking at now. Troy Dollarcheck in that P217. Jacques Botha sits there in that second place. He's been chased there by the youngster, by Jared Baburski. Baburski's got Jason Kutsia in P4. Blanchemont will be waiting for them pretty soon. And then from Blanchemont, Gary, they'll be working their way to that chicane, which will take them back onto the home straight and into turn 1, Les Sources.
I tell you what, it's amazing. Everybody got through. I just had a look back on the replay board. Carl Wiltshire went off circuit and came back. Tate Bishop went off circuit and came back, but there was not a single crash. Now that is testimony to the quality of the drivers that you have out there. Troy Dolenchik and Jacques Water from the front row of the grid, keeping their team names up there. The team Let's Go and IRSA, the black team, that is the first 2 vehicles that you see out there on screen.
Right, so it is Dollarcheck. It sits out there in P1 as we hand the microphone over to FC Nivout. Lap number 1 in the bag. FC, they work their way out of Les Sources and some serious track limits here, but the Dollarcheck car is pulling away. Botha sits in second. Kutsia and Baburski sit out there in P3 and 4 through Eau Rouge. They work their way now into Radiar. As they work their way now through Radiar, that's the pit lane exit you'll see there. And then onto the Camel Straight. The quickest part of the track, FC, before they go into Lakecombe.
Yeah, that long Kemmel straight out of turn 6 into Lakecombs. They go riding on board there with John Henry Vaughan in the number 18, putting a lot of pressure on the number 23 there of Jared Waberski as they go down into Bruxelles there. They go, it is John Henry Vaughan there in that 5th position, but he can't take it too easy because he's got the number 16 of Stewie White right there behind him as well.
Well, at this point in time, nobody told them it's 6 hours as they're going hell for leather in these Delara P217s. Your leading Honda HPD Masters is in 9th position, and that is the number 2 car, and that is Francois Joubert. His teammates is Johan Engelbrecht and Willem Botha, and he currently sits there in that 9th spot, so P9 overall on track, FC, but leading the Masters category.
Yeah, leading for the Masters there is Francois Joubert in the number 2. Riding on board with him now, that is the Team Gazoo in the Masters class. Right behind him, the number 003 car of Wayne Wortley sits there in that 10th position, 2nd overall for the Masters. Then the next guys coming up behind them, Brian Fourie in the 172. That is part of the youngsters again, the LMP2s. He sits there in that 11th position with Tate Bishop and Natin Simanga right there on their cases.
Bishop sitting out there in P12 and Natin Simanga in that 13th position with the Nati Simanga sponsorship. That's the name of his team as well. And then right behind him is Mike Verrier. Dr. Mike Verrier sits 3rd in class, 14th overall in that 33 car. That's the Sujin Aiko 24/7 outfit, and his teammates is Sean and Stephen McCarthy. But at this point in time, the Doc is behind the wheel of that HPD prototype, and racing around him is that's the 19 car that just made its way through past him over there. But there's a long way to go in this one, FC. We're only approaching the 5-minute mark.
Only 5 minutes into this race, not even yet, only just 5 minutes, with Keegan Campos putting the pass there on Mike Verrier. Riding on board there with the 3rd placed number 9 car, that's Jason Kutsia in the Durant Motorsport car. He's currently sitting there in that 3rd position, dropping down a little bit from the 2nd place IRSA Black team. That is the 888 car there in 2nd position, but they're still hanging on there. But they've got the number 23 of Waberski that is gaining on them slightly. Oh, now dropping back a bit as the guys now start finding their rhythm with 6 hours to go in this race.
There's a long way now. We look at that number 4 car. That's Jared Waberski, and he's only 0.5 of a second behind the number 9 car of Jason Kutsia. That sits there in that 3rd position. So there they go, P3, P4. Then John Henry Vaughan. He's 1.5 seconds behind Waberski. Stewie White is 1.4 seconds behind John Henry Vaughan. Stewie White holds a lap record at Killarney with a 1:06 as a matter of fact. So he is there in that 6th position. Then we've got we have a look at a replay here of Wayne Wortley in the 003 car. Did he make a mistake or is it track limits? He gets it all wrong. He might have been tagged there even. And does a couple of 360s out there, FC.
There was definitely a tag there from one of the LMP2 boys that was passing in there. But riding on board there with our 2nd place man, Jacques Witter, and the 888 as they head up to Rouge. They are currently about 2.5 seconds behind our leader, Dolenschenk there, in number 17. But let's just ride on board there from the cockpit view with Jacques Witter and see how he now charges down that long straight, the Kemmel straight, heading into turn number 7 there, the Lakecombs section, down into turn number 8 now, and coming through to turn number 9 just before they get to that hairpin corner of number 10.
The whole 7, 8 and 9, that's the Lakecomb section. Now into turn 10 through Bruxelles. They go and they'll drop slightly downhill and then turn left, and then they'll start working their way into that famous Blanchemont corner. But you first have to go through Stavelot FC before you get to Blanchemont.
Yeah, of course, a number of famous corners and straights here at Spa-Francorchamps. One of the most well-known circuits of any of the circuits that we travel to in various forms of motorsport. and like the best known Eau Rouge out there, the Kemmel Straight, Ruxel, Stavelot, and then also, as you said, turn number 17, or that 17 to 18 section, the Blanchimont, and then coming into that first corner of La Source.
Right, here we go. We're sitting on board with a 23 car. That's sitting out there in P4. That's Jared Waberski, 4/10 of a second behind third place man Jason Kutsia, as he brings that the Lara P217 right onto that back wing of Kutsia into turn number, is that turn number 1? No, it's not. It's towards the end of the lap, as a matter of fact. Yeah, that is that chicane that takes you either into the pits or you just turn left and go down the home straight. And now they're working their way towards turn 1. Into La Source they go now. Big lock up there. That front right-hand suspension of the Terbium team, racing of Jared Waberski in a car number 23, sitting out there in P4. Works his way up Eau Rouge. And will pick up Radion now. Through Eau Rouge and Radion. Then on to the Kemmel Straight they go. This is the fastest part of Spa-Francorchamps as they work their way towards Lacom. 300 k's an hour for Waberski. That was his top speed FC before they go into the Lacom complex.
Through Lacom they go now. Jared Waberski doing a great job. Oh, somebody goes off there. That is our leader. It's Dolenschenk that goes off there for a bit. And no, sorry, that is the 888 there of Buerta that went off there, and it made it almost too easy for the guys behind him to catch up to him, getting just a tire off that racing line onto the dirty side, and that almost cost him very, very dearly.
Yeah, a bit of fishtailing out there for him, and he had to catch that P217 very, very quickly. But Waberski heading towards us in car number 4, and he has got a couple of quicker guys just ahead of him. That is Stewie White with some serious track limits there on Stewie White. That was the replay was about. Remember, the replays are not just accidents. If you exceed track limits, then that will also be picked up as a incident on the circuit, and that is exactly what happened FC to Stewie White there.
Yeah, so a lot of the guys being monitored there for track limits. It's being used a lot more lately in racing, and picking up on those track limits. But riding on board with our race leader now, Troy Dolenschenk in the number 17, the team Let's Go, leading us, taking us down the main straight there, starting his next lap and heading into Lake La Source there, followed there by Jason Kutsia, who's managed to move himself up into that second position in the number 9, Jacques Buerta, and then Jared Waberski in the number 23, sitting there in 4th position.
Right, after 10 minutes done, change of commentary from myself, I head over to Gary Fleming.
Well, lovely to see that kind of close competition. Nothing much between the top riders up front. They look at that as they work their way through that long straight side by side as they work their way down. Jason Kutsia and Jacques Buerta. Oh, I just hope that does not turn to tears. Many hours of practice and setup has gone into it, and unfortunately the contact is made, and yep, that's the kind of thing that costs you pretty dearly. The next thing is that was Jason Kutsia that actually went off circuit. If I saw that one correctly, let's have a look at that one again. Yep, Jason Kutsia, he just closed the line off. Now hopefully there's not much damage to the back. Oh, he almost took out the 18 car as he came back on track there as well. So you can't run that close at those type of speeds continuously without making contact.
Yeah, and it's only 11 minutes into a 6-hour race. So let's see what the guys can do to recover from that. It's dropped him down all the way into that 6th position for Kutsia. And as Gary said, hopefully not too much damage there. But that has made positions available there for Buerta to get up into that 2nd spot, followed by Waberski. But now riding on board with our 12th place man, that is the first of the Master Series. That is Francois Hubert in the number 2 Toyota Gazoo team, as he sits there in the 12th position and first for the Masters. The next of the Masters to come through is the man is the in 14th position, that is Mike Verrier in the 33 car, but they've got the LMP2 of Nati and Simanga between the two of them.
Remember that Mike Verrier, the Eugene 8-Core 24/7 team, has teamed up with Sean and Stephen McCarthy, and both of them in season 1 of West Province Sports and GT Masters Series, the two of them both ended up in top 5 because of their consistency. So not only are they quick out there, they're very consistent as well. And I do believe that that team of Mike Verrier is probably going to be one of the biggest problems for anybody else out there, including these guys. That is Swayze Joubert. Now, Swayze Joubert has come along exceptionally well recently in iRacing, and he's got in there with David Joubert, so the Joubert family going live today together. And believe you me, that is a massive, massive, massive combo. Darby and Swayze Joubert already finding himself ahead of the likes of Robbie Teams, the man that got dubbed the comeback kid. How many times initially when this form of racing started and became well known here in South Africa, was there times that Robbie Teams ran into problems with, oh well, you pretty much think that he's out of it. Well, somehow he always comes back, and he's teamed up with Extreme Racing, the old boys, Willem Pinga on the board with Robbie Teams, presently running 4th overall in the Masters. And then another man that helps in the background on a regular basis, Sandra Bakari, who rounds out the top 5 there. And Sandra Bakari, you better believe, is also going to be very, very consistent. Sandra Bakari has picked up some top positions because of his race strategy with fuel saving and numerous other things that he has done. So that top 5 is going to be very, very difficult for anybody else to get in there. Going back to the front of the field, Troy Dolenchik no longer there. It is Jacques Water.
Well, Troy Dolenchik back up in there. Must have, not sure what happened there, but Troy Dolenchik still leading this one in the number 17, followed by Jacques Water. He's our man there in 2nd position, riding on board with the number 17 of Troy Dolenchik. This team, the last 6-hour race we did, Troy Dolenchik and Umpi Swart was the 2 guys that led that one, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, initially came out as the winners of that race. Today, joined by Julian Familiaris in the number 17 car. It'll be interesting to see how these guys plan their strategy and see what they can do to stay ahead of the 888 of Jacques Butter and Jared Waberski in the number 23.
Yeah, Julian is in that car now. Remember, FC Daria Busi was in that car with them at the last one, and now Familiaris is in there. Daria Busi was in the car with Umpi and Troy. Daria sadly not in this one, and the seat has been handed over to Julian Familiaris, who happens to be one of our top SA V8 supercar drivers in the championship that they run in South Africa. That's a revamping of the old Westbank super saloons. And so they got a good driver that's there with them in that car. But Waberski sitting out there in that 3rd place. He is there behind Buerta. He's 9/10 of a second behind Jacques Buerta that sits out there in P2. So a replay at Brian Fourie. Did he get it wrong in the 172? He got clouted there by the 14 car of Nati Msimanga.
I can imagine hands flying up in the air wherever they are playing from in their racing rigs. But the number 14 of Nati Msimanga getting it all wrong coming out of turn number 1, and just keeps on making donuts out there in the number 14. Something not going to favour there for Nati Msimanga.
Yeah, that is definitely, Gary was just saying to me the same thing I was thinking. That's a side effect of the contact, and that the Lara P217 not doing what Nati wants it to do. However, Waberski is still there in that 3rd place, 7/10 of a second behind Buerta. That is there in front of him, so nothing between the two of them. John Henry Vaughan is in that 4th place, and he's 3.5 seconds behind Waberski out there in a car number 18. That's the Durant Motorsport team, and he is there in that 4th place. P5, Jason Kutsia. He's after that spin. Yes, he's also in the other Durant Motorsport team. That's a Durant Motorsport 9 team that Jason Kutsia is in. He sits there in that 5th place. Then in P6 we have got Corne Breet for the IRSA Green Racing team, and he's gone up 2 positions, and he's 2.5 seconds behind the driver that's just in front of him there, FC.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that you mentioned now, Frankie, just looking at that, how many positions gained from the start of the race. And initially, Jason Kutsia was quite high up. He was laying in second position, and unfortunately, after that spin, he's dropped it down. So that means he's effectively lost a position since the start of this race. Some of our biggest movers and shakers since the start of the race was the number 5 car of Robbie Teens. They've actually gained 5 positions along with Sandro Bakari.
Yeah, and one of the biggest losers out there is Bradley Liebenberg has gone down 15 positions, but Wayne Wortley in the WJ Racing number 003 team, they've dropped down 9 positions. So yeah, and as you say, Robbie Teens and the Sandro Bakari, the 72 car, they've both gained 5 positions in the 18 minutes that the 6 hour is on.
Riding on board there with Stewie White in the number 16. They are up there in a 7th position. Unfortunately lost a position since the start of the race, but they're currently sitting there in that 7th place, and they are about 1.5 seconds behind Corne Breet in the number 71 car. But the next man down from them, the number 8 there of Kyle Walcher. This young man has made a big name for himself in motorsport, started at a very young age in the mini class. He's from a team TMSA, Team Babalas Racing Team, the number 54 car there of Kyle Walcher, who's actually made his start in motorsport down at the oval track at Cape Hall Drivers.
Yeah, that's Walcher. He sits in P8. P9 is Tate Bishop, and he's one of our young hotshots that's worked his way through the Western Province karting section, through the karting ranks, and he currently campaigns in the GTI Challenge Class C at the Killarney International Motor Raceway, and they are out there in that 9th place. And with TN Racing, that's at Tate Bishop. And then in 10th, Keegan Campos, the Campos Transport outfit, they've dropped down 3 positions in car number 15, and they are in the PPG outfit, sitting out there, and the Campos Transport outfit, so that is them in that 10th position. 11th is Francois Hubert. Now he's in P11 overall, but first in class is Francois Hubert, and they're out there in car number 2. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing outfit, and he'll share that car with Johan Engelbrecht and with Willem Botak. Currently Francois is in that car, P11 overall FC, but P1 in the Masters class.
Yeah, first there for the Masters, but with about a 14-second gap down to the 2nd place in the Masters. That's the gentleman you're looking at now, Swayze Hubert, in the number 22 DHL car, and they are sitting there in 12th position overall. Managed to gain 4 positions since the start of this race, but 14 seconds down from the guy they're trying to catch out there. Let's see if they can make up that time over the course of the next 5 hours and 40 minutes. Something's happened out there. It's the 172 of Brian Ferree. Seems to have had a bit of an incident out there, locking up going into that corner. Looks like just before you head into the he went into the pits, but yeah, very, very tight heading into that pit entrance, but locking up a little bit there before diving into the pits.
Now, as we watch Swayze Hubert there, FC, that pit entrance, not only is that pit entrance very, very tight, but it keeps on forever and ever and a day, and then your pit exit is past Radiar, it's past Eau Rouge. You enter the track on the Kemmel Straight, so it is a long, long, long pit entrance and a long pit exit as well. As we now go back to the man in the 23 car that sits out there in P3, Jared Roberski, and he's 3/10 of a second behind second place man Jacques Botha. The two of them you see in the same frame there. 3/10 of a second is nothing with 21 minutes done in the 6 hour. Roberski and the team Terabum Racing, they're sitting out there in that 3rd position, and they are 5 seconds ahead of John Henry Vaughan and them. That is there in that 4th spot. As we drop down to the 18th position, that's a 246 car, Andre Steenkamp, and Andre Steenkamp has doing pretty well out there in the Fanatec outfit, as Steenkamp busy makes his way down the main straight, heading, no, that's just out of turn 1, that's out of Les Sources, heading towards Radiar and Eau Rouge.
Going through Eau Rouge there onto the Kemmel Straight they go now. it looks like it's a very tight battle between these two as Steenkamp goes and sits on that outside line, tries to make a pass going down the Kemmel Straight into turn number 7. They go side by side, but it is the car there of Peter van der Spy that just stays there ahead of him.
Yeah, Van der Spy is not going to be outdone. There's 0.3 of a second between car 13 and car 246 sitting in P17 and 18. Van der Spy and Steenkamp. Steenkamp in that Fanatec sponsored HPD. Those two HPDs, Honda Production Development Prototypes, right in there, and they are fighting in class 7th and 8th, if I'm looking right at the leaderboard, the FC in the Masters class.
Yeah, it looks like it's 7th and 8th there, but momentarily they had a bit of a position swap there, but riding on board with Jared Waberski now in the number 23 car. He's about 0.6 of a second behind Jacques Butter, and as Frankie said earlier, 0.6 of a second, not that much in these cars. I mean, if you have one bad in-lap going into the pits, then it's done and dusted. You've lost that position between those guys.
Now that name Jacques Butter, and I think Gary can back me on this one. Jacques Butter, okay, well, he's busy doing other production work now, but Jacques Butter, there was a V8, Aussie V8 series that was held last year. There was about 4 or 5 races on that. And Jacques Butter, together with the likes of Zak Forster, so those names took part in, or those two drivers took part in that series. So Jacques Butter, not a totally unknown name to us, as he sits now in that second position with a 888 car. That's the IRacing Black, and his teammate is the man that I spoke about, Zak Forster.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the team dynamics will play out over the course of the 6-hour race, and a lot of that plays out into strategy as well. Who's your first driver out? Who's going to be the quickest one of the lot to try and build up that little bit of a buffer between you and the rest of the guys. So riding on board with our number 17 car there, our first place man, that's Troy Dolenschenk, coming down the start-finish straight there, going up Eau Rouge and heading into that Kemmel Straight now. As we said before, the fastest section of this track, that Kemmel Straight, heading into turn number 7, and that is the number 17 of Team Let's Go. Troy Dolenschenk leading, followed by the 888 there of Jacques Butter. Look how close it is. Diving for the inside there, the number 23 of Butter, Waberski. And he makes it through on the outside there, going through turn 6, 7, and 8. And it is Waberski that now is up into that second position.
Yeah, it took him there going into Lake Calm and now into Bruxelles. So Waberski made the move there on Jacques Butter. Waberski goes up to second. Butter gets demoted to that third position, as the two of them are still very nose to tail under that Vodafone bridge. Into that left hand they go. There is nothing between P2 and 3 at this point in time, between Waberski and Butter. John Henry Vaughan is in that fourth position, and right behind him is Jason Coetzee. So John Henry Vaughan and Jason Coetzee in the Durant Motorsport 9 team, right there with each other. Corne Breed in the IRSA Racing Green, and then in P7 Stewie White coming through. There is the 8th place man, Carl Walcher of TMSA. Then P9 TN Racing State Bishop in the 94 Delara P217, and then the PPG Campos Transport outfit rounding off the top 10 there of Keegan Campos.
Riding on board with our first place man for the Masters, that's Francois Hubert in 11th position overall, but first place for the Masters class in that number 2 car. That is Hubert. Then down in 12th position, Swayze Hubert, our second place man for the Masters. And in third place, Mike Verrier in that 33 car as they come down to the short wheel straight. Next up, we've got Robbie Teens in the number 5 Toyota car. And then we've got the number 15th place, Sandro Bakari in the that is the Scuderia Bakari Stanton car in 15th place overall, and 5th place for the Masters.
Yeah, and then Stephen Koenig in the 88 car. He is out there. He's in the junior category. And this is the young man that took part in the first commentators champion, should I say, competition. And he's in the IRacing yellow team. And he is well known for commentating iRacing. And he has done quite a few commentating stints with the legendary voice of SA Motorsport, Mr. Greg Maloney, with Magoo himself. So Stephen Koenig, not a newbie when it comes to commentating or when it comes to doing iRacing. And he sits out there in that 16th position with that number 88 car for Team IRSA Yellow.
Coming down the main straight there, it's Andre Steenkamp is the next man in 17th place in the 246 car. He's down in the Masters division and currently sitting there in that 17th position overall. Seems we've got a replay here. Let's see what happened here between the two of them. Andre Steenkamp and Peter van der Spey had a bit of an issue there. Oh, he climbed onto that curb. Might have been slight contact between the two of them there. Yeah, contact between the two of them. And that's dropped them both way, way down. Peter van der Spey still standing there stuck in. Yeah, definitely a little bit of contact there. Tap on the back bumper for Peter van der Spey by Andre Steenkamp.
Not exactly where Captain Pete, our pilot, wanted to find himself. So Andre Steenkamp sits out there in 17th, and he's part of the Bigfoot Express Racing. He's Andre Steenkamp in that 17th position. As almost a half an hour done in this one. We've done just under 29 minutes. So we're approaching the 30-minute mark very, very quickly. As a matter of fact, we've got about 1 more minute to go. And then we hit the 30-minute mark with 5.5 hours that will still be left in this one. The commentary team on half an hour will take a bit of a break. And then we'll come back to you shortly as we watch the number 12 car of Herman Lazarus. And he will be with Jonathan Selby and Cyril Ginsberg. And they are in 19th position at this point in time. And then the 172 car of Brian Ferree, he is there in that 20th position as he makes his way around the 172 car of Brian Ferree in the AB Racing outfit. And so that is your top 20 cars at this point in time. Wayne Wortley is in a 21st position for WJ Racing, and then in a 22nd position for Team Natim Samanga is the young man himself, Natim Samanga, but he's obviously picked up some serious problems after he had that contact early on with Jonathan Selby. And I think that the Bradley Liebenberg team, the number 15 Campos team, they are in a spotter, brother.
And then the last two names there on our interest, Jonathan Selby and Brad Liebenberg, unfortunately out of this race. And it kind of looks like Natim Samanga might also be have picked up problems there. I don't see his car out on track. It might be that he is in pits trying to sort out that damage that he picked up. But if we scan through the cameras, definitely not picking up that number 14. But on the second place man now, the 23 there of Jared Roberski, they had a good pass up on the outside there, or inside should I say, of Jacques Witter going into Lake Holmes earlier on. And they're currently sitting in that second position, but not running away from the 888 Jacques Witter at all. Witter still keeping them very, very honest.
Right, with 31 minutes done, we'll be back with you shortly for the Sujin 6 hour at Spa-Francorchamps. Right, I'll be back with you again. 41 minutes done of the Sujin 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps, and they are on lap 20. There's been a few pit stops while we were having our commentary break, and Francois Hubert, have a look at that. Not only leading class, but Francois is sitting in P1 overall. Dolacek is there in that second place, but remember that Francois Hubert has not had a pit stop yet. The number 2 car has not pitted. As a matter of fact, the 33, the 5 and the 0 car, the 72 car, sorry, all show 0, which means that they have not had pit stops yet. So the moment that that number 2 car of Francois Hubert goes into the pits, that will automatically put that number 17 car of Dolacek back into P1. We have a look at a replay here at the Herman Lazarus car, and he makes his way into the pits. So the replay there also shows drivers that have gone into the pits, and Herman Lazarus in that number 12 car. He's of course teammates with Jonathan Selby and with Cyril Ginsberg, working his way into pit lane. So Troy Dolacek sits there in that second position. Francois Hubert has not pitted yet. Jared Boberski in the 23 car is there in that third place, and we'll keep an eye there on Boberski. There he comes through with the Terbium Team Racing number 23, the son of the famous Garth Boberski. So Jared sitting out there in that third place. Also a very, very established karter is Jared. Fourth place man, Team IRacing Black. That's a 888 P217 of Jacques Botha. He's in that fourth position. And then the Ironman, Jason Coetzee, sitting out there in P5 in the number 9 Durant Motorsport team. And he is 2.3 seconds behind Botha. That is your top 5. And rounding off your top 6, 5.3 seconds behind Jason Coetzee, is John Henry Vaughan in that number 18 car, and that is your top 6, and he's also part of the Durant Motorsport team.
Well, Frankie, not sure if that happened during the pit stops or if it was a pass on track, but before we went on our commentary break, Jason Coetzee was behind John Henry Vaughan, and it seems like Coetzee has managed to make up that position again on Vaughan. Not sure if that happened during the pit stops or on track. But now riding down in the 11th position, that is Corne Breet in the 71 IRSA Green team. They are currently sitting there in 11th place, and they've just passed Robbie Teens to gain up into that 10th position.
So that is your top 10 with Robbie Teens that just dropped down there in that 11th place. But there are a few driver car combinations out there that have not pitted. It does show there that the number 5 car of Teens is in pit lane. If that's the case, he's pitting out of P11 and busy making his way into the pit lane as we watch the 10th place man coming through of Team IRSA Racing Green, the 71 P217 Delara of 10th place man Corne Breet. Well, when will Francois Hubert hit the pit lane? He still sits out there in P1. There's a whole lot of them coming down towards us. Breet sits out there in 10th place. He puts a lap on, is it one of the slower cars that he just put a lap on there? But Breet is busy cutting and carving his way through the field. He's a Corne Breet. He wants to move up. He's now in 9th place, so he has gone past Sandro Baccari. That's the number 72 car that overtook. So it's not one of the slower cars. It's a man that he's fighting for, or fighting with, I should say, on the same lap as they work their way under the Vodafone bridge. There's a whole gaggle of them going into that left-hander. Stewie White actually leads that group of cars, FC, going into that left-hander.
Yeah, Frankie, but interesting to see that the top 3 of the Masters have not yet pitted at all, and that's Corne Breet's busy fighting his way through that lot of the Masters. He's made it past third place man Sandro Baccari, and now he's got Mike Verrier ahead of him. But Francois Hubert is the man leading them in the Masters, and all 3 of those guys still have to stop, with the closest, even the top 4 of them haven't. André Steenkamp not yet having pitted, with Robbie Teens having fallen down the order there as he's already jumped into the pits for the Masters.
Yeah, so those are the HPDs that are in there with him. So he did overtake him for track position, but of course they're not in the same class as Keegan Campos. A replay there of the 15 car of Keegan Campos making his way to the left hand. There was obviously track limits there for Campos. Corné Breed still out there doing his thing as Sandro Bakari now goes into pitch. Remember, he was overtaken by Breed on circuit for track position, and now he works his way into the pit lane.
A clever decision to jump into the pits there, because at this stage of the fight, Mike Verrier was in that battle with Corné Breed for position. Breed's managed to get past him and has moved up into 8th position, but Bakari is in the pit lane at the moment, the first of the top 3 of the Masters diving into the pits, with Mike Verrier, the man we're riding with now, in that 33 car going through that section of corners on the circuit. That is our 9th place man, Mike Verrier. We'll have to see when he decides to put second in class overall for the Masters, and lying a 9th overall. Francois Hubert, the man in the Masters, leading the race and leading class, ahead there of Troy Dolenschenk, first for the LMP2s.
So Dr. Mike Verrier is in that car now after the pit stop. So Mike making his way around Timothy Stanton in that 14th position in car 72. He will take over there from Sandro Bakari that went into the pit. So Sandro hops out of that number 72 HPD and he hands over to Timothy Stanton. Stanton all settled in as he rolls down pit lane. It's a long pit exit for Timothy Stanton. Goes past the Porsche GT safety car. So now you'll have a look how long that pit exit is. You keep on going. You see the cars go past you on your left hand side, and only now onto the Kemmel Straight can you hop onto the gas, but you must not cross that white line. You could get penalized if you cross that white line. FC Timothy Stanton making his way out. He's on the Kemmel Straight and heading through the Lacombe complex now, which will take him towards turn 10 Bruxelles.
Yeah, going through Lacombs now, and now diving into that right-hander of Bruxelles. Is he going to do now the hairpin corner? Very tight there for them. That is turn number 10. Riding on board with Stanton coming out in 16th position. So currently lying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th overall. So not having lost too many positions there in that pit stop section. Coming out of the pits there, yeah, Timothy Stanton. But riding on board with Tate Bishop now in the 94 car. The youngster there that is out. Ooh, and he has a bit of a spin coming out of that corner. So a bit of a spin there for Tate Bishop.
Yeah, Tate Bishop in that 94. That's TN Racing and Team Angry. As Tate rectifies it again. So Timothy Stanton, the 72 car, in that 16th position, and he's 7.3 seconds behind Robbie Teens in car number 5. That's in that 15th spot. Timothy Stanton making his way under that DHL board and heading into that left-hander. So everybody except Andre Steenkamp must pit, but our leaderboard FC shows Andre Steenkamp is in pit lane.
Yeah, Steenkamp currently there in pit lane, so we'll see if that is going to be a driver swap or not. There he is coming into the pits. That very narrow pit entrance there. And I mean, you could mess up your whole race diving into the pits. And we've seen cars in the past getting stuck into that pit lane.
Well, we saw it on Wednesday evening when we did the Sports and GT Masters. We saw a driver get himself sideways in a pit lane, which means you have to exit and then go into your pit, which could cost you dearly track-wise, track position, and even lap-wise as well. So you do not want to make that mistake. As we ride aboard the P217 of Dolenschenk, making his way onto the main straight. There goes Troy across the start-finish line. He goes and works his way into turn number 1 into Les Sources. Dolenschenk going through. There was obviously a replay of Dolenschenk just busy making his way into turn number 1. But we're back with the Troy Dolenschenk once again in the Let's Go team. as he sits out there now back in P1. Remember that after Francois Hubert made his pit stop, Dolacek automatically shifted back up into P1. So the leaderboard pretty much like it was. And 202.173, Dolacek is the quickest man out there with Waberski on a 202.409. So there are only 4 cars at this point in time. That's in 202. Botha and Kutsia are the other 2 with a 2.6 and a 2.5. So your top 4 drivers at this point in time are in mid to low 2 minutes and 2 seconds.
Interesting thing that Gavin Fleming just mentioned here to us. If you look at the time that Troy Dolenschenk has done, he's about 0.6 of a second off of the qualifying time that he ran. So obviously dialing it slightly back, not going full speed here in the opening stages of this race.
Well, that colors that you see there, blue, green, yellow and red, that is the licenses. Blue is the best. You don't get any higher than blue, and Dolacek, Waberski and Botha. They've got the blue licenses. Jason Kutsia is just 1 notch behind them in green. John Henry Vaughan is in yellow. Campos has got orange, and then Brian Fourie is there with the red license. So he is the lowest of the license holders at this point in time, but they're still doing very well. And red license means that he is, as Gavin was saying to me now, in the rookie category. So a replay here at Timmy Stanton, and he got tagged there, and Stanton busy trying to find his way back out onto the track again with that 72 car. So Tate Bishop coming through now. That's a replay of Tate. Let's have a look, see what Tate did. He also turns himself around, does a bit of a swapper out there on the circuit, or almost a swapper, and then keeps on going again, FC.
Yeah, and back there with our leader, Troy Dolenschenk, the man leading them out there. He's managed to pull a nice gap between himself and Jared Waberski. If we look at those times there, I think there's about 13 or 14 seconds between the two of them riding on there with Jared Waberski. Now, in the number 23 car, that is about 13 seconds, 13 and a half seconds between Dolenschenk and Waberski for that first and second position. Then in third place, we're riding on with Jacques Botha there in the 888 car. They haven't done any driver swaps there for our top 4 at Jacques Botha, currently sitting there in third place. The next man coming through, Jason Kutsia, recovered nicely after that spin of his that he had earlier on, and now sits in that 4th position in the number 9 car with the teammate, sister team, shall I rather say, John Henry Vaughan in the number 18 car, sitting in that 5th position.
Oh, John Henry Vaughan coming through now as he makes his way past one of the HPD cars. John Henry Vaughan, he's in between those HPD cars, is John Henry Vaughan, as he gets past Stanton. Does John Henry Vaughan, he puts a lap there on Stanton. He sits in P5 in the Durant Motorsport outfit. Oh man, it's getting hectic out there as he just turns it into that left-hander. That's at chicane and diving into the pits. We'll have a look there. We saw somebody just dive into pit lane. That is Wayne Wortley in the 003 car. He's in the Masters category in the HPD prototype. Timothy Stanton still out there on track in that 72. He's down in that 16th position. FC as they make their way through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, we were seeing there Sean McCarthy and Timothy Stanton having a go at each other out there. And it's actually Sean McCarthy that's now gained a position because of that slight contact they had there. So that was definitely a fight for position with Sean McCarthy making him past Stanton, but Stanton not giving up. Look at how he slipstreams behind that number 33 car going into Lake Holmes. They go now, but it is Sean McCarthy that seems to have done enough to stay ahead there of Timothy Stanton.
Yeah, it was 0.8, it's 0.9, now it's a second, so Sean is getting away there from Timothy. Timothy in 16th place, Sean in 15th, as they head out of Bruxelles and now start working their way down towards Stavelot, the front right-hand suspension of that HPD prototype of Timothy Stanton, and he can see McCarthy just getting further and further down the road from him as they make their way into that right hand. I think that is Stavelot. that they're busy going through now, and then they will work their way towards Blanchimont.
Going into Blanchimont, they're going to go now pretty soon. But Timothy Stanton, as you said, Frankie, dropping further and further behind there. I won't be surprised if there is quite a bit of damage to that car after the knock he's taken from that 33 car. But looking at the pit stop strategy there, the stint length that we've got going at the moment, as predicted there, the guys have mostly done about 18 laps on that first stint, and the current lengths there, we're looking at about 9. Briet, that is the number 7th place man, Corné Briet, that he's done a long first stint compared to the others, doing 20 laps on the yellow marked tyres there for Corné Briet.
Yeah, so Campos also did, Keegan Campos did a longish stint before he went in to change his tyres, and that's the pit stop strategy, the stint length for those 8 drivers you see there on the bottom right hand side of your screen. So, and also for Dolacek, look at Dolacek, Boberski, Buerta. Well, that is the same thing that we just looked at now, that pit stop strategy that's just been shown once again. So Jason Coetzee in that 4th position, and Jason Coetzee is there with Jacques Buerta. Jason Coetzee, Jacques Buerta, there's nothing between the two of them as they go into that left-hander. That Durant Motorsport number 9 P217 of Jason Coetzee sitting there in P4. He is right on the heels of the 888 P217 of Jacques Buerta, and that's the fight out there, FC, for that 3rd position as they make their way through that right-handed sweep.
Oh, well, look, Frankie, we know that Jason Coetzee is very quick out there in that number 9. He was of the front runners. He was the guy that made up the most positions at the start of the race, managed to work himself up into that 2nd position, and then had a spin that dropped him all the way down to a 5th or 6th position at one stage. And he's now busy working his way up, and he's sitting there in that 4th position, right on the case there of Jacques Buerta.
Oh, Jacques Buerta to go into some serious defensive mode there. If you wanted to keep Jason Coetzee behind him 0.2 of a second, there's nothing. Into Les Sources they go now. They ride that curb. You must be careful not to hammer that pit wall. You've got to be careful of track limits as well when you come out of Les Sources. Now they start picking up speed. Through Eau Rouge they will go. This is a horrible blind right-handed little hill which takes you into Radillon and onto the Kemmel Straight. This is the quickest part of Spa-Francorchamps, and it's going to go for the move. He goes for the move, and Jason Coetzee takes that position away there from Jacques Buerta. He gets it all wrong.
He overdoes it and loses that position again. All that hard work, and it drops him way down again. Now he's got to fight his way back to that 3rd spot again. But right here with Brian Ferry, it seems he's made a bit of a mistake. Let's see what exactly is. No, he's dived into the pits. So the 172 there of Brian Ferry diving into the pits.
Yeah, into the pit lane. But Dolacek out there in that number 17 car, making his way through. But we're back with Jason Coetzee. Jason Coetzee is now fighting his way back because he was over 2 seconds behind Buerta when he made that mistake. He's now pulled it back to 1.4 seconds. So Jason Coetzee has to do that work all over again to try and pick up the back end of the P217 of 3rd place man Jacques Buerta, who in turn is 4.5 seconds behind Boberski. But never mind that. He needs to keep his attention and focus his attention on 4th place man, the Durant Motorsport, the Lara P217 of Jason Coetzee. That's coming at him like a rocket ship. It's back to 1.5, so it's been more or less the same, 1.5, 1.4. He clawed back a half a second there on him, but it stayed pretty much constant there, FC. 1.5, now 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, but remember, we are an hour into this race already, so you will start noticing slight driver fatigue starting to creep in there as the guys get distracted by minor things, and yeah, definitely we'll start seeing driver changes pretty soon. But now riding on board with the 11th placed man in the Master Series, that's Johan Engelbrecht. He's made the swap there with Francois Hubert in the Gazoo racing car, and he is out there in P11, and currently leading the Masters class there. After Francois Hubert had that brilliant first stint, and at one stage leading the race overall in that car, and they're still leading that class in P11 with Robbie Teams behind them and Peter Hubert in third position.
Yeah, and that's a whole heap of Masters there. Hubert, Teams, Engelbrecht, Teams, Hubert, McCarthy and Stanton. That's the whole fight there for that first, second and third in the HBD prototypes, in other words the Masters category. So Robbie Teams 12th overall and second in class, and he's 22, almost 23 seconds behind the number 2 car of Johan Engelbrecht, and they are the first 2 Masters in the Honda HBDs.
It just shows what a brilliant opening stint those teams had. Third place for the Masters, Peter Hubert in the 22 car. He's about 13 seconds there behind Robbie Teens, and then behind them the 33 of Sean McCarthy. That is your top 4 riding there with McCarthy now in that number 33 car in the 4th place overall. 5th position in the Masters, Timothy Stanton in the number 72 car, riding there with him. He's had a bit of a bad luck out there, having been taken off the track twice there by the cars ahead of him, and trying to fight his way back to stay in contention there. Timothy Stanton about 8 seconds behind Sean McCarthy, and then the next guy on track there, or for the Masters, the Fanatic car, 246 car of Andre Steenkamp in 17th place.
Yeah, that is 7th place man, Andre Steenkamp. Gerald Mouget, that is the next man in that class, the HBD Masters category, but he's out 19th position on track. Is Gerald Mouget in the number 13 Honda HBD of his. And then Uncle Cyril Ginsberg. Nice to see Uncle Cyril back out on track. He's of course teammates with Jonathan Selby and with Herman Lazarus. And Uncle Cyril Ginsberg. Now FC, he is and I say this with all respect, he's the oldest driver out there. I think Uncle Cyril is very early 70s if I'm not mistaken. And he also races a Porsche at Killarney International as well in the sports and GT categories. So Uncle Cyril, a seasoned campaigner, and enjoys his iRacing very much.
Frankie, I've been waiting all day to make this joke, and he actually handed it to us the first time we crossed over to him, as he lost the track a little bit there, going to himself, I lost it. Track has disappeared. Uncle Cyril out there in the number 12 cheapercars.co.za car there, having a bit of fun out there amongst basically everybody out there, youngsters compared to Cyril Ginsberg.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Cyril enjoys his iRacing. And then 15th place is Stephen Koenig for the IRSA yellow team. And he just enjoys his iRacing. He enjoys his commentary whenever he gets a time and a situation to be able to do it. And he just has a lot of fun out there. This morning, very early as a matter of fact, or early-ish this morning, on one of the WhatsApp groups, he was already saying, come on guys, it's race day and let's go out there and have fun and respect each other. So this young man's been wired since early this morning, Stephen Koenig. But behind Stephen Koenig is that man that we're riding with now, and that is the number 72 car of Timothy Stanton. He is there in that 16th place and only 1.5 seconds behind the Koenig on track. And that is your first 16 cars with Andre Steenkamp, 16.3 seconds behind him in that 17th position. However, Troy Dolacek, where is Troy? There he comes. There comes Troy Dolacek. Man, that number 17 team, let's go. Delara P217 is cutting and carving its way through this racetrack. He's still got Boberski behind him, but Boberski is 16.1 seconds FC behind race leader Troy Dolacek.
16.3 seconds there ahead of Boberski is that first best man Troy Dolacek. riding on board with the fourth place man, the number 9 car of Jason Kutsia, busy coming on very strong. The last time we saw him out there, he was 1.5 seconds behind Jacques Buerta. He's already brought it back down to 0.6 of a second and really trying to put the pressure there on Jacques Buerta.
Well, like I said, he had to do that work all over again. He was 2 seconds behind him, and then he clawed it back to 1.4, 1.5, 1.4, round about there. But Jason is fighting his way back. He's 9/10 of a second, make it 8/10 of a second now behind Jacques Buerta. You can just see Jacques Buerta there ahead of him. If you look through his front windscreen, past that windscreen wiper, he is right there. They're going into that chicane that takes you onto the main straight once again. Jason Kutsia, Durant Motorsport, number 9. He's going to go after that 888 Delara of Jacques Buerta as they work their way out of Les Sources.
Going down that straight, heading up to Eau Rouge, will be that number 9 car of Jason Kutsia, still keeping right up onto the back there of Jacques Buerta. Is not letting Buerta get away or giving him any breathing space, and the slightest mistake that Buerta is going to make is going to play right into the hand as they now go down the Kimmel Straight, as they pick up one of the back markers there, flashing their lights for the Masters car there of Johan Engelbrecht, who's sitting there in that first position for the Master Series.
Yeah, the leader of the Masters gets overtaken there by the man that sits there in P3, namely Jacques Buerta of IRacing Black, and he will now be nailed as well by Jason Kutsia. Jason has gone past him, as a matter of fact. He's made the move on him there, as you see him disappear behind Kutsia as he goes after Buerta. Back to second place man Jared Boberski, and he's 16 seconds behind Dolacek in the Terabum Racing team. Number 23 Jared Boberski, 16 seconds behind Dolacek.
Third place man Jacques Buerta in the 888 in the Team IRSA Black. He's sitting there third position. Jason Kutsia in the number 9 for Durant Motorsport there in that fourth place, and his sister teammate John Henry Vaughan is the man sitting there in fifth position, as we cut over to a replay there for Clinton Besaidnout in the 54 car, who's taken over from Kyle Wiltshire. Let's see what he's done here. Ooh, getting the tail end of that LMP2 car way out of line through the chicane section just before you get back onto the main straight. That is a Clinton Besaidnout.
Right, so Clint, also one of our iRacers as well, did a lot of racing for Team SA last year, and also a very seasoned campaigner for Polar Cup and GTC here in South Africa is Clinton Besaidnout, as he takes that 54 car back around the track. But we are back with the leader in P11 of the Masters, and that is the number 2 car of Johan Engelbrecht of Toyota Gazoo Racing, sitting out there in P1 in class with Robbie Teings, 12th overall, but P2 in the Masters category. Robbie Teings making his way past that pit complex, does Robbie Teings, and then behind Robbie Teings in 13th position, but third in class, is the number 22 of Peter Hubert, and Peter Hubert in that 22 car, he's taken over there from that's a driver change. So Peter Hubert is in that 22 car now, with third place man in that category, namely Sean McCarthy, sitting 14th overall, and Sean has taken over there from the Dock FC in that number 33 outfit.
Yeah, McCarthy sitting there in that fourth position.
Fourth position, yes.
Yeah. Stephen Koenig, the next man through for the LMP2s, with Timothy Stanton bringing up that fifth position for the Masters, currently sitting there in 16th overall in the 72 car, with Andre Steenkamp, the man behind him, in that sixth place, 17 overall in the 246 car, and then Brian Fourie in the 172 car, 18th overall, followed by Gerald Moget and Cyril Ginsberg.
But I've noticed, FC, that Brian Fourie in the AB Racing car number 172, he does not have a teammate unless there is somebody that we don't know about. How do you do 6 hours alone? that's as Tate Bishop makes his way into the pits.
Yeah, Tate Bishop into the pits. But it's interesting that you say that, Frankie. It'll be interesting to see if Brian Fourie is going to be managed to do the entire 6 hours. I remember with the last 6 hour race, we did France Hubert actually pulled an entire 6 hour stint. It was quite hectic, and he managed to finish, I think he was like around about 3rd or 4th overall after the checkered flag came out. But let's see if Brian Fourie can pull with something similar.
Well, Jason Coetzee, and he is still just under a second behind Jacques Botha. They're going past one of these slower HPDs. It might be Peter van der Spey that they just passed there. I'm not 100% sure. I think it is Captain Pete. Either way, Coetzee, he's still going after Botha. He's dropped down now from 0.9 to 1.1 seconds behind Botha. That's because of the back marker as Stewie White makes his way in pit lane. And FC, as he goes down pit lane, interesting information, he holds a lap record at Killarney of a 1 minute 6 in a Janetta. And that is the current lap record at Killarney International Raceway, and it's been held by this young man, Stuart White.
1 hour 12 minutes into the 6 hour race. We're about 2.5 minutes away from just taking another quick break here from the commentary team side as the drivers start diving into the pits again. Stewie White diving in there after 35 laps with that car, the number 16 car, on the not picking up the team name here for them right now. SS Motorsport, there we go. That is so we have Sol Hack and Chasen Bright that'll be with him there as well. So let's see if they do a driver swap or if they're just going to stick out there and just do a normal pit stop and see what happens with the rest of the teams.
Well, you can see how long it takes in the pits, and you're sitting and you're waiting and you see cars just run through Eau Rouge and Radial, and you think to yourself, who is that? Is that somebody's fighting with me for track position, or is it a back marker? And you sit and you sit and you sit and you think into that computer, please release me, let me get out of here. Stevie White in that number 16 SS Motorsport P217 rolls out of a pit lane, and he'll rejoin on the Kemmel Straight. There he goes. Kemmel Straight will be there on his left hand side. There's a Kemmel Straight, don't cross the line, and off Stevie White goes.
Down the Kemmel Straight they go into the Lacombe section. Stewie White not doing a driver swap just yet, just doing a standard pit stop there in that number 16 LMP2 car, now down in 8th position. Right behind him is the Masters car there of Johan Engelbrecht, the leader of the Masters group out there, and doing a brilliant job of it, keeping ahead of the rest of the team. He's got about a 23-second lead ahead of the rest of the Masters guys, and sticking right there on the case of Stewie White in that 9th position.
Well, Stuart White sitting in P8, Engelbrecht in P9, and Robbie Teens in P10. So not only are these two first and second in class, but they are in the top 10 as well. Engelbrecht in P9, and that man, Robbie Teens, in P10. Cyril Ginsberg, a replay here of Cyril, making his way into the right hand. Does he do a swapper? Yep, he does do a swapper, almost as a swapper, but keeps the car going once again.
He seems to have lost it. Cyril losing the track there a little bit again, losing the tail end of that car now. Riding on board with Brian Fourie. Let's see it. He's got a replay out there. Let's see what went wrong for him. Ooh, locking up those front brakes heading into, that looks like, yeah, it is the chicane section, the final section, just before you get onto the main straight down into Lakecombs. But riding back on board there with Robbie Teens, the number 5 car, sitting there in a 10th position overall, second in class in that number 5 car, 23 seconds behind Johan Engelbrecht.
Well, have a look there with 1 hour 15 gone. FC, look at that top 5. They're all diving into pit lane. So this seems to be the second round of pit stops.
Just in time before we take that short break, we just caught them in time to see that pit lane jumps for these guys, and I wonder if this is, we're going to see some driver changes out here.
Woo, look at them piling down pit road. This is going to be entertaining stuff. There's cars going through on your right-hand side of the screen, their left-hand side, as this group of front runners are now making their way into the pits for their second stop with 1 hour 16 minutes done. Whose pit crew can work the quickest and get them out before the other one? That is the question.
Oh, let's see, somebody else is in, and it looks like Byron Mitchell in the number 9 car. They've done a bit of a driver swap, and it is Team IRSA Green that seems to have led them out firstly in the number 71 car. We've seen Corne Breet. He's still the man leading them out. Then Julian Familiaris, he's the first man out of the pits. It was our race leader who was Dolenchek that was leading it, and it's now Julian Familiaris that takes over there from him. And he's out of the pits, sitting there in that second position.
Well, Troy is quick. This young man, Julian Familiaris, is very, very quick. So Zach Forster will take over from Buerta. He'll take over from Jacques Buerta, that 888 car of Team IRSA Racing Black. So here comes Forster, and right behind him is that 9 car with Byron Mitchell in that number 9 Delara P217. So now it is Forster versus Mitchell. It was Buerta versus Kutsia. It's now Forster versus Mitchell as we look at Andre Steenkamp. He sits there in that 16th position overall on track, Andre Steenkamp, and he making his way around with the Fanatec racing outfit, that number 16 at 246, Andre Steenkamp and Bigfoot Racing.
Well, at this stage of the fight, Corne Breed has not dived into the pits yet, so he's leading the race out there in the 71, followed by Julian Familiaris, who's taken over from Troy Dolenschenk in that number 17. Gerald Fourie sits there in that third position. He's taken over the number 23 car from the Terbium Racing crew of Jared Waberski. And then we've got Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell's made it past Zach Forster. We've seen the 9 and 888 battle out there before, but right on the get-go, Zach Forster loses that position to Byron Mitchell, and he's now got to work for it to get back into that 4th position.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Zach is a pretty good racer, but Byron Mitchell, good on iRacing, good out on Kalani. This young man raced karts at the Western Province karting section. He races Class S in the Formula Libras. He's a man that does 108s around Kalani on 4 wheels and did a stint in Clubman's. He does GTI Challenge as well, does Byron Mitchell, and he made the move there on Forster, and he's now 0.5 of a second ahead there of Forster as Forster chases down Mitchell into Les Sources.
John T. Weiss, he's taken over there from John Henry Vaughan in the number 18 car, with Stewie White still in there in the number 16, and then we've got the first of the Masters in 8th position, Johan Engelbrecht in the number 2.
Right, so Johan Engelbrecht sits there at P8 and leading the Masters category in the Honda HPD, and he is P1 in class, P8 overall, P9 overall, and second in class is the Toyota Racing Kazoo outfit of Robbie Teens, and he's 25 seconds behind Engelbrecht. There's a huge gap between Johan and Robbie. Carl Walcher is the next man out on track, but he's not in the Masters. The next Master that is in 3rd position is 12th overall. That's the 22 of Peter Hubert, and he's 3.7 seconds behind the 11th place man is Peter Hubert, and Peter sitting 3rd in a class. 4th in class, 13 overall is at 33 car of Sean McCarthy, and a big thanks to Sean McCarthy of Sujin Properties. They are the sponsor of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, but 1 hour 20 minutes into this race, we're going to take a short break again, and we'll see you again shortly.
1 hour 48 that has already elapsed of this 6-hour race. A big thanks to Sujin Properties for the sponsorship of this event, putting up prize money in both classes. And well, it's fantastic to have all the big names and numbers out there. A couple of driver changes that have happened already. There's Julian Familiaris, he's leading out, and that is the team Let's Go, and that's in the 17 car, so having just done the driver change there. And then that second place also having done a driver change, that's Terbium Racing, and they are out in that second position. And the man behind the steering wheel there is Gerald Ferry, also a very quick consummate driver that we don't often see on the Sports and GT platform at all, but doing a brilliant job out there. Only 18 seconds between himself and the lead team. Well, Byron Mitchell and the boys are getting in on the act as well. Byron Mitchell that we're accustomed to watching out on the main circuit. As for Durant Motorsport, that's the leading Durant Motorsport team. They're 9 seconds off the Terbium Racing team that's just ahead of them. Third overall in the race and third out on circuit. Then Zach Foster, a man that we're also accustomed to seeing up in the top echelons. And Zach Foster is in the first of the IRSA teams, that's Team Black, in the 888 car, finding himself about 40 odd seconds in total off the lead car in this race with 1 hour 47 that's gone. John T. Weiss, another man that we're accustomed to seeing out on the main circuit down here at Killarney International, 27 seconds further back, and rounding out the top 5. That's the second of the Durant Motorsport teams that's out there. And still very close in terms of the overall picture, if you think about it, in terms of not even 2 hours out of a 6-hour race. Less than a third of the race gone, probably around about 26-27% of the race that's gone now. Another name we don't see on a regular basis, that is a Jaco Steyn, and he is in the IRSA Green team. That's the second of the IRSA team. So Durant Motorsport and IRSA sharing third, fourth, fifth and sixth positions out there, so there's a lot of pride that's involved in that one as well. Keegan Campos back out on circuit, and Keegan Campos not where they would like to be whatsoever. The PPG team down 1.4 seconds there behind the IRSA, and they will fancy themselves to get a whole heap closer to the front end of the field before today's racing is over. And they are there in 7th, just ahead of the SS team. And the SS team, Saul Hack now behind the steering wheel. Saul Hack undoubtedly very capable. He's got Jason Bright and Stewie White, the international racer, in the same team with him. Willem Botha, the first of the next class out there. That's our Masters class, Willem Botha. And well, he's got a 20-second gap on Carl Wiltshire, so the Wiltshire boys are doing a pretty decent job. The TMSA Babalas Racing team taking on of the older hands there, just 20 seconds in it after almost 2 hours. That's pretty much nothing. And then next up is Team Willem Pina, and Willem Pina has got close attendance there from behind from Davy Joubert. As you can see, they come in there under braking. Nothing much between them as they work their way down straight towards one of the most iconic corners, if you can call it a corner. It's just a quick little scribble left, a quick little scribble to the right and a quick left. But the catch is, frankly, you do it at 320 kilometers an hour, and that makes it kind of hectic.
Yeah, well, if you are in a Formula 1 car, you're doing 320 k's an hour. Trust me, these boys are doing exactly the same thing as well. These Dallara P217s and Honda HPD prototype cars are super quick in a straight line. Yes, the Dallara is slightly quicker, but not that much quicker than what the HPD. So a replayer of John T. Weiss in car number 18. Let's have a look, see what happened to John T, and does a tail swapper going into that chicane that leads you back onto the main straight. Now, quite a few drivers today so far in the 6 hour have got it wrong at exactly that same spot. Jaco Steyn in the 71 car. Jaco Steyn for IRSA Green, also making a mistake and almost hitting the tyre wall there. And I think that was at Lake Com, it looked like, if I just picked up the scenery correctly there in the background. So, back up to your race leader, car number 17, Julian Familiaris in team Let's Go Racing. They are 15.7 seconds ahead of the 23 car of Gerald Fourie. That's in that second position of Team Terbium Racing. That's Gerald Fourie in that second spot. Then in third place we have the number 9 car of Durant Motorsport team. That is Byron Mitchell. And Byron 8.6 seconds behind Gerald Fourie. Zach Foster sits there in fourth place. He's 10.8 seconds behind in the Team IRSA Black. And Zach Foster was also one of those drivers last year that took part in that Aussie V8 Supercar series that Gary and myself did the commentary on. And Zach making his way into that right-hander that's going into turn 1. That's La Source. And now working his way up Eau Rouge and Radial towards the Kemmel Straight, the fastest part of Spa. This is a very, very blind little hill that you climb up. You've got to set the car up where you want it before you get to the top of Eau Rouge and Radial. Otherwise, you get it completely wrong, and trust that the car will take you where it wants to go. Down the Kemmel Straight he goes into that right, left, right complex. That's Lake Com. And that is fourth place man Zach Foster for Team IRSA Racing Black. Then in P5 is John T. Weiss for Durant Motorsport. He sits out there in that fifth place and he's 31 seconds, more than a half a minute behind Zach Foster in that fourth position. So a replay here at Keegan Campos of him making his way into the pits. Oh, hugs that wall heavily there. He almost licked that wall as he made his way into a pit lane.
John T. Weiss rounding out the top 5, and a very good team effort there with John T. the Durant Motorsport. It's the second of the 2 Durant Motorsport teams, but I tell you what, John T. Weiss, we're accustomed to him being very quick in there with John Henry Vaughan, the young racer from Killarney International Raceway. And then young, I say young as well, Hilton Peters, the man that heads up the promotion side of the one of the classes at Killarney International Supercars.
Yes, Hilton Peters races supercars, yes, from the karting section up into supercars, Hilton Peters. So Herman Lazarus, a replay at Herman in the number 12 car. Let's have a look, see what happened here to him. Is that a swapper? Yes, and once again, by that
Same
chicane
spot
that takes you into pit lane or onto the main straight. So as I said earlier on, about a minute or so ago, a lot of drivers are having problems there at that chicane. So John T. Weiss sitting out there in P5. It's a replay of Foster making his way into the pits. He's a lot more smoother into the pits, didn't hug the wall like Campos did. And now John T. Weiss coming through. Gerald Mouget also making his way, down a pit lane.
Well, there's a lot of cars that's come into the pit. Gerald
Fourie,
Byron Mitchell, Zach Foster, John T. Weiss, they've all come in. The only one of the front group, as you see, they're peeling down into their spots there. The only one of the leading cars that did not go in was Julian Familiaris. That's in the lead car. Jaco Steyn will be the next man in those classes, in that same class that should be coming around. Let's see where is Steyn. Stake has decided to keep on going out on track, so him and Keegan Campos will probably make up a number of positions. Ryan Fourie picking up a bit of a problem, and frankly there's 2 corners that comes up again and again that catches the guys out.
and that is the chicane that takes you onto the pit straight. Well, either you made it through fine, or it could have been slight track limits there, but either way Jaco Steyn in the 71 keeps on going. And yeah, oh, that's track limits definitely there for Yakustein. Brian Fourie in the 172, a replay here on Brian as Brian heads.
Oh,
Well,
he tried to miss the car.
initially headed into La Source, gets there eventually, but does a bit of dirt tracking before he gets there into La Source.
Oh, yeah, the lead car coming in. The team Let's Go is on their way into the pits. That is the leading car of Julian Familiaris now. Where is Gerald Fourie? Gerald Fourie has already been into the pits and he's come out again of the pit lane. So it's going to be a case now of can he get past the exit to the pits quick enough before Julian Familiaris actually comes out of the pits. I think Julian's going to have a big enough gap. I think Julian will come out on circuit in time.
Yeah, let's wait and see what happens there after that pit stop with the Familiaris in there. Gerald Fourie in the second position, the number 23, riding on board with him. So they now going to try to pick up where they are on the circuit.
Coming up towards the famous right-hand, left-hand spin around, all go into the front main.
Yeah, that's it. That is the chicane section going down into the main straight and then heading into turn one. That is Gerald Fourie, who is now coming past there, and our race leader is still in the pits. So let's see if he can get going. Nope, not yet. And it is Gerald Fourie, unless he's a couple of laps behind. I don't think that is the case. But Julian Familiaris still in the pit lane as the number 23. Yeah, now takes that lead away there as the number 17 finally gets going. Drops down another position as he loses that out to Yakustein.
Yeah, Yakustein that came through there, blindingly quick through there. Where is Byron Mitchell? How far back is Byron Mitchell? Well, not that far behind. There's Byron Mitchell. And they are in the fourth position. So it's actually closed up phenomenally. 2 seconds between first and second. Another 6 seconds back to Julian in third position. 1.1 back to Byron Mitchell. And then to Zach Foster, 11.5. So if we look at the gap there in total, you're going to be looking at 21 seconds between the top five, and that after almost 2 hours of racing.
Yeah, almost 2 hours of racing down, and Byron Mitchell sitting there in that fourth position. 9 seconds behind Julian Familiaris in the Durant Motorsport number 9 car. He's right there on the case as they come down underneath that Vodafone bridge. In the pit lane, you see Stephen Koenig is dived into the pits there as Stephen McCarthy in the Masters overtakes him there. Koenig into the pits.
Byron Mitchell out there in P4 going after Familiaris. There's nothing between P3 and 4 as they go into the right-hander. It looks like they might have, is that a HPD car or HDP car I should say? Yes it is, that Byron puts a lap on there. So you can see there is a difference in speed between the P217 and the Honda HPD as Mitchell chases down third place man Julian Familiaris.
Well, it's interesting to see how the rest of the guys have managed to catch up there to Julian Familiaris. If you think back just before the driver change with Troy Dolenching, who was in that number 17 car, he had lost over the rest of the field, and that's how basically gone away. Julian Familiaris now actually 8 seconds behind the second place Yakustein, with Gerald Fourie doing very, very well up in that first position in the number 23.
So working his way through Eau Rouge and through Radion onto the Camel Straight. Oh, you don't want to put a wheel on the dirt here. It could end very, very, very ugly for you. Flat out towards the left right-hander. That is the Lacombe section of Spa-Francorchamps. As Byron works his way out of Lacombe, drops slightly down to turn 10 into Bruxelles Hairpin. Through Bruxelles he goes now. The camera of the helicopter there just being obscured by the trees here. We're in the forest here at the Spa-Francorchamps, just outside the town of Stavelot in Belgium, as Byron Mitchell uses that track and a bit more. You're allowed to go onto that white and red rumble strips. There's no problem if you use the curb there. You're not allowed to go onto that green. If you go onto that painted green, then you are nailed with the track limits. So Byron sitting out there in that 4th place, and he's 8.4 seconds behind 3rd place man Julian Familiaris.
Going through turn number 16 now, then on to turn number 17, which will take you onto the Francorchamps straight, into turn number 18, and then the final chicane section that has caught out so many people in this race already. Here we're going to dive into that chicane section now. Let's see if they can make it through there. Right, left, keeping it going. Ooh, just goes a slight walk onto that green section, down onto the main straight, and then diving into turn number 1 in 3rd place, Byron Mitchell.
Right into turn 1, into Les Source goes Mitchell, 8.99 seconds behind the Familiaris in that 3rd place. And I'll tell you what, it's a very, very stable Dallara P217 of Byron Mitchell. As you have a look at that suspension, there's no movement. That rig is set up perfectly there for Byron Mitchell in the Durant Motorsport outfit that sits there in that 3rd position. 8.9, still 8.99 seconds behind Familiaris, so not really closing up the gap on Julian at this point in time.
Yeah, that car has managed to pull a gap between himself and the 4th place man, we know, Zach Forster, in the 888, and Byron Mitchell had a bit of a dice earlier on right after they did the driver swaps at the second round of pit stops, and initially Byron Mitchell right there with him, but now has pulled a massive 21-second gap ahead there of Foster, with John T. Weiss in there in 5th position. He's almost a minute behind his sister team car there of Foster, with Jaco Steyn in the pits, and Keegan Campos sitting there in 7th position, and Solhack in 8th place in the number 16.
That is your top 8. Willem Botha, he sits in P9 in car number 2, and they are the leading Masters category, as we looked at all the different views, all the different camera angles of the Byron Mitchell Dallara P217, as he's there in that 3rd place. The gap is still very much the same between himself and Familiaris. He's got a back marker that he's going to just slap a lap on as he goes past that HPD, that Honda HPD. And leading the Masters category is Willem Botha, and he sits there in 9th place, and he's the first car that is 1 lap down. So at this point in time, only the first 8 cars with 2 hours gone, 2 hours and 3, find themselves on the lead lap. Everybody else is 1 lap or more down, or out of the race for that matter. So Willem Botha, there we go. Thierry Gazoo Racing, Willem Botha in car number 2, and he's got Johan Engelbrecht and Francois Hubert as his teammates. He leads the Masters. Carl Walsher is in P10, but the second man in the Masters sitting out there in P11 in car number 22 in the DHL sponsored Honda HPD is that man, Davy Hubert, in that 22 car for Hubert Racing. It's the entire Hubert family in that car, Davy, Swiss and Peter. It's the entire Hubert family that's taking part in that number 22 Honda HPD.
Yeah, and then behind them in the number 12th position, that is Willem Pinaar in the number 5. That's the Extreme Racing. The old boys, Willem Pinaar, have been taken over there from Robbie Teens, the comeback kid, having passed on in the car there to Willem. He sits there in that 12th position. He's about just under a minute behind the likes there of Kyle Walsher, but just 9 seconds behind Darby Hubert, the man he's chasing for that second position in the Masters class.
So replay here at Hammer Lazarus in car number 12 and the HPD number 12. Let's have a look, see here. He turns it right, and once again by that pit entrance gets it slightly wrong. And FC, I know I'm repeating myself, but it's quite often that we see the guys make the mistake at that same point, heading towards the end of the lap or going into pit lane.
Yeah, definitely a very, very tricky section of the track there. The other section that's quite difficult is that turn 1, the
Les Sauce.
La Sauce corner there for the guys just before they head down that short little straight up to Owen.
You're going to be careful there because you've got to pinch turn 1. And if you pinch it too much, you hit the pit wall on your right-hand side. That's another tricky part there of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. But Willem Pinaar sitting out there in that 12th position, and he is 3rd overall in the Masters category in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Honda HPD, 12th on track and 3rd in class, and then 13th on track and 4th in class, Stephen McCarthy of the Sujin Property Developments, who are the main sponsor of this one. Sean was in that car earlier on. He's handed over to his brother Stephen, and Stephen McCarthy sitting 13th overall but 4th in the Masters category.
Yeah, it's 14th overall, and then 10th for the LMP2 cars there. That is Brian Free in the 172. That is for AB Racing. Brian Free, the man who's been doing it all on his own so far. He's been behind the steering wheel of that car for 2 hours 7 minutes so far, and I must say not doing too bad considering that he's taking this long stint on all by himself, currently sitting there in that 14th position overall. In 15th place there for Bigfoot Racing, that is the number 246 car of Johannes van der Merwe, and they previously the car was championed there by Andre Steenkamp, and are now in the hands there of JJ van der Merwe.
What that Fanatec sponsor, and for people that don't know, Fanatec is sim racing rigs and sim racing outfits, which is the seat and the steering wheel and all those equipment that comes with a sim rig, and the Fanatec is one of the rigs that you can buy. 16th position is the G-Drive HPD of Leonardo Beccari, and he sits 16 overall on track in that 72 car, and his teammates there is Sandro Beccari and Timothy Stanton, and Sandro out there in that 16th position overall on track with the HPD.
Then in the 7th place, 17th place there, should I say, the number 13 of Ian Riddle, and earlier we saw that car in Timo Riddle, that is Ian Riddle out there in the number 13 car, and it looks like he was in the, that is a Team Juno, shall I say, Peter van der Spey and Gerald Maget earlier out in that car, and he's sitting there is 17th overall.
Yeah, so here we go to Herman Lazarus. He's out there in 19th position on track, and Herman has had 2 pit stops so far. As a matter of fact, there's a couple of drivers that had more pit stops, drivers like Keegan Campos. He's been in 5 times. He's had lots of issues out there, but Herman Lazarus in that 19th position. He's had 2 pit stops so far as Herman, and he's gone down 2 positions. And those are the only 19 cars, FC, my facts are right, that we've got left in this race. We had about 24 cars. We had 24 cars that took to the grid, and we've lost car 94 of car 003, car 14, car 25, and car 24. Those are the cars that we have lost. Only 19 cars out on track with 2 hours and 10 minutes almost done.
Yeah, unfortunately, having lost those 5 cars, Tate Bishop was behind the wheel of the 94 when they lost that one. Wayne Wortley in the 003, Natium Simanga in the number 14, Jonathan Selby in the 25, and Brad Liebenberg in the 24.
Well, positions gained and positions lost at this point in time. Dawie Hubert has gone up 5, Willem Pinaar has gone up 7 positions, Johannes van der Merwe has gone up 6 positions. For the drivers that are still in it, it is basically Saul Hack that has lost 4 positions. Never mind the drivers that are out. I mean, that's a whole lot of positions that they have lost, but it's basically Saul that's lost the most positions so far, FC. He's dropped down 4 places, but Pinaar has gained 7.
Yeah, Willem Pinaar has that number 5, that is Willem Pinaar, Robert Teens, have done a brilliant job there to find themselves in that 2nd position in the Masters class, an 12th overall, and having gained 7 positions since the start of the race.
Well, that 23 Delara being powered around this circuit currently by Gerald Fourie, who's gone up 2 positions, finds himself in P1. Well, but Familiaris there in second, Mitchell in third. That is your top 3 at this point in time. Gerald Fourie, car 23 in Terabum Racing, sitting out there in that first position, with the Familiaris in second, and Julian has lost 1 position, but that's understandable. Julian sitting out there in P2 is 2.6 seconds behind Gerald, that sits out there in P1. And then Mitchell is in third place. He's 7.5 seconds behind Familiaris, but he in turn is 12 seconds plus, 12.1 FC ahead of the man in P4, Zach Foster, as we look at Mitchell. And there is the man that I just spoke about, Zach Foster, sitting in that 4th place, 12 seconds behind third place man Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, as you said there, Frankie, 12 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. There is the 888 of Zach Foster in the IRSA black team. He's sitting there in that 4th position. Behind them in the number 18 car, that is John T. Weiss. He's about 35 seconds down there from the car there of the IRSA black car, Zach Foster. But riding there with John T. Weiss in the number 18 for Tirant Motorsport. Not doing too bad out there, staying right there with the guys and managing to keep that space between himself and Keegan Campos quite steadily as well at 34 seconds.
And does he get it right? Yes, he does, at our famous chicane. That takes us back onto the main straight. John T. Weiss, for those that don't know John T. Weiss, he used to race Formula Libre Class C at Killarney in one of these Formula V cars, and still campaigns, as a matter of fact, the main circuit with the Class C Formula V in the Formula Libre single-seater category, and a pretty decent racing driver at that is John T. Weiss, and he sits there in that 5th position representing Durant Motorsport.
Down in the 6th position, we've got Keegan Campos in the number 15. We've seen some scary moments out there for them earlier on in the race, but they're sitting there in a comfortable 6th position. Oh, well, I say comfortable, but also not that comfortable in that Team PPG number 15 car there for Keegan Campos, because he's only 4.7 seconds there ahead of Jaco Steyn in the 71 car. And I mean, a small mistake could bring Steyn right back into it. Riding there with him now in the Team IRSA green 71 car, that is Jaco Steyn, now putting a lap there on the Masters car of Ian Riddle.
Yeah, Riddle just keeping out the way there and allowing the IRSA Racing green car number 71 of Jaco Steyn past. Jaco sitting out there in that 7th position, and his teammate is Corne Breed now, FC, on our WhatsApp group that we are on, Gary, myself, Gavin, and a few others. The pedigree of Corne Breed and this Jaco Steyn, what they've achieved in IRSA racing is incredible. They have won LMP2 championships, they've won LMP1 championships, and they are currently rated in the top 5, if not the top 3 iRacers in South Africa. And guys like Corne and Jaco have been penciled in by the iRacing SA group to defend their titles. So he and his teammate Corne, 2 pretty decent iRacing drivers in the country at this point in time, and they're in the top 10. They're sitting there in that 7th position, of course, with Jaco Steyn behind the wheel.
Well, Frankie, it's a testimony of the pedigree or the quality of the races we have out there today. If you have people with such a high pedigree like Corne Breed and Jaco Steyn sitting there only in 7th position, that says a lot about the whole entire field that these guys are racing against.
Now, I'll tell you what, every single one of these drivers out there, even those that are not in the race anymore, they are damn good real racers and iRacers. As you see the track map there of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. The lap record is held by Valtteri Bottas on this circuit, to be quite honest with you, and it's a long track. FC, one lap is about 7 kilometers long.
Yeah, it is one of the longest tracks out there on in modern motorsport as we know it, and interesting just to see how these guys fare out there. Going to a replay there of Davy Hubert into, let's see what happens here. Runs a bit high up onto that curb and just pitches it completely sideways.
Yeah, you'll get that DHL Honda HPD back up and going again. Off goes Davy Hubert once again into the distance, and Davy Hubert is sitting out there in that 11th position. So we go back to Jaco Steyn, that's there in P7. We were just chatting earlier about him and Cornet in the top 10 in 7th, and they're 6.2 seconds behind Keegan Campos, and man, they're over 40 seconds ahead of the 54 car of Carl Wiltshire that is there in P8.
Wiltshire sitting there in P8 in that number 54 car. He's about 40 seconds behind Jaco Steyn, with Willem Botha, the first of the Masters, around about 17 seconds behind him. So Carl Wiltshire just managing his own race out there in that 8th position. I don't see anything major happening or changing there in that position right now. It is still a long ways to go. We're only 2 hours 17 minutes into this race of 6 hours, so a lot can still happen, but Carl Wiltshire being very stable out there in that 8th position, with about 39 seconds ahead of him to Jaco Steyn and 17 seconds down to the first of the Masters in Willem Botha.
Yeah, the first of the Masters is the next man on track. He sits in P9, that is Botha, and he's 18 seconds behind the man you see there, Carl Wiltshire. So Willem Botha in the top 10 in P9, and he's leading the category, but there's a lovely fight going on for P1 and P2. Familiaris only just under 7/10 of a second chasing down Gerald Fourie, and that's the two of them you see going through Eau Rouge and Radion at this point in time as they race onto that Kemmel Straight. Will he catch him? He's 5/10 of a second behind him. Will he pick up the slipstream? 4/10 of a second behind him. He's got the slipstream, but unfortunately, FC, they don't have DRS.
Yeah, unfortunately, no DRS like in Formula One, and not close enough to do something yet there. But it is Gerald Fourie that still leads them going through that corner section there, down into Bruxelles now. That's turn number 10. It is the 23 of Gerald Fourie leading them, but look at this, Frankie, that number 17 of Julian Familiaris is creeping ever closer and closer.
Oh, they're going to be careful for track limits. They were okay there, but it was touch and go for both Gerald and Julian as they worked their way out of Bruxelles. Now they're heading down towards, there's a right hand at the bottom. The second part of that right hand is actually Stavelot, and that's named after the town that circuit the Spa-Francorchamps is at. They could possibly be going through that part of the track now. As a matter of fact, yes they are. They've just gone through that double right-hander that is Stavelot. Now they're going to go towards Blanchimont. That gets pretty quick as they head towards Blanchimont, and here comes Familiaris. Julian wants to get past. They are going as quick as they can through Blanchimont. Now you've got to climb on the gas for that chicane. Yeah, they're into that chicane now. Now they'll turn it left. There's the pit entrance on their right-hand side. Onto the home straight to go. FC 2/10 of a second. There's nothing at this point in time between Julian and Gerald. That's just there ahead of him.
Yeah, definitely nothing in between the two of them there. This is race on for these guys now for that first position. It is Fourie from Familiaris. Down the main straight they go now into Eau Rouge. They're going to take that left up the hill into that blind left and right, and then down at the Kimmel Straight they go now. This is going to be it. If they're going to do it, this is going to be it. Side by side they go down the Kimmel Straight. Who's going to be first into the corner? Round the outside he goes, and it is Julian Familiaris that sits on that outside. Can he close it? He does, just in time, ahead there of Gerald Fourie.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that was a Troy Dollarcheck out there, he would not have yielded to Familiaris, but he won't mind because he's got Julian in his team. So Troy will say, okay, but you just keep on doing this. We're back in the lead again. We're 0.5 of a second ahead of Gerald. Let's get the hot laps in now and try and pull away there from Fourie in that second position. Mitchell's still out there in third, but he's losing ground. He's 11.7, almost 12 seconds FC behind this fight for first and second is Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, around about 11.7 seconds there behind that one, as Familiaris is now pulling away from Fourie at a blinding pace, already 0.6 or 0.7 seconds ahead there of Fourie is Familiaris, as he's now going to put in the blindingly quick laps to build up that buffer again that he's lost out after the pit stop sections.
Look at that speed there on the bottom right hand side. There you can see the speed in kilometers an hour and the gear that Mitchell is in, and now Fourie, as the two of them race out there for P1 and P2. And if my facts are right, the last time they did pit stops was on lap 55 and lap 54. We are now currently on lap 68 as the two of them head now towards turn 1, the source.
Into the source they go, your leader Familiaris in that number 17, riding on board with Gerald Fourie now, the number 23, as he tries to stay in touch there, but now already a second behind Familiaris as they go into Eau Rouge and Radleon, and then up into the Kimmel Straight. And this is where he's going to lose out again. That's where he lost the position, right at the end of this long, fast straight here at Francorchamps. That is Gerald Fourie in second position, and look, they're even starting to pull away from Byron Mitchell.
Well, we'll have a look at a replay here with the Peter van der Spey as he darts out and goes. Is he going to lose the tail end of that HPD? Yes, he does. Right there by that Vodafone board, he loses the tail end, loses a bit of ground, and keeps on going once again. But Fourie is now 1.2 seconds behind Familiaris, so Julian is now pulling the pin and wants to disappear down the highway as they go into that left-hander. Julian and Gerald sitting first and second. Man, Familiaris is pushing hard. He's now almost 1.5 seconds there ahead of Fourie as they work their way around. Man, I'll tell you what, still 11.7 seconds is Mitchell in that third place, and then we'll keep an eye there on Mitchell. And Forster 12.9 seconds behind him, Weiss 40 seconds behind him. So FC, the gaps are beginning to get bigger and bigger. If you look there from Forster all the way down to about Weiss and Campos, there are pretty big gaps between those drivers out there. And we're not there yet. We've only done almost 2.5 hours, 2 hours 24 to be exact. And I think the drivers should be thinking round about now about a third round of pit stops, that they can just get out of those rigs and have a cool drink or something and just stretch the legs and hand over to the second driver, or the third driver for that matter.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, Sway Schubert, just watching that replay, Sway Schubert going off track there and bouncing all over the place and getting it back onto the circuit now. But interesting thing, folks, if you look on your timing screens at the left-hand side there with the positions, that number on the right-hand side of that, that is your penalty point. So moments that you've made mistakes or gone off track. And then once you reach, I think it's around about 40 penalty points, then you have to go for a drive-through penalty. So Julian Familiaris is only on 23 of them. Gerald Fourie is already on 85. So if my maths are correct, that would be 2 drive-through penalties already.
Willem's only got 21, and Stephen McCarthy only 13th. Willem Pina only 12 mistakes that he's made out there. He's on a 12X. And the most was made by Fourie. He's done 85 issues. He's got 85 X. He's made mistakes of some form of another, be it spinning off, be it track limits, whatever the case may be, speeding in pit lane, whatever. And he's the driver out there in second place, FC, with the most, let's call it driver penalties in inverted commas so far.
riding on board there with Leonardo Beccari in the number 72 car. That let's see what happens here with him. This is a replay. Decides to dive into the pits and almost
I think
that
he was
pit
indecision at that point in time. You want, do I, don't I, do I? Yeah, let's go in. So Sander Beccari goes into pit lane. Willem Botha,
very sideways. Willem Botha cutting back just in time for that. Willem Botha making a mistake there. That is the leader for the Masters Series in the Gazoo Racing HDP Honda out there for the Masters class. And he got it very, very sideways.
Well, that is Willem Botha. He sits first in class. Stephen McCarthy in P11 is second in class in the Sujin motor car, sitting out there in that 11th position. That is second in the Masters, making his way through that little chicane complex that goes back onto the home straight once again. And takes you back down into La Source, turn number 1, 4th gear, 3rd gear, 2nd gear. He goes through there in 1st gear, as a matter of fact. Now, we'll watch Stephen wind this HPD up through the gearbox. He goes 3rd gear, 205 k's an hour, 4th gear, 220 odd, 5th gear, touching 240, 6th gear. Will take him, brought him back down to about 230 odd, but now he'll go over 250, he'll go over 260 for that matter, because this is very quick up that Camel Straight towards Lake Com. He's in 6th gear at 268 k's an hour before he hits the brake pedal into the left-right complex that is known as Lake Com.
Yeah, and then down into turn number 10, which is the Bruxelles corner, then down turn number 11 into Puhon, which is turn number 12. There he goes through Bruxelles now, that hairpin. And then you have that slight left-hander, that's turn 11. Riding on board there with Stephen McCarthy in the number 33. Then turn number 12, which will be that long left-hander, Puhon, into the campus section, which is turn 13, 14, into Stavelot, which is turn number 15, basically forming that S there with campus and Stavelot.
Right, so there he goes through that section that FC just mentioned to you now. Blanchimard will be waiting for him, not quite at Blanchimard yet. He's heading towards Blanchimard. That's to the Stavelot area that he's going now, and he'll wind it up towards Blanchimard. That's pretty quick as you head towards Blanchimard. And you pick up a lot of speed through this part of the circuit that is going now. Blanchimard's round about turn 17. Somewhere around there on the track is the Blanchimard piece of the Spa circuit. Now he's done with Blanchimard and he goes into the pit lane. Goes to that little that little chicane complex and brings the number 33 car into pit lane. And this will be, I think, the 3rd pit stop for the 33 car.
Yeah, Stephen McCarthy diving into the pits there. 2 hours 29 minutes and just a couple of seconds there brings out the next pit stop there for Stephen McCarthy, and we should be seeing a lot of the guys diving into the pits pretty soon now. Lap 71 so far in this race, still being led there by Julian Familiaris. Let's go for this replay here. Kyle Wiltshire, let's see what he does. Does he get it wrong there? Does he make contact? Ooh, climbs onto that curb, and that just pitches him completely sideways and plants him into the barrier.
Well, you cannot get it wrong anywhere on the Spa-Francorchamps. Oh, Stephen McCarthy still making his way to the pits. He went down past what we called earlier on the Formula 1 pits, then turned right there by La Source, but on the inside of the wall. Now all the way up there, your pit area is very, very close to where Eau Rouge is. Willem Botha is also in the pits. You see both cars there in the pits, which means that Francois Hubert will move up into P9 and first into the he's still in the pits. Well, he's dropping down the leaderboard. Well, he's still classified as the leader, even though they are doing a driver change. That team is still classified as, so far, still as P1 in the Masters class.
Yeah, Francois Hubert getting back in the car, but now riding in second place for the Masters. That is JJ van der Merwe. That is there in 11th position. He's way down if you compare it. He's only going into, what section is this? Let's see here. It looks like he's still quite a bit away from that main straight.
It looks like Blanchemont.
Yeah, Blanchemont, as Hubert is already out of the pits. So JJ van der Merwe not doing enough there to catch up to him. We know they were quite far behind going into that final chicane section, and he dives now into the pits to, will probably also do a driver change now.
So the 246 car making its way into the pit area. Will you hand that over to Wayne Camage? Remember, Wayne Camage isn't or hasn't had a stint yet. Camage, I'm sure you'll jump into that 246 car now. Here comes the number 5 car of Willem Pina. Will he go into pits? No, he doesn't. He keeps on going through. So the number 12 car, the number 5 car sitting in 12th position. That is the Extreme Racing team. That's Pina and Tings making his way through. Here comes Swayze Hubert also working his way through. They're up there in that 22 car. That's the Hubert racing car. And then number 33 car in P14, that's Dr. Mike Vera, 8 call 247, and Sujin, the sponsors of that car that he is teaming up with the McCarthy brothers. So let's have a look. Yeah, Fourie making his way into the pits, and if you look at the fastest times there, Gerald's done a 3:01. And is there anybody else that's done quicker than that, as Byron Mitchell rolls down pit lane?
Yeah, the closest other guys to that was Keegan Campos, who did 300 kilometers an hour, and Tate Bishop, before he retired, also did a 3:01. But Zach Forster also into the pits, so all the front runners except for Julian Familiaris now diving into the pits. Now would be the time for Familiaris to put in some stonker laps there to get a bit more of a gap between himself and the rest of the crew. Will he pit pretty soon, or will he continue doing another stint before, or another couple of laps before diving into the pits?
Well, Jonty Weiss and Jaco Steyn also need to still make their way into the pit area. Let's have a look. See, this is heading towards the pits for Jonty Weiss, and no, Jonty Weiss goes through. Jonty Weiss will move up a couple of positions here, as he has not made his way into the pit area. Stays out there in 5th, does Jonty Weiss, but he has not made that 4th pit stop yet, as Jonty Weiss in car number 18 for Durant Motorsport, still running out there in P5, as Jason Kutsia makes his way into the pit area.
Yeah, Jonty Weiss moving up into that 2nd position, as Zach Forster and Jared Waberski, all of those guys are not yet out of the pits. They are in the pit lane, exiting the pits now. Keegan Campos, he's pitted there in 8th position. And but at this stage of the fight, Julian Familiaris in 17th position. Jonty Weiss sitting in 2nd place with that number 18 car. Zach Foster now dropping down the field, as Jared Waberski is now back in the number 23 car and will try to catch up to those front runners. He's out ahead of Zach Foster and Jason Kutsia, and as well as Jaco Steyn.
I took over there from Gerald Fourie, did Jared Waberski, and Gerald's handed over to him. He's back out on track. They are currently in 3rd place, but 34.7, almost 35 seconds behind Jonty Weiss, as that number 23 car sitting in P3 of Jared Waberski in that Delara P217. So Jonty Weiss, I did say he'd move up a couple of positions. He stayed in 5th for a while until he went past everybody on, remember, the pit is on the other side of the Formula 1 pit, and the moment he cleared them, he moved up from P5 to P2, as we stay with Waberski in that 3rd position.
Yeah, but remember also Jonty Weiss has not yet pitted. Correct. And he still needs to put in a pit stop, so he needs to get in a lot of time there ahead of the rest of the guys if he wants to maintain that position. Familiaris out there in P1, he also needs to do that 4th stop to stay ahead of the rest of the field, but he was in the lead before everybody ducked down into the pits. So let's see Does it count in his favour to start a bit longer, or is his tyres already that shot that the others are going to start gaining on him, and it could negate whatever position he had?
So Jonty Weiss makes his way into pits. Now, Julian Familiaris, according to the leaderboard, is 5 Ks down the road behind Familiaris, 5.2. So if he makes his pit stop, Julian makes a pit stop afterwards. Oh, there's a situation out there in Les Sources. We'll have a look, see who was all involved there. The 15 car of Keegan Campos is making his way into Les Sources, and he gets himself swapped around, and there is almost contact between himself and I think it's a 12 car of Cyril Ginsberg, yes.
In the pits now, Jonty Weiss, as he starts dropping down all the way down to 4th, as Zak Forster and Jason Kutsia and Jaco Steyn comes past him. Let's see if Sol Hack will make it past him. But Familiaris into the pits now as well. So that is our race leader that has dived into the pits. Let's see where this number 17 car comes out after his pit stop.
Well, the leaderboard showed that he was 5 Ks ahead of who then was in second place. I don't think he's going to hold on to that lead, Bold Julian. I think he might just lose it out. But we'll have a look and see. Waberski sits now in that second place. Forster's there in third. Where on the track is Jared Waberski? He's going through. Is that Blanchimont that he's going through? It looks like it. As he goes into the right. No, he's not quite at Blanchimont yet. He's Waberski. So we'll have a look, see.
Keeping in mind, Frankie, he was in the lead before everybody else dived into the pits.
Umpi Swart has now taken over that motor car from Familiaris.
So Yuri Swart taking the lead of, or taking the wheel of the number 17 car there. Let's see what happens when that car gets going. He was in the lead before everybody started diving into the pits. Did Julian Familiaris do enough to maintain that lead during these last couple of laps that he did? Or is Yuri going to have to fight his way back into the lead? Coming out of the chicane section now is your second place man, Jared Waberski. And it looks like Yuri Swart is already on the move. And doesn't look like, yeah, there he is moving already. That's a replay of him leaving the pits. So it looks like that team's done enough for Yuri Swart to basically inherit that lead from his teammate.
Yeah, well, he was... Familiaris was 5 kilometers down the road ahead of second place man, and the scoreboard to me was a bit deceiving. I thought he wouldn't hang on to it, so car number 17, in other words, pits in P1 and works his way out of the pits, and he still is there in P1, and as you can see, 20.4 seconds ahead there of Waberski. That's in that second place. Zak Forster is there in that third position, and he's 1 minute and 1 second behind second place man Waberski. Jaco Steyn still needs to go make a pit stop, so Zak Forster is in that third position. Jason Kutsia sits out there in fourth, and he is only 1.6 seconds behind him, so that is a little fight on the track with 2 hours and almost 40 minutes down there between Forster and Kutsia crowding that back. You can see the Forster car just ahead there of the Durant Motorsport team of Kutsia. There is Forster and there is Kutsia. The two of them right there with each other. 1.3 seconds between that man and the man just behind him there, namely Jason Kutsia.
I look forward to seeing what's going to happen between these two, as the two of them have been at it since the start of this race. We saw Jason Kutsia moving up the ranks, getting past Forster, and then making that mistake, running a bit wide after passing, then getting back right up to him. Then his teammate took over the car, had a nice battle there with Forster, eventually took that third position, and now after the pit stops, that number 9 car's dropped back to fourth. It'll be interesting to see what Jason Kutsia could do with that one. Looking back from Zak Forster there, as how he's being hounded there by that number 9, who now gets stuck behind one of the Masters cars as they come down the main straight.
Right, under the Circuit Spa Francorchamps bridge, they go into turn 1 into Les Sources. That's a fight for P3 Look at that right rear suspension there of the IRSA black Zak Foster car as it makes its way through Eau Rouge and Radion and heading on to the Camel Straight. If he looks in his mirror, he'll know and he'll see that right behind him is Jason Coetzee, young man that does very well in karting and races main circuit GTI Challenge Class A. Does Jason Coetzee, and he is sitting there in that fourth position, 1 second behind Zak Foster in third.
Yeah, that times are going up and down there, just to under a second throughout the different corners on the lap. About 7 seconds behind them is the number 5 car or in the 71 car in fifth place of Jaco Steyn. He's sitting there around about 7 seconds behind them, and then a 55 seconds back from that in sixth place, the number 16 car of Sol Hack as he comes down that main straight now up to Eau Rouge.
Now, Solak, teammate there of Stevie White, is a Solak. Solak takes part in our Extreme Supercar Championship. That's part of our national championships here in South Africa. And Solak, a pretty decent racing driver himself, but he is 53 seconds behind Jaco Steyn. That's there in that fifth position. Hilton Peters is only 7.2 seconds behind Saul, and Hilton is there in that seventh position. Dr. Mike Verrier in car number 33 sitting out there in 15th position, but it is a fight. It is a fight there for that fourth position between Mike Verrier, as Mike Verrier FC got gun sight set on that car just there ahead of him.
Yeah, target lock there on JJ van der Merwe. That's third and fourth as they battle it out there, riding on board with Mike Verrier. Fourth and fifth there, shall I say, for Mike Verrier and JJ van der Merwe. JJ van der Merwe just ahead there, but there's less than half a second in between the two of them. It drops down to about 0.2 seconds at various stages as they go down that section. I think that's into the Lake Holmes section, as one of the LMP2 cars comes and plays a part in that race. Just look at how quick those cars are. That is very, very quick there for Sol Hack.
Oh, that was going into Blanchimont. Now they go into the S's, and into the pits goes Hack. I think I just saw Sol Hack dive into pit lane there. Yes, it is Sol Hack that makes his way into the pit lane, and that will then release Van der Merwe and Verrier.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn in the pits there, but I'd like to see what happens there between those two Masters cars. Replay here, it seems, of Steyn diving into the pits, and it is JJ van der Merwe that's managed to that's a replay. Oh, he loses it. No, yeah, JJ van der Merwe loses it completely as
our favorite spot again.
Yeah, our favorite spot. And I think that is what has brought that happened earlier, and that is what's brought Mike Verrier in there for that title battle.
Correct. As Solak went in for fuel and maybe tires, who knows what he's put on that motor car all, and he makes his way out onto the track, and so does this man, Jaco Steyn, going back out. He must be careful for that yellow line. That white line. You cannot cross that white line at all. You will be nailed with a possible penalty. So, Dr. Mike Verrier and the Doc is there in 15th place, and he's 0.5 of a second behind Johannes van der Merwe, and that is a fight for position there in the Honda HPD category, as he follows Van der Merwe into that little right left-hander.
Yeah, well, we've seen Mike Verrier being right up there with him, but it seems like JJ van der Merwe has recovered from that spin, and it seems like he is starting to pull away again. The gap now already back up to 0.8 of a second there for van der Merwe, with Mike Verrier now dropping down again, and he's going to need another little mistake there from van der Merwe if he wants to be in contention for that position.
Heading through Blanchimont, these two are going flat out through Blanchimont, and then you'll see them hard on the brakes for that right-left pit chicane, I suppose we can call it that. as he chases him down across the start-finish line on the home straight of Spa-Francorchamps down into La Source, turn 1.
Into La Source they go now. It is still JJ van der Merwe holding on to that 4th position, with Mike Verrier sitting there in 5th place. But as we are heading into 2 hours 46 minutes pretty soon, I think it's time the commentary team takes a short break before we get to the halfway mark of the 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps.
Well, with 3 hours almost gone, have a look at this fight out there. And that is the fight for 11th position between Pinar and right behind him, Mike Verdo. I should have say between Hubert and Pinar, with Pinar being just a second behind Space Hubert. So that is the fight not for 11 and 12, but that's the fight for P10 for the last of the drivers in the top 10. And that is then also a fight for second and third in the Masters category with Francois Hubert. That's in P9 and he's leading the Masters. So Swais Hubert and Willem Pinaar, they're having their own little fight out there. This is lovely stuff. That is Swais that's there in that 10th position. And you see just behind him Willem Pinaar. And Willem Pinaar is 1.6 seconds there behind him with almost 3 hours done on the clock. As we head into the final half, we've got a minute to go before we head into the final half of this Suzine Properties 6 hour at Spa Francorchamps circuit in Stavelot, Belgium.
Well, Frank, it's time for us to now start looking at the inside information as to have a chat with some of the guys. Stewie White, my dog, quote unquote, tried to get his ball out under my sim, and with doing so, he pulled out the cables. So we are out because of a technical issue due to my dog, quote unquote, Stewie White.
Okay, well, it's times I guess that you lock the room door. Keep the dog on the outside as Willem Pinaar makes his way into the pits. And remember, he was having a fight out there with Swais Hubert, and he was just ahead of Mike. Swais has gone on, and Willem Pinaar makes his way into the pit area. But Gary, you got some more information for us from some of the drivers.
Yep, the winner of the second year commentators competition, Stephen Koenig, sending us the latest info.
Now, car's going fine, a little bit slick. Steering's getting hot, so it's actually dropping the force feedback down a little bit. The grid's fast, and hanging in with the Masters is quite a bit of fun. They've got the legs on me, but I've got the corners, so let's see what we can do by the end of this.
Well, that was the voice of Stephen Koenig. As you see Stephen Koenig there on picture, he is in that 88 car, Team IRSA yellow, and he is in the LMP 2 category, the Delara P217, and he is sitting 17th overall on circuit behind Peter van der Spey, and well ahead of Stewie White, but unfortunately Stewie White and them is sadly out of this one. Robbie Teens, he's going to take over that car from Willem Pinaar. Pinaar was involved in a fight there with Swais Hubert. Swais has gone on. He sits second in class in 10th position as Robbie Teens takes over there from Pinaar and takes the HPD out on circuit, and he joins way down there in 14th position. But it's all about that man, Yuri Umpiswart, that sits out there in P1, one of the teammates there of Dolacek, as he sits there in P1, and he's only 2.4 seconds ahead of that man you see in picture there, namely Jared Boberski. And Jared is chasing down Umpi Swart hard, and they are 12, almost 13 seconds ahead, FC, of third place man in Durant Motorsport 9, namely Jason Coetzee.
As I said before we went on break, Jason Coetzee will probably be the man on the move, as he managed to get past that number 888 car of Zach Forster. He finds himself there in that third position. Forster getting stuck there behind one of the Masters cars, and currently trying to find a way past one of the Masters. That's Robbie Teens in the number 5 car that's holding up the 888 there of Zach Forster. That is your fourth place man. In 5th place, we've got Hilton Pickers in the number 18 car. He's about a second down, so he's right on the case there of Zach Forster. If Forster can't get past Teens right now, he does so, flies through around the outside of Teens to at least put another car between himself and a 5th place man, Hilton Peters, in the number 18, will be trying to chase him down. Jaco Steyn is down there in a 6th position in the 71 car, and he is about 37 seconds there behind Peters. But right on Steyn's case is the number 15 car, Keegan Campos. Keegan Campos has already done 6 stops, with everybody ahead of him already having done 4 stops. That is your top 6 have already done 4 pit stops.
Oh, the boys are flashing lights. They want to get through. That is the 15 car. That's the PPG and Campos transport car that wants to come through there. And that is Keegan Campos. As he flashed lights, said, "Get out of my way. I need to get through here." And he is only 2.4 seconds ahead of Jaco Steyn. And that's the reason why he said, "Flash lights, get out of my way. I've got that 71 right on my back bumper." Only 2.5 seconds there between Campos and Steyn for P6.
Well, Steyn was actually in the lead, and the flashing of the lights was, "Get out of my way, you are holding me up, you're way too slow." And Steyn eventually took the run-off area into that corner, and Keegan Campos made the passing move on track. They passed Jaco Steyn.
So Keegan just keeping an eye and seeing the mistakes that guys are making and capitalizing on that. And Keegan moving up into that 6th position as we ride with Jaco Steyn in that 7th place. And he's 2.7, nearly 2.8 seconds behind the man in P6, namely Keegan Campos. But just as a matter of interest, FC, the first time in over 3 hours that we see Hilton Peters out on circuit, and he sits there in that 5th place. He had to wait 3 hours before he hopped behind the wheel of that Lara.
Yeah, well, John T. Weiss and John Henry Vaughan had the opening stints in that number 18 car, and Hilton Peters now out in the number 18. We just saw Kyle Wiltshire dive back into the pits as well, and they did a driver change there to Clinton Besaidnout back in the car now. We saw him out briefly in the earlier stages, but it is the number 2 car of Francois Hubert that is still out there leading the Masters series, and he is currently sitting there in 8th position overall.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. As a matter of fact, Sway Hubert and Mike Verrier, they're just in and just out of the top 10, and they are 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the Honda HPDs, the top 3 in the Masters category. Zach Foster there in that 4th place, and he's going to move a bit. He's going to have to move a bit because Hilton is coming. Hilton Peters just a second in there behind him. Hilton Peters, he's on a row. Hilton once at 4th position there from Zach Foster, and Hilton Peters is on a move, and Zach will have to go either defensive or attack to stay ahead there of Hilton Peters.
Oh, Frankie, we are now currently seeing a massive battle here for 1st and 2nd. That is Yuri Umpiswat in the number 17. That is less than a second ahead there of Jared Waberski, and Waberski is gaining on him with every lap that goes down. And it seems like these guys are going into a bit of a fuel-saving mode there in that 1st position, because Jared Waberski has either found a massive amount of pace, or he doesn't have to do any kind of fuel saving out here, as he's right on the back bumper there of Yuri Swan.
Well, 2 dices out, and one was between Forster and Peters, the one that I mentioned, and now this one that FC picked up on, the one between Swart and Waberski. There's 0.2 of a second between them. There's nothing. That is nothing. You can put a cigarette paper between Swart and Waberski as they work their way through Les Sources, running through Eau Rouge and up to Radion now. Here they come. They've got a slower car there ahead of them. Will this guy play a role? Let's hope not. That seems like the number 12 car that they're going to get past. Oh, he's going to have to go to the left. It is the 12 car indeed that they run around on the outside of the Kemmel Straight, and on the dirt goes Waberski. He's trying everything and more to get that 23 car ahead of the 17 of race leader Yuri Swart.
Jared Waberski looked like he had it all done coming down the Kemmel Straight, going into the Lacombe section now, as they're going to go down up to turn number 10 in a Bruxelles. But looking at a replay here for Jaco Steyn, let's see what happens here as well. One of the Masters guys goes around the outside. and locks up the brakes, goes straight there into that final corner. That's corner number 19. Here we go into corner number 20 and onto the main straight. But riding on board there with Jared Waberski, as he's right on the case there of Yuri Umpi Swart. Umpi has got to make that LMP2 car of his very, very wide now to make sure that Waberski doesn't get that inside line.
Oh, this is game on here between these two guys. And would you believe it? Approaching 3 hours and 10 minutes. You've got 3/10 of a second between first and second. Well, I tell you what, these guys are leaving it all out there on the track. Umpi Swart sitting out there in P1. Waberski in that second position. Here they go. They're side by side going through Blanchimont and now into the chicane. The pit chicane. Do they go into the pits? No, there's no reason for them to do that. Into that left-hander they go. Now, down the home straight at Spa-Francorchamps. And the lights are flashing. The audacity of the man in second place to flash lights at the leader to say, get out of my way. Umpi will be saying, who do you think you are flashing me? I'm in P1 and I'm doing the same speed as what you're doing. Wow. I tell you what, FC, 3 hours and 10 minutes gone, and it's action-packed so far for the lead.
Yeah, action-packed it is. On the outside he goes, and it's around the outside of Yuri Umpi Swart. He goes. It's Jared Waberski that takes the lead in the number 23, but it is Swart that's not backing out of it yet. He wants to stay right on his case there to try and get his nose up again, but Waberski says, cheers, see you later.
Well, Umpi cannot let him escape. He's 4/10 of a second behind him. That means nothing at this point in time. If Umpi Swart lets Waberski disappear down the road, it's going to be a very, very hard candidate to reel back in again. Let's have a look. See, we're on board here with the P217 Dallara of race leader Jared Waberski. Has gone from 4/10 to 7/10. He's slowly but surely edging away here from Umpi in that second position, and Umpi Swart cannot afford to lose ground to Waberski, and it is happening. He's almost now a second behind him.
Yeah, well, remember, Waberski's already done a stint. He's already got that rhythm. Yes, it was thrown off a little bit by the time he got back into the car, but Yuri Swart hasn't had a stint in the car yet today, and I can guarantee you once Umpi's found that rhythm, he'll be back right on the case there of Jared Waberski. There's still a lot of racing to go. 2 hours, 50 minutes left in this race. Let's see what that top 2, 3, 4 guys can do.
Well, 1.4 seconds. He is now behind Waberski, and there's the reason why. Gary just had the sectors up there. He was 2/10 of a second slower than him in sector 1, 800ths of a second in sector 2, as Waberski works his way down pit lane. Well, we were just singing his praises, and that gives the lead back to Umpi Swart. So this is the 4th round of pit stops, because he's in, Jason is in, and Keegan Campos also shows heading into pit lane. So that means Zach Forster, then all depends how far behind he is, should make, if not second, at least FC move up to 3rd, but he moves himself not into 3rd, he moves into pit lane.
A lot of strategy being played out here as everybody starts diving to the pit lane there. Milton Peters, let's see if he dives in. I don't think he's going to dive in. We literally just got back from our break, and it was the first time we saw him out.
He's only been out for about 11 minutes.
So at this stage of the fight, Jared Waberski in pit lane, Jason Kutsia in there, Zach Forster in pit lane. But Jared Waberski, I think that was intentionally just to get past him, to show, hey, we're on your case. And the next time you dive into the pits, Mr. Swart, we're going to be on your case.
Yeah, I think Yuri Swart, as we all know him here in Cape Town as Umpi Swart, I think he's picked that one up. A seasoned campaigner is this young man, Umpi Swart. And he's a young chap, he's early 20s, but he's been racing forever as Umpi Swart, as we still with Zach Forster making his way out of the pit lane, or is he making his way still in? He's making his way into pit, and that shows you how long that pit lane is, that he's still busy making his way in. But Waberski came in, got fuel, maybe some rubber as well, some fresh rubber, and races back out there onto the Kemmel Straight. And here comes Jason Kutsia. A lot of crossing that white line the guys have been doing today. And Jason Kutsia back out again. So Jared into second, Jason in third, Hilton stays in fourth because he didn't need to, but he's only been out there for about 12-13 minutes, and Umpi Swart in P1 still.
Yeah, Umpi Swart, the man there in that first position. Jacques Butter still in the pit, so he's losing out quite a lot there. He was right in there with Jason Kutsia for that third, fourth position.
Yeah, but he took over from Zach Foster.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The 888 car was right in there with them, and now he's still in the pits. There is a Jacques Butter that's getting back into the car, followed by Jaco Steyn. There we go. The 888 of Jacques Butter now leaving the pit area. Then Keegan Campos there in that 7th position, and in 8th, the first place of the Masters, Francois Hubert.
So let's have a look and see as we still Butter in the pits. We have a replay here at Cyril Ginsberg FC making his way into the pit area. Is he going to dive into the pits? Yes. Cyril Ginsberg taking that 12 Honda HPD into pit lane.
Yeah, into the pits goes Cyril Ginsberg as Yuri Umpi Swart. He's still out there in the lead in the number 17 car, going into one of those corners there, going through the S's, it seems, of the campus section. There is Yuri Umpi Swart. He's the man in the lead in the number 17, and doing a brilliant job of it out there. It was quite worrying earlier when Jared Waberski was catching him so quickly, but then also keeping in mind at that stage of the fight, Umpi Swart was still a lot heavier on fuel compared to Waberski, who just dived into the pits now. Replay there of Keegan Campos in the number 15. Let's have a look and see here what happens. Ooh, losing it out there in our favorite corner there, the last corner, the chicane section, corner 19 and 20, but then decides to dive into the pits.
So Keegan Campos making his way into the pit area as Yuri Swart also makes his way into the pit area. So into the pits comes your race leader Umpi Swart and Hilton Peters in, but he's only been out for about 15 minutes or so as Hilton, so not sure why he's making his way into the pits again, but definitely FC, your leader, into the pits, making his way past the Formula 1 pits into the La Source corner of the pit complex. Only that wall between themselves and the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and now he'll pull into the endurance pits where he will go for his pit stop.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where Jared Waberski is out on track now, as they've already had their 5th stop and they are hunting down that P1 from Yuri Swart. It looks like he's going to go into the coming into that final corner section now. There he goes into corner number 19, into the chicane, does not dive into the pits, gets onto that main straight, and he's going to head down to La Source now. Let's see if Yuri Swart can do that pit stop quickly enough. Down the main straight he goes into La Source, riding on board with your 2nd place man Jared Waberski, coming out the corner there. Your 1st place man is still in the pits, and there he goes. Here he comes now down the straight after turn number 2. He's taken the lead. That's Jared Waberski. He's taken the lead from Yuri Umpi Swart.
Well, I'm sure his dad Garth is saying, come boy, come, you can do this. We still got some time to go, lots of time to go, to be honest with you. But that 23 car is in there. He's still, his teammates is Gerald Fourie and Leighton Fourie, as Kutsia is in that 2nd position, with Umpi Swart only making his way out of the pit area now. And he pitted out of P1 and he rejoins in P3.
Well, the undercut seems to have worked there for Jason Kutsia, who pitted around the same time as Jared Waberski. And that's now managed to put him ahead of Yuri Swart with the number 9 car. So that is a position gain for the Durant Motorsport car of Jason Kutsia.
Well, worked out well. He's 12 seconds behind Waberski, so it's worked out pretty well there for Kutsia in the Durant Motorsport outfit. So Jacques Butter in that 4th place in that 888 car. The IRSA Black team, he took over there from Zach Foster. And Buerta there in that 4th position, making his way down. So Jaco Steyn still needs to make a pit. He's only done 4 pit stops, and this is Jaco Steyn. This is probably him heading into the pits. Let's have a look, see, did he make a mistake or is he going into the pits? Well, he gets it all wrong, and it is at that same very favourite pit area, and he decides no, let's just keep on going. So yeah, Jaco Steyn still needs to go into the pits. He's still out there in P5, and Francois Hubert in P7. He's the leader of the Masters, and he has so far, he's 1 lap down, but he's only done 3 pit stops so far, and only the first 6 cars FC on the lead lap.
Yeah, only the first 6 of them are on the lead lap. But look at that, Francois Hubert already up into 7th position with that HDP Honda Masters car in that 7th position. Clinton Besaidnout sitting there in 8th position for the LMP2s, with Keegan Campos in 2nd place, man for the Masters. Mike Verrier in 10th place, with JJ van der Merwe in 11th, and Robbie Teens in 12th position.
Well, I was talking about Francois Hubert that only done 3 pits, and I just saw him work his way into pit lane. So the man in P7 and leading the Masters, namely Francois Hubert, is in the pit lane for his 4th pit stop. Mike Verrier, the Doc, has also only done, I think, 3 pit stops. Here comes the Doc. He is in 10th position, but he is 2nd in class. He's got 2 of the juniors ahead of him, as Dr. Mike works that 33 Honda HPD into the pit area.
Into the pits they go. 4th position, JJ van der Merwe in the 246, now coming through, the 3rd place man going through that final corner section down onto the main straight, and he'll probably take over. Yeah, he passes Mike Verrier there, but he still needs to make that 4th pit stop that Mike Verrier is doing now, and he'll pass JJ Johan Engelbrecht pretty soon as well. Yeah, there we go, as they go down the straight. Oh no, he's a lap down, so he'll basically unlap himself with that one, but he's also still a stop behind. So Johan Engelbrecht, Francois his teammate out there, Francois Hubert, that was leading out there. They did the driver swap, and he's still going to maintain that lead for the Masters, but basically unlapping himself. There's JJ van der Merwe, and then Mike Verrier dropping down into position 2 of the teams as well.
Well, it's all happening out there. Some of them have done 5, some have done 4. And from what I'm led to believe, as we watch a replay of Sean McCarthy in the Sujin outfit, that's our favorite area. No problems there for him, just working his way into the pit area. As I believe, FC, the guys were saying on the WhatsApp group yesterday that this Honda HPD is a lot less thirstier than what the Dallara P217 is. So they will probably end up making, at the end of the day, less pit stops than the younger drivers out there in the Dallara P217s.
Looking there at the positions gained and lost so far, Jared Lebersky with the 23 car. The 23 car having gained 2 positions since the start of the race, as well as Jason Kutsia also having moved up 2 positions there. Biggest losers at this stage of the fight there, I would say, considering where they started on that front row, is Yuri Umpiswar and Jacques Buerta, both of them having lost 2 positions, finding themselves there in 3rd and 4th place. Most positions gained thus far is JJ van der Merwe and his team there with the 246 car, who's now down into the pit lane, but they've gained 11 positions since the start of this race. And then also right on their tail with most position gains is Robbie Teens, who gained 8 positions out there.
So only 18 cars left in this one out of 24, and the top speed so far is a driver that's not in this race anymore. Tate Bishop did a 301, so did Nathan Samanga. These 2 drivers are not in the race anymore, but Waberski does a 302k an hour, and he is certainly much in this race. He's leading it overall so far, FC, after 3 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah, that definitely big getting dialed in there. Fastest lap for the drivers so far out there, fastest overall at this stage of the fight it looks like it is the number 9 car there of Jason Kutsia with a 2 minutes 1.65. And close on his tail there's Jared Waberski with a 2 minute 1.866. And then we've got the likes there of, it seems like, yes, Yuri Umpiswat out there with a 2 minutes 2 seconds and a .052.
Yeah, 2:02.052 for Umpi Swart, and the man that's in second place, as FC was saying, is so far the quickest man out there on that last lap. So here we go, 96 laps done, almost 3 hours and 25 minutes. We've got a minute and a half to go before we reach the 3 hours and 25, and Clinton Besaidenout getting it wrong. Clinton Besaidenout overcooking it at the pits chicane. Man, have these guys got it wrong today at that pit chicane, as Besaidenout makes his way through. Behind him, he's the 54, but that car is a couple of laps down there behind him. Here comes Brian Fourie. Brian Fourie out there in that 172, and Brian is only 7/10 of a second behind Robbie Teams. That's the fight you see there on track, and that is out there in the Masters category, and they are fighting for that second position so far.
Also keeping in mind that Brian Fourie has not done a driver swap. He is racing all by himself out there today, the full 6 hours, and he is sitting there in the 172 number in the 11th position. He is fighting it out there with the Robbie Teams, but there are different classes. But into the pits he jumps now. That is the 172 of Brian Fourie.
So yeah, they're not in the same class. They were right there with each other for track position, but they were not in the same class. Fourie making his way into pit lane, and here is second place man Jason Kutsia, 10.2 seconds behind. Jared Waberski is the Durant Motorsport number 9 car of Jason Kutsia in that second position, and he is 14, nearly 15 seconds ahead of Umpi Swart in that third place. Look at him flash lights there at one of the slower cars. That's the 88, that's Stephen Koenig, that he says, come on Stevie, you're a good couple of laps down. I am currently in second place. Just hold your line, sir, so I can find my way past you.
Well, Stephen Koenig repays the favour there, but not just keeping his line, completely going off track there, and that allows Jason Kutsia past him there, and Kutsia could now put his target lock back there on Jared Waberski, who's about 10 seconds there ahead of him on track. Riding there with Keegan Campos in the number 15, sitting there in the 7th position with the PPG racing team. Going through the corner there is Keegan Campos. Where is he? Let's have a look there. 9 seconds ahead of Clinton Besaidenout in the 54, who we saw did some gardening a little bit earlier as he got it wrong there in the final corner. Going through Eau Rouge with the number 15 of Keegan Campos up into the Kimmel Straight. They go now. And if this was a Formula 1 car, you would have got the DRS down there, but these cars do not have that DRS function. But this is still the fastest section for these cars around Spa-Francorchamps. And let's see if Besaidenout can start reeling him in there. He's done a little bit, gotten it down to about 9.2 seconds now between himself and Keegan Campos.
Yeah, through Bruxelles he goes. That's a turn 10, the right-hander, as Jaco Steyn is in the pit lane. Jaco Steyn making his way through the pit area towards the back part of the Formula 1 pits. That's where they stop as Jason Kutsia comes through, and he's 10 seconds behind Waberski, and he's 14 seconds ahead there of Umpi Swart, racing through Eau Rouge and Radiant. He goes, working his way onto the Kemmel Straight, and Gary, I'm going to hand over to Gary Fleming. He's got one of the drivers on the line, and it's not a recording. He's got one of our drivers live online. Gary?
Well, we spoke about Stewie White earlier on. They were doing brilliantly, and then all of a sudden disappeared from the screen. Had a look at the group, and there was a bit of a mishap in the Stewie household. Stuart, good day to you. You live?
Good day. Yeah. Great, so watching the stream, unfortunately not competing anymore, but that was fun while it lasted.
it was going fantastically. Mechanical problems?
It wasn't actually going too well in the beginning. We had a problem to load the setup, so eventually we got that working, and then an unfortunate incident with Cyril when lapping him, so we lost some time there having to repair. And after that, unfortunately, my dog decided it was a good time to fetch the ball under my rig, so I pulled out all of my cables, so my steering wheel switched off and my headset and everything. So that was unfortunately the end of the race for us, but it was fun while it lasted, and not a usual technical issue, but it's probably things that can happen on sim racing, I guess.
Yeah, let's mark all that a technical issue, not that good. Unfortunately, one of those things. Your overall opinion on this race as opposed to the first 6 hours that we did, the grade of drivers in there, phenomenal.
Yeah, I think the level is very high. I would really like to see more of these races happening. I think it can grow stronger and stronger. I think already see quite a big step from the first race. Also think it's quite nice that we have a multi-class entry. So I think can definitely grow, and there's a lot of excitement about it, so I think it's definitely looking quite bright for the future.
Your own racing career, Stewie, you were out on circuit in the last 2 days?
Yeah, I just actually arrived back in South Africa on Friday afternoon. I was testing in Europe with the Bentley Continental GT3 of CMR for the SWAT 24-hour. So I had 2 very successful days of testing and getting everything prepared for the biggest GT race in the world at the end of July. So we're really looking forward to that, and we'll be heading back to Europe in probably the next 2 weeks or so. So definitely looking forward to that.
Oh, great to know it's all going right for you. Give the dog a nice pat, tell him it's all okay. All your other racing has gone pretty well up till now. Stewie, welcome back in South Africa. Look forward to seeing you at the next 6 hour hosted by Sport and GT Masters right back here in SA.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Well, there you go, the voice of Stewie White. Nice to have him back, and as he said, he was out there testing with the Bentley. So, from going out there with multi-million rand motor cars to the dog deciding the ball's more important than your racing, bit of a letdown, but he's back in SA. He's here with us, fantastic, and nice to have the likes of Stewie White, one of the top international racing drivers in South Africa, that is involved with us with the iRacing Master Series.
Yeah, he together with the Van der Linde brothers and so many other riders and drivers that campaign overseas. He, of course, is part of the Bentley team. And as you were saying to Gaza, he's back home. But yeah, an unfortunate end there to the Sujin 6 hour for Stewie White. Jason Kutsia still sitting out there in that second position, and he is 10.2 seconds behind Jared Boberski, that is out there in P1, and he is 13.1 seconds ahead of Umpi Swart, that's there in that third place. Well, Johan Engelbrecht in P9 is in car number 2, and that is the Kazoo Racing outfit. He sits 9th overall, but he is leading the Masters category. Is Johan Engelbrecht with Peter Hubert, that's second in that category, and he has got Robbie Teings right there with him. Robbie Teings in that 11th position, and there's only 3/10 of a second between the two of them. Gary, you got somebody else live on the line for us.
Yep, on screen there you see the man that's doing so well, Jason Kutsia, up in second position. His teammate Byron Mitchell. Byron, good afternoon to you. Byron, you're just about ready to go back into the car, 10 seconds behind Jared Roberski, 3 hours 30 into it. What's the intention from here on out? Pace it or push it?
Push it. Push it and pace it, both.
Are you guys pretty much on the limit where you are now, or are you still in safe ground holding on to Jared?
I think at the moment we're still running very safe. As the track temperature comes down, I think our car is going to just get better and better. So hopefully we're going to see if we can do anything from there.
Jason Kutsia, one of the best teammates you could have picked, no doubt about that. Tyre strategy, nobody's spoken about that. Tyre changes?
Yeah, I think Yuri and Troy and them tried to do a triple stint, 2 triple stints in a row, and I don't think it worked in their favor. But other than that, yeah, we're just trying to see and play it on as it goes. We're just going to try to see what Boberski does and then try and make a move and see if we can get past that.
Fantastic stuff. So when are you going to be going back into the car?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. You broke up there.
Sorry, when are you going back into the car?
Confidential. No, we're looking at different strategies at the moment, but I should do the last stints roughly. We're looking at strategies though now at the moment.
Awesome stuff. Well, Jason's doing a brilliant job. He's holding 10.3 seconds off the back there of Jared Boberski, 15 ahead of Umpi and Troy. And well, it's going to be a hell of a battle. Good luck going forward. Thanks for chatting with us, Byron Mitchell.
Thanks, guys.
Well, that is Byron Mitchell, who is the teammate of Jason Kutsia. And Jason is the man that you are seeing out there on track. Both Cape Town-based racing drivers, both based at the Killarney International Raceway. Jason Kutsia doing the main circuit in GTI Challenge Class A, and Byron, a man that races in the Class S in the Formula Libras. Byron Mitchell used to do Clubmans and also races in GTI Challenge, and Byron races in Class B GTI Challenge. So with 3 hours and 34 minutes on the clock, it is Jared Boberski that sits out there in P1, 10.2 seconds ahead of that man that's in second position, namely Jason Kutsia. He is 15.7 seconds ahead there of Yuri Umpi Swart, that's in that third place. Jock Puerta, Hilton Peters, Keegan Campos, Clinton Besaidnout, and Corne Breet, they round off the top 8, and they are all in the under 40 category. In other words, they're out there with the Delara P217s. And Johan Engelbrecht sits out there in 9th position. Robbie Teings 10th. Sean McCarthy is in 11th. And they are 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in the Masters category. Oh, we've got a problem out there on track. I just saw a car that was in trouble going into the right hand. That was there in the, was close. That was just on the exit of Blanchimont before they go into that pit chicane, and that was Wayne Camage. Wayne Camage got himself in a knot and almost caused a big accident out there. He ran off the circuit and then tried to get back on again, and Wayne Camage very lucky in the Fanatec outfit to get away with that one. Peter Hubert going into the, I think this is the one that's just out of Blanchimont. He hits the wall very hard, does Peter Hubert, and everybody taking evasive action not to take out that DHL sponsored Honda HPD prototype.
Well, that was Stephen Koenig that had to do the evasive action there, and eventually managed to hold on to that one. That was pretty much touch and go, and you see them coming into the pits. So Jason Kutsia just having a chat there a couple of seconds ago with his teammate Byron Mitchell, and they are definitely going for the win. Not prepared to say too much in terms of when they're going to be doing the changes. They've been keeping an eye, I don't know how they do it, on Umpi Swart and Troy Dolenchik, saying they went for 2 triple headers, 3 stints on the same set of tyres. Didn't appear to work for them, so I think he attests their second position ahead of Umpi Swart to the fact that they got the tyres correct with that one. But well, who knows, we're going to be running into the dark most probably. I think the whole shape, color, size and smell of this is going to change, because Wayne Camage in 14th position, he's getting himself into quite a tight battle.
Oh, lights have been flashed there by Boberski saying, come on, get out of my way. Get that Honda HPD prototype right out of my way there, Mr. Wayne Camage. I am coming, and I want to get through, and I need to get through. I have to get through, says the man out there. He wants to get through. When he gets through, Camage just says, well, I'll just keep out of your way and you can go, Mr. Boberski. I'm not going to hold you up, that's for sure. And Jared Boberski gets past him and just powers that 23 machine away. Hilton Peters is there as well, but I think Hilton is way down You see him sit behind him. There's only a few cars that are on the lead lap. Once upon a time, you only had about 6 cars on the lead lap. As this time rolls by, 3 hours and almost 40 minutes done. Wayne Camage going through. He's in 14th position overall. He's Wayne Camage, and he is 4 laps down. He's Wayne in the number 246. That's the Bigfoot Racing team, number 246, as he works his way under that Vodafone bridge. But 3 hours and 38 seconds done. We have a look at a replay here on Camage. Is it track limits? Yes, it is track limits. He gets nailed there, and that would be another penalty, or possible penalty for him on track limits. Timothy Stanton in the 72 car, making his way out into the pit lane. So Timothy diving into the pits. Timothy Stanton says, right, I need to pit. There's some dark areas on the track, and that's probably because of the trees and maybe daylight. A replay at Boberski. That's the leader. That is the leader, getting himself in all sorts of problems. That's not what Jared wants right now, but it's definitely what Jason Kutsia wants, because all of a sudden he's only FC 10.3 seconds behind Boberski.
Yeah, only 10.3 seconds in there between Waberski and Kutsia. And as we said earlier on, the later we get into this race, the more and more driver fatigue is going to start playing a role. I mean, this kind of racing, it's not the same kind of exertion that you have as in an actual race car, but still the amount of concentration that goes in there, eventually your mind does start to get tired. So the longer the stints the guys are going to start doing, the deeper we go into this race, the more and more we're going to see things like that. And yeah, look, there's not much in it. Another mistake like that could put the likes of Waberski into a bit of problems there with Jason Kutsia.
Yeah, Jason Kutsia still out there in that second position. There is Umpi Swart. He's 20.7, nearly 21 seconds behind Jason Kutsia. In that third position is Umpi Swart, and he is 58 seconds, almost a minute ahead of Jacques Botha, that is there in that fourth position on the 888. But FC out there in P9, Johan Engelbrecht leading the Masters in the Toyota Gazoo racing outfit.
Yeah, in that ninth place, the first of the Masters, Toyota Gazoo, Johan Engelbrecht, along with his driving partner, Francois Hubert, doing a very, very good job out there, and they are still leading. And look, these cars are a lot slower than what the LMP2s are, and they're 2 laps behind now after 104 laps, 3 hours 40 minutes, 2 laps behind our race leader out there is Johan Engelbrecht. Then we've got Clinton Besaidenow diving into the pits in number 54, and we'll have to see if he hands it back to Kyle Walter or to Calvin Walter in that number 54 car. But still riding on board there with Johan Engelbrecht in the 9th position, followed by Robbie Teens in the 2nd place, or 10th overall for the Masters, with Sean McCarthy in 3rd.
Well, Engelbrecht sitting out there rather comfortably in the lead in the Masters category, and he is 2 laps down. We've only got 5 cars that is now on the lead lap. Keegan Campos has now also gone 1 lap down. Robbie Teens, Toyota Denso Gazoo Racing, leads the Masters category in that 9th position as he races down into La Source corner out of turn 1 out of La Source, working his way through Eau Rouge and Radion. Peter Hubert sits out there overall in 13th position, and he is 1-2-3's 4th overall in the Masters category. But back to that man in 2nd place, that's Jason Kutsia, and he is now 5.7 seconds behind Waberski. Remember, Waberski got it all wrong early on, and it was 10 point odd, so he's taken almost 5 seconds out of Waberski. FC has Jason Kutsia.
Yeah, well, a move like that can definitely throw you off your rhythm, and this late into the race meeting, losing your rhythm could be very, very costly. and I look forward to seeing if Jason Kutsia can go and catch him. But with that said, 3 hours 42 minutes. We're going to head into a short commentary break. Enjoy the rest of the racing, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Right, so we have Willem Botha on the line, and he is the teammate of Johan Engelbrecht that sits P8 overall, but they are leading the class. Gary, have a chat there. You got Willem Botha on the line with us from Denso Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Yep, the man from Toyota himself. Willem, long time no speak. Are you well, Captain?
Yeah, no, I'm doing very well. Thanks, Gary.
You must be feeling good. Johan Engelbrecht, the team leader, there in 8th overall, first in class. What you expected or hoped for?
Yeah, well, we were pushing for the win. We're trying to keep it clean, and we worked very hard on the setup this whole week, 2 weeks. So I think it's paying off right now.
Sean McCarthy, Mike Verrier, Steve McCarthy, your closest competition. The gap between you and them now?
Well, I think we are ahead by 1 lap about, but you know, you can never say, never let die. You know, you've got to keep your head, you've got to keep calm, and like I said, you've got a lot of these fast youngsters behind us coming to dive bomb into corners, so we tend to just give them their of way and let them pass where we can.
Has it been a problem having the speed differential between the youngsters and the old guys?
Look, it's not really such a big problem for us with our setup at this stage. We can actually hang on quite a few laps with the LMP2s by now. But once they're in the slipstream, we let them pass, or through the corners we give them headway in the straight. So, but our setup is working very well. We quite fuel saving a lot, so we're doing a lot less stops than the LMP2 guys. That's why we're climbing up on the rank slowly. So in the end of the stage, like you saw in the beginning, we were lying first. So that helps us a lot. You know, the race is still another 2 hours to go. So yeah, keep going.
The Extreme Racing Old Boys team, Willem Pina and the comeback kid Robbie Teens also up there in the top 3. Are you tracking their performance levels and pit stops as well?
Yes, yeah, no, between Johan and Francois and I, we are looking at all the guys behind us. We are telling each other when the guys are pitting and what's happening, what the gap is, what the times are we are doing towards them, comparing to them, and so we keep our guy in the car up to date every time. So they just got to keep like a constant lap time, 1.5, 2 seconds a lap faster or whatever where we can, push where we're happy, and we go from there.
Fantastic stuff. Thanks very much for joining us. Good luck going further. I think Johan's doing an excellent job as we go to Johan out there on circuit. That is the leading car in the Masters class. 5 places up into that 8th position, Frankie, and not that far behind Clinton Poseidon. Got Keegan Campos between himself and then their biggest competition, which is Sean McCarthy, Stephen McCarthy, and Mike Verrier. And I think they probably fancied themselves for a win in this one as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting stuff as we head towards the end. We are about a minute and a half or so away from the 4-hour mark, and then we are downhill from there, so to speak. Engelbrecht in the Denso Toyota Gazoo Racing outfit, sitting out there P1 in class. Clinton Besaidnout in that 54 car. That's a replay of a Clint going into turn number 1 into La Source and just locking it up and getting that 54 car going again. Almost turned himself around. So Johan Engelbrecht, P8, P1 in class, working his way through that. Looks like it's Lake Com. I'll have a look now. Yes, it is. He's dropping down to Bruxelles, the hairpin. That is a turn 10 into Bruxelles corner. Goes your class leader in P8. That is the Masters leader, Johan Engelbrecht, working his way out of Bruxelles. There will be a left-hander waiting for Johan, and from there it is all the way downhill into a, which will take him into a double right-hander. That is a Stavelot. Let's have a look-see. Not at Stavelot yet. He's heading still downhill towards Stavelot as he goes under that Vodafone bridge. There he goes into the first turn, then it's a bit of a squirt, and then into the second one. Yeah, that is Stavelot that is going through now. Now it gets pretty quick as he starts working his way through Espens and towards Blanchemont. as he makes his way into the left hand. It's pretty quick here. It's not the fastest part of the Spa circuit, but it's damn quick as he worked his way out of a Blanchimont. And then that pit chicane will greet him there, that right left-handed pit chicane, as he turns it right and left and climbs on the gas. Second gear, third gear, working his way down. Fourth gear, working his way into turn 1, La Source.
Well, if you look at the intervals up front between, Jason Kutsia and the boys have hit the front. Look at that. Jason Kutsia, as he's going to go just once more down the hill and see if he can keep his foot 100% buried in the right-hand front corner of that wheel well as he goes through one of the most well-known corners in motorsport in the world. And you've got to use all of those curbstones. Although you've got very high speed, you've got tons of downforce, it's not enough that in itself. If you get a little bit rough on the steering wheel, you will anyways lose it. So you've got to come through there very, very smoothly. So Jason Kutsia is leading it out there for the Durant Motorsport team. And they were sitting in the 3rd and 5th earlier on today. Well, they've now got themselves up to 1st and 5th, the second of the Durant Motorsport teams down there in 5th position. And that is that man out there, which is John Henry Vaughan. That's out on circuit with that car at the moment now. And John Henry Vaughan has got Hilton Peters and Jonty Weiss in there with him as teammates. Only 13 seconds in it right now. They've got 18 seconds ahead of Troy Dolenchik, and Troy said he's going to be going out in a couple of laps from now. He can have a chat with Umpi, and exactly that has happened. Troy has now gone out on circuit. 18, keep in mind, 13 seconds from Jason to Jared, 18 seconds back to Troy, and 24 seconds back to Jacques. Keep those numbers in mind as they do the driver changes. Let's see how that one plays out.
4 minutes and 4 hours and 2 minutes done so far in the 6 hour. John Henry Vaughan in car number 18, part of the Durant Motorsport team, is there in that 5th position. It's rather a lonely 5th position for him as he works his way through that pit S's and or should I say that pit chicane, and then makes his way onto the start finish straight, heading down there into turn number 1 into Les Sources. Out of Les Sources he works his way. That's probably the start finish line there, because remember, they do not use the Formula 1 pits. They use that pit you see on the right hand side, and then there is a grid there. So when the checkered flag comes out, it will be interesting to see where the flag man at the end of 6 hours does give them the flag. Will it be on the orthodox straight, or will it be on the straight that heads up towards the Camel Straight? However, Kutsia sits out there in P1. He's flashing lights there at the back marker. I think it might be Camage is flashing lights at saying get out of my way. He's 13 seconds ahead there of Jared Boberski. Is that man? We're looking at Jason Kutsia, using the entire Spa circuit and more, and he's not a happy man. He just wants to get past, get out of my way. He does have a decent lead there on Boberski. That's in that 2nd position in the 23 car. He's 13 seconds ahead of Jared Boberski, who in turn is 17.9, 18 seconds ahead of Troy Dolenchik. That's in P3. So Troy is back in that number 17 car again. He took that one over from Yuri Swart, and Yuri is there having a bit of a break, and Troy back in that car once again. Now have a look. The quickest man so far out there is 2:01.557. Yes, that's the quickest man out there the last lap. And Dolenchik done at 2:01.9. Now watch that times of Dolenchik go down, but he cannot do that. He cannot do that. Troy is now overdriving that thing. He wants to get himself ahead of Boberski, and he's trying extremely, extremely hard, not only to get one of the fastest laps out there, but to close up there on Jared Boberski. Pushing 11 tenths there is Troy Dolenchik.
Look, the last laps of Jacques Wood, John Henry Vaughan, and Cornet Brett, 2030, 2037, 2024, Nothing much in those. Troy Dolenchik 17.9 seconds off the back of Jared Weberski. He knows how to win races. He's accustomed to winning these endurance type races as well. With Undi Swart alongside him, well, you can't have much better partner than that. But even then, Jared Weberski 202.3, 202.3. There's only 600ths of a second between them. Now, if Troy is doing the kind of stuff that you've seen there and he's pushing that hard, testimony to just how quick Jared Weberski is. Jason Kutsia on a 202.2 as well. So to within a tenth of a second, that means it's going to take you 10 laps to do 1 second. It means it's going to take you 120 laps at that rate to catch up to the man in front of you. It's not enough. Well, if anybody's trying, it's Troy Dolenchik. He's pushing hard.
Yeah, Troy 202.33 and Jared 202.39. Yeah, I tell you what, these two boys in second and third position are 202s. Jason Kutsia did a 203. That's not exactly what Jason Kutsia wants. However, Jacques Buerta sits there in that fourth position in the 888 car, the IRSA black team, sitting out there in P4, and he's 25.8 seconds behind Dolenchik, that is there in that third position. So that is your top four. That man sits there in P5 and gets it all wrong. John Henry Vaughan in car number 18, once again there just before we get to that pit chicane, and he got that thing squirming underneath him and managed to hold on, not lose too much ground there. John Henry Vaughan. P6 is Corne Breet, and that's the man that we saw dive into pit lane.
Next up, Clinton Bezuidenhout and doing 205, so the pace of the front five definitely quicker than the rest out there. 205.024 for him. And then the next man out on circuit that is in fact leading his class, Johan Engelbrecht, doing a 206.1. That's very, very quick for the type of motor car that he's got out there. And Johan Engelbrecht teamed up with Willem Botha and Francois Joubert. Francois Joubert, the man that's leading season 3 of the Sports and GT Masters series after 6 rounds. So you've got the right kind of guy to come in there straight after that. Yeah, using the track limits and more. I see Corne Breet is coming. Sean McCarthy is now coming into the pits as well, and that is second in class. Sean McCarthy comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, so is this the following round of pit stops for the HPDs? Remember, these guys are a whole lot lighter on fuel than what the P217s are. So Sean McCarthy bringing his HPD prototype down pit lane, pitting out of second position in the Masters category. There goes Peter Joubert. Surely Peter will move up into second place. Not like that. Not like that in Les Sources. So you're going to move up into second place. So Peter Joubert will be kicking himself, saying, damn it, that was a silly mistake to make. But I think he'll still move up into second place overall as he works his way up Eau Rouge. And does he move into... Yes, he does move into that second place in the Masters class.
Yep, so that all worked out pretty well. Johan Engelbrecht is now coming. Johan Engelbrecht into the pits. Well, this is going to be interesting stuff. Johan Engelbrecht, that's the class and leader. And the next man to come through there will be Peter Joubert. So there is Peter Joubert. And he's not that far behind, I do not believe, unless it's the laps that's going to make the difference. Let's have a look at that one. Up there you go, Peter Joubert. They are one lap down from Johan Engelbrecht, but this is where they're going to make up a bit of pace. Peter Joubert having had an accident earlier on, and well, it shows as Peter Joubert crashed. Let's see what happened to him there. I think it was that shot that we saw live. Let's just have a look at that again, going into Les Sources. Yeah, just a little bit too much brake bias on the back. That was that incident that we saw earlier on. So Wayne Camage has now come into the pits as well. Yeah, Frankie, we might be heading into yet another round of pit stops. Let's have a look at the lap times. Last lap for the front 202.8 and 202.1. So Weberski closing down 7/10 of a second of the 13 seconds that he's looking for. Fred Dolenchik now finds himself 31 seconds off in total of the leader. So, yeah, he's going to have to push some, doing a 2:01.6. He takes a half a second out of Jared Reversi, and that is the second lap now that is out on track. So that is where the difference comes in. And talking about coming in, Dr. Mike Verrier joins us online. Mike, how's it going?
How's it? How are you?
Fantastic. You live on Sports and GT. I don't know if you've heard about this group. I'm sure you have. You actually started it. Your impressions of today's race. What an amazing pace up front, midfield, and even lower down.
Yeah, no, it's excellent. Obviously, when I'm racing myself, I don't get a chance to watch everything that's going on. But when I was in the sims, I had a look and I saw that the front two cars in P2 were separated by only a few seconds, which is amazing. And you know, what people don't understand is these are the top of the top IRacers in the country. These guys really know what they're doing.
Well, the Masters guys has been utterly brilliant. Willem Botha at the moment leading out there from Peter Bear, Robbie Team, Stephen McCarthy. So that means your team's lying fourth overall. A lap down. Is there a chance if they don't make the mistakes to make that up again with pit strategy?
I don't know. All of the teams ahead of us are actually quicker than us. So as long as nothing bad happens to them, we kind of resign to fourth place. If, however, we can extend our fuel, which we're trying to do, we're hopefully going to end up with one pit stop less. And if that is the case, it may work out or not. It's just a risk. But yeah, I'm very impressed. I'm very happy with everything. The standards have been great. The respect has been shown between cars. There have been some incidents, unfortunately, which is impossible to eradicate completely. But overall, it's been done very, very well. The drivers have behaved themselves fantastically, and I'd like to just say thanks to the iRacing South Africa guys who are I didn't even know existed until this, but they've joined us. Those are the IRSA cars, and a big welcome to them.
They're doing pretty well, and the Durant Motorsport teams as well. The interaction between the two different classes of juniors and seniors, the passing maneuvers that have been going down. Is the closing speed between the cars that big that it becomes a major problem? Or with this level of drivers, can you circumvent the speed differential between the two classes?
No. The reason that I chose these two classes is because there's not that big a difference between them. So you don't have that massive closing speed difference like you would have if you had an LMP2 at a GTE, for example. The closing speed there is terrible and it leads to a lot of trouble. So here, the cars are closely matched, and it leads to less incidents, and that's what we all like about it. And just a sneak peek to the future is the next one. We're probably going to be running GTEs for the youngsters and GT3s for the masters. So there'll be that similar slight difference in lap pace.
From the production side, from the commentary team, FC Neverett, myself, Gary Fleming, and Frankie, and it's a big thanks to you for putting this together on behalf of all of the guys out there on circuit. Even the Stewie Whites, who had a dog that's decided the ball's more important than the wiring. Well, he said it's the dog. Well, let's blame the cat on that. It's the dog that decided the ball's more important than the wires. So from the Stewie Whites, the Tate Bishops, everybody else out there, from all of us to you, a big thanks. And, well, good luck to everybody in the last part of the race. 4 minutes 14, that's down. Folks, that's the voice of Dr. Mike Verrier, the man that put it all together. Closing word from your side, Mike, just in case we don't have a chance to speak to you again.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to you guys. Second Gear Productions have become properly professional since you guys started streaming for us a year ago. And the standard that you've now achieved is world class, and I commend you all on that yourself particularly. And then I'd also like to encourage any other iRacers out there that missed this event. I'm thinking particularly of Michael Stephen and Johan Fourie, and these are the guys who unfortunately weren't able to make it. You're more than welcome next time, and let's come and see you. Why don't you come along and see how you stack up against these youngsters?
There we go, the voice of Dr. Mike Verrier. He's out of the car, and he's got a very adept team there with him, Sean McCarthy and Stephen McCarthy. They've sort of resigned themselves to the fact that the 3 cars in front of them, car driver combinations, just a smidgen quicker over an extended period of time. That's what happens, playing with a strategy, but that's what the 6 hour is all about. We've heard about double stints on tires, we've heard about triple stints on tires, and there you find that of the guys are saying nope. Byron Mitchell was saying it didn't work, watching some of the other guys going for the triple stint on the tires, and hence them changing what they do, as we see Colin Besaidnout on his way back into the pits.
Yeah, that is Clinton Besaidnout that's making his way into the pit lane. Making his way into the pit lane is a Clint Besaidnout pitting out of P7, but it's all about that man, Jason Kutsia, 9 seconds ahead there of Jared Boberski in that second position. Troy Dolacek there in third place. He's 23, almost 24 seconds behind Boberski. Jacques Potter in that fourth place, and he's nearly a minute, my goodness, 53.4 seconds behind John Henry Vaughan. 1 lap down, only 4 cars on the lead lap. He's 1 lap down to Jacques Potter. That's in that fourth place is John Henry Vaughan. Then Corneille Breet sitting there in that 7th position. In that 6th position. 7th is Clinton Besaidnout. We did see him make his way, what seemed like in the pits, probably made his way out of the pits, and he is there in that 7th position. In 8th position, Keegan Campos, another man that's 2 laps down. And last lap was a 2:05.399 for Keegan Campos. Willem Botha, P9 and first in class is Botha, and look at that, he's right on the case there of that Campos car as they make their way around the circuit. He sits in P9 and he is first in class, and then in P10, second in the Masters class, and 10th overall is the number 22 HPD of Peter Hubert.
Directly in behind that is the comeback kid Robbie Teens, just outside of the top 10, 3 laps down from the leaders, but still doing a brilliant job, no doubt about it. A massive pace that's been set by the front runners in the class. Brian Ferry, he's out on his next stint out there. They are 4 laps down in the 172, and sitting in the middle of all the older lads. Stephen McCarthy, well, that's the teammate of Mike Verrier that we just spoke to now, and his brother Sean also putting in a lot of work in the background. And in fact, Steve McCarthy, Sean McCarthy, Sujin Properties, a big thanks to them for putting their money where their mouth is and making the prize money and the costs and everything covered for this one. Andre Steenkamp finds himself, after a good couple of incidents, not where he would like to be. 5 laps down from the leader, only 3 laps behind the leader of his class, but 5 overall in the race. Also having had a fair amount of ups and downs and off circuits. Timothy Stanton pushing it to the limit, doing a 2 minute 7.5 at the moment now, so a pretty decent pace for that motor car that he's in. And slowly but surely pulling a bit of a gap on this man, Ian Riddle, as he comes hard onto the brakes and turns it in nice and tight through turn number 1 and looks down the right, all the way down the hill. Stephen Koenig, he said we don't have the pace of the top guys up front there. Actually a commentator by trade and by heart, but enjoys his racing as well. Said, well, let's take on the big boys. The only way to know where you're at is to go out with them and push it hard and push it strong. And they've sent us a couple of messages, big smiles and happiness out there. Uncle Cyril, a lot of people thought that Uncle Cyril was not going to go for it. He says, it doesn't matter where I start or end, I'm out there and enjoying it. And Cyril Ginsberg out on circuit doing 2 minute 30, staying out of everybody's way, making sure he doesn't affect anybody's race. It's fantastic to have our elderly statesman once again joining us out on circuit. Jason Kutsia leading them out.
Yeah, Jason Kutsia, nice to see that number 9 car up in P1. And earlier I did mention that is the man on the move, having made that big jump in the early stages of the race and making that small mistake. I came back from the break and I saw that Kutsia was leading, and I asked Frankie, is that pure pace position, or did that happen in pit stops? And Frankie confirmed no, that it happened out on track. That is pure pace. So nice to see that Kutsia is up there in the lead in that number 9. Jared Waberski was the man to catch for quite a while out there. He's dropped down to second position. Troy Dolenschenk, the man that put the early laps in to put that number 17 in the lead in the early stages of this race. He's sitting there in third position. But as Gary said earlier, the guys tried different things with the tyre strategies, and that triple stint, almost making contact there, is the number 23 of Jared Waberski. Almost ran into one of these guys that he's busy putting a lap in there. But like I said, Troy Dolenschenk and them tried that triple stint with the tyres. Unfortunately, at this stage of the fight, it didn't pay off for them, and they're sitting there in that third position.
On the blind, it says, another slow car coming up to be traversed as they go through that complex of corners. Thinking it nice and tight on the inside, making it go through there. Nice. Oh, that was so close. That could have cost. It's just one little move like that. That's all it takes. Let's have a look at the gap visually from the blimp itself, from Jared Waberski, that now very kindly ducks in behind the trees, to the man up front. There he is. That's Jason Kutsia. That is the overall race leader, Jason Kutsia, and that man there working his way through the traffic is in that second position, so not a big piece of ground between them. There, in fact, is Troy Dolenschenk in that third position, and although it looks like a whole heap of seconds, it's not that much. And then coming towards that complex of corners, that is Jacques Water, and that's 58 seconds further back. Currently, the quickest out there is, in fact, on the last lap, that man, Troy Dolenschenk. He's gone and put in yet another sub 2 minutes to a 2:01.5 is a 2:02.7. So now starting to take a second 1.2 using the curve stands and more. He's took 1.2 seconds out of Jared Waberski. He wants to get to Jared Waberski. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, heading into the final 2 hours of this race there, it is Troy Dolenschenk that needs to get a move on there. He says, I'm going to catch these guys ahead of me. But this is similar pace to what we saw from him in that opening stint that he did, and very, very similar to their qualifying times. I mean, he put on pole position with a 2.2 minute 1.5, 1.6, 1.3 seconds was his fastest qualifying time. So we're starting to see close to qualifying times from Troy Dolenschenk to try and catch those guys ahead of him.
Well, there you go, that green line on the right-hand side, that is the fastest lap that's been done over 4 hours of racing at 2:01.4, and the last lap Troy Dolenschenk just did was at 2:01.5, so within 1/10 of the fastest lap that they have done around the circuit. If you look at Jared Waberski at 2:02.7 as opposed to a 2:01.5 second, that's 1.2 seconds off the fastest lap time that they have been able to do. And then around about 8/10 off is Jason Kutsia off the fastest that they've done. Keeping in mind your company, you take on fuel, you change tires, etc. You're going to have that type of variation, no doubt about it. Troy Dolenschenk, let's see what he does this lap now. 2:01.4, the fastest with that motor car through the last 4 hours. 2:01.5 on the lap before this. Can he sustain that kind of pressure? 2:01.472 just goes a little bit quicker.
A little bit quicker is Troy Dolenschenk. But an interesting thing, Gary, is if you look at those times, of the top 4, Jason Kutsia was the 4th slowest of those top 4. But the difference comes in the consistency of those lap times over an extended period of time. And that's what's put Kutsia up into that lead position. So he doesn't hold the fastest lap between the top 4, but he's been putting in more of those kind of laps compared to the other guys.
Well, if you look at the fastest lap time between Kutsia and the Waberski car, 2:01.6 and 2:01.5, there's nothing much in that. But if you look at the last lap that they were out there, taking 6/10 of a second out of Jason Kutsia was Jared Waberski, and he's down to 6.5. So maybe Kutsia is just taking a bit of a breather and not over-driving it and pushing it to the limit. But they've got to keep an eye on Waberski, because Waberski is slowly but surely closing that gap down and just getting closer and closer all the time. if they end up getting too close, they're going to believe that they're in with a chance of actually the overall win, which they probably do anyway. And at this stage of the fight, I think that Rating Fury, when he gets back into the car, is going to be all fired up and all systems go. And from Universal Healthcare, Polar Cup racer of note in South Africa, will be the next man behind the steering wheel of that motor car.
Yeah, interesting to see how the teams plan their strategies. When Gary asked some of the drivers earlier on what they're planning on next, who's jumping in next, and at what point, the guys are keeping the cards very, very close to their chests, not wanting to give anything away. But riding there with Troy Dolenschink coming out of the turn number 20, the chicane complex down the main straight. They're going to head into that first corner. That is, of course, La Source. As they dive in there now, very, very difficult corner. Pinch it too tight and you might hit that wall. And then going down that short little straight into turn, that kink little 2 right there. And then heading to turn number 3 and 4. That's a Rouge and Radalon as they head up into that blind right-hander. Then immediately it tucks down back to the left and onto that Camel straight.
Yeah, 5.5 seconds. He is closing slowly but surely there on Jason Kutsia. He's a second place man, Jared Boberski. In turn, he is 19.2 seconds ahead of Troy Dolacek. That is there in that third place. There you see Troy Dolacek. He is driving as hard as he can. He wants to get closer to Boberski. But at this point in time, he's made up about just under a second. Troy was on a flyer earlier on and really overdriving that car, but sitting out there in that third place. Remember that Dolacek, together with Swart and Boosie, won the first one. Right now he sits out there in third place and he's gone off track or had an incident 78 times. Jared Boberski, 128 incidences out there. Davy Hubert is in the pits, 146. Well, I'll tell you what, this is a 6-hour enduro and you don't do 20-minute stints before you hand over. You go quite some time and you are bound to make errors out here, as Davy Hubert is making his way into pit exit, and he pitted out of P12 in the Masters category. And Jason Kutsia and Boberski, pit lane. Jason Kutsia and Jared Boberski FC in the pit lane. Here they come. Those are the two leaders with 4 hours and 27 minutes done that make another one of their routine pit stops.
Yeah,
and here comes Dolacek, and Troy will now hit the lead.
Yeah, nothing in between those top guys there, as Troy Dolenschink takes that lead with Kutsia and Boberski diving into the pits, and that gives 6 pit stops to each of those top 6 guys, which means that was for position right there for Troy Dolenschink.
Troy in the lead now, and the leading as Jacques Buerta makes his way into the pits as well. So Jacques Buerta pitting out of P4, and the leading Masters car in the HPD, and that is the number 2 car of Willem Buerta, sitting out there in P8 and first in class. They've only done 5 pit stops, but I did say earlier on, remember that HPD Honda is a lot less thirstier than what the LMP2 cars are, so they will obviously do less pit stops than what the P217 Delaras will do. John Henry Vaughan sitting out there. Gerald Mouget also in the Gerald Fourie also out there in the pits as the rest of the cars just roll through.
Yeah, Jacques Buerta also coming there in the 888. He's diving into the pits there for Team IRSA Black as he dives in there in the pits. Byron Mitchell is in the pit exit in the number 9. He takes over there from Kutsia and heads back out track. We also saw what Byron could do once he takes over, and that puts... Well, Frankie, I made a mistake there. I said earlier on that puts everyone on 6 stops. So that for Troy Dolenschink is not for position unless he puts in a stonker of a lap now, because with everybody diving into the pits, they've now done 7 stops, and Troy Dolenschink still has to stop.
Well, there's a lot of cars. Johnny Vaughan, Corney Breet, and Keegan Campos. Look at the amount of pit stops Keegan has made, 9, but John Henry Vaughan and Corné Breed. They've done 6. So they're going to have to come into the pits as well. So yeah, he's going to have to really do some rough and tough times now, Dolacek, if he wants to come in P1 and come out in P1, because he knows that Fourie and Mitchell, second and third, and even Botha, currently in that 4th position, will be hunting that P1 down from him. So it's going to be interesting to see what lap times this youngster, Troy Dolacek, out there with the team Let's Go Racing and Makita Power Tools. Let's see if he can put in some stonker laps. This young man, only a teenager and one of the Western Cape's top karting campaigners, and also runs Formula Libre in a Formula Ford Class A. And his whole idea is to move on to national single-seaters. And what is his last lap? A 2:01.479. My goodness. He is super fast out there. 6 stops done so far. 2:01.479. He's going to have to do a 7th one, but the FC is going to have to put in some flyers. Is Dolacek, as we look at Gerald Fourie out there in the 23 car in that 2nd position.
Well, I can tell you what, Frankie, Troy Dolacek definitely putting in the laps he's needing right now to catch up to those front runners, knowing that he still has to do a stop. Looking back at qualifying, Troy Dolacek qualified pole position with a 2-minute 1 second .569. His last lap was a 2-minute 1.479, and his fastest been a 2-minute 1.435. So that's wagging the tail. There's Gerald Fourie, who's trying to get back into his rhythm after getting to the car after the pit stops there. Troy Dolacek into the pits.
Yeah, Troy making his way into pit lane. Well, he had to come and stop sometime. I don't think he's done enough, though, to stay ahead of Gerald Fourie, who is the 2nd quickest guy out there with a 2:01.371, but his last lap was a 2:07.828. He's a personal best. His PB is a 2:01.371, but let's look and see if he will take that lead away from Dolacek. I'll try and pick up exactly where around Spa-Francorchamps he finds himself now. I think he's heading towards Stavelot. Yes, he's going towards Stavelot, and he's heading towards Blanchimont right now as he climbs on that gas. And John Henry Vaughan also gets shown there in pit lane. So Gerald Fourie, does he know that he is racing for the lead? Yes, he is. Dolacek just stopped now. Troy just stopped now, and FC, as Fourie goes through that little pit chicane to race down to La Source, I believe he's going to take that lead away from Troy Dolacek.
Yeah, definitely. We know that he was quite a bit down. Just shows you how long it takes for you to get to your pit box. Once you enter the Formula 1 pits, then you've got to get around that corner down into the endurance racing pits. But here comes our 2nd place man right past our leader. It's Gerald Fourie that takes the lead in the number 23 as the number 17 of Dolacek comes back out. It's still Dolacek in the car, and he's going to push for another couple of laps.
Well, you can bet your bottom dollar he's going to go for it. He knows that Gerald sits out there in P1. He's only 7.6 seconds behind him. He's weaving from side to side to get some heat in that new boots that he's put on that number 17 P217 LMP2 car. So he's going to put in some flying laps when those tires pick up heat to go after Gerald Fourie. Byron Mitchell is there in that 3rd position in that number 9 Durant Motorsport car, and he's 5.1 seconds behind Dolacek. Jacques Botha sitting out there in P4. He's 33.5 seconds behind Mitchell. Botha sits there in 4th position, and rounding off the top 5 is the IRSA green of Corné Breed, and he's 1.3 seconds, 37 seconds. No, he's not. He's out there in that 5th position, and rounding off the top 6, the top half dozen, is car number 18 in P6, and that is John Henry Vaughan. And FC leading the Masters, the number 2 car in P7, Willem Botha.
Yeah, leading into the break here, it is Willem Botha who's leading there for the Masters. But we're going to take a quick break here just to catch a bit of a breather, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes from now.
Well, it just takes a short break for chaos to break out there on circuit, and let's have a look at some of the replays of what's just happened in the background. Here's Carl Wiltshire. That's up to turn number 1. A lot of people have spun it around there, no doubt about it. That's been one of the difficult spots on the circuit. Keegan Campos, the other very difficult spot on the circuit. A lot of people, well, that's one of the nicest saves, and then a loss afterwards. Almost got it. He actually caught it very, very well. And then he had another incident which happened soon after that. So Keegan Campos definitely pushing very, very hard. Once again on the exact same spot. In fact, using the same scratch marks that he put down there on the circuit, and just consummating it and making it 8 black stripes all the way through. Brian Ferry also just had an incident while we were off camera. Let's see what happened to Brian. Picking up just a little bit too much curbstone. These cars really don't like if you go up on too much curbstone on the way into the corner, and then it just unsettles the car from there on out. Problem now is you've got to have a look to see what is coming up. He's obviously not sure what is coming up in front of him, and maybe damage to that motor car. I think he misjudged how far the cars were away that were going to come up onto him. Well, he's rather more gentlemanly than non-gentlemanly, and he puts it all together for us. So let's have a look at the front end of the field, and no, it's not Johan Ferry, it is Gerald Ferry this time around.
Yeah, Gerald out there in P1.
And look at the gap.
Yeah, only 2 seconds, and I tell you what, here comes Troy Dolacek. Gerald Ferry in that number 23 car. He's going to go as quick as he can to try and stay ahead there of Dolacek. He's only 2 seconds ahead there of Troy. Troy's going to go like his life depends on it to beat Gerald Ferry, but he is 8.6 seconds ahead of Byron Mitchell. That is there in that third position is Troy Dolacek that sits out there in third, and in turn 38.1 seconds is Mitchell ahead of fourth place man Jacques Botha in the 888, and they are the only 4 cars after 4 hours and 55 minutes that are still out there on the lead lap, and they are on lap 140. Wow, I'll tell you what, Dolacek is pushing. Dolacek is pushing. Yes, that is a HPD prototype that he's putting a lap on there, but he is pushing hard nonetheless. It's now come down to 1.6 seconds between Gerald Ferry and the Troy Dolacek, between car 23 and that car number 17 for that first and second position, with Mitchell in car 9, 8.7 seconds behind Dolacek in that second position. But Troy is pushing. It's come from 1.6 to 1.4. Dolacek is pushing hard. He's done a 2:01.615 on his last lap, and Ferry done a 2:02.263. So Troy is catching him. It's going to be high 1.3 seconds pretty soon. He's going to catch him. He's certainly going to catch him, this youngster. What a talent this young man is, Troy Dolacek. As he is, have a look at Ferry. Ferry in sector 1 was 0.3 of a second slower. In sector 2, 1/10 of a second slower. In sector 3, 900ths of a second slower than Dolacek. And Dolacek has brought it down to 1.2, Gary. Troy Dolacek is a young man on a mission.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And if you look, 4 hours 57, 1 hour and 2 minutes and just a noodle, that's still to go. And from here on out, just about anything is possible. There's no doubt about it. Let's just go back to that battle up front. There we go. Let's pick up that one. Look at that. That's the visual gap now between those two. And there's our leader. And then right in behind him, Troy Dolacek. He's closing all the time. Look at that. 400ths of a second, then 900ths of a second in sector 5. We'll now wipe all of that out, and we will get the new sector times as they go across the end of the marker for sector number 1, which is probably the bottom end of the straight. 0.3 of a second in sector 1. He's now down to 0.8 of a second. That means he's going to start picking up the tailwinds from Gerald Fourie, and this in the LMPs. It's been an amazing dice up front. Don't forget about Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell on a 201.6. In fact, he was quicker than Troy Dolenchik on the last lap by 0.2 of a second. So while Dolenchik's catching Fourie, Fourie's got to keep an eye not only for Dolenchik but for Mitchell as well. That's down to 8.5 seconds as the gap just gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Well, if all goes according to theory, with approaching 1 hour to go, it should be in the LMP2 class between cars 23, 17 and 9. But that is just a theoretical. As I always say, the great Mr. Michael Schumacher would say, the only thing certain in motorsport is that nothing is certain. And even though 23, 17 and 9 should be in it, anything can happen with 1 hour and 1 minute left on the clock.
And back markers, well, not back markers, but a different class of motor car that's out there as well, giving lots and lots of space. I think there was one of the Toyota Zoo guys that was just being passed there as they work their way up the front main. Let's see what the lap times are now. It was a 2:02.253 and a 2:01.987. So it's just getting closer and closer. 0.9 of a second as they work their way down the hill.
Well, Troy Dolenchik, it's 0.8 of a second. Those are the two cars that you see in the same shot there. That's P1 and P2, car 23 and car 17. Gerald Fourie and Troy Dolenchik. That is Fourie. That Dolenchik is steering it through that front windscreen as they go flat out down the Kemmel Straight onto the brakes into Lacombe. Through Lacombe they go now. The right-hander, the left-hander, and the right-hander. That whole lot of left-rights. That is Lacombe. Now they drop slightly down to turn 10 into Bruxelles. Through Bruxelles they go now, and they're still dropping down. You'll remember that the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, is built on a hillside. So you go up the hill and down the hill, and the entire pit complex is at the bottom of the hill, pretty much similar to what Mount Panorama is in Bathurst, where you go up and down the mountain, and there's 0.5 of a second. Okay, there is now nothing. There is now nothing between Fourie and Dolenchik. With 5 hours done, there's 0.5 of a second between first and second. Amazing stuff.
Catching Gerald Fourie is one thing. Passing Gerald Fourie is going to be another. Will the back markers come into it? It is realistically possible that there will be an intervention by some of the slower cars. Let's see if we can have a look at the track map like that. Where's number 1 on the circuit? In fact, they're overlaid on top of one another at this stage of the fight as they come through. You can't even see their numbers. That is the lead numbers 1 and 2 there. You'll see them on the right hand bottom corner as they go down into turn number 1. You see the number 2, the number 1 underneath it. You can't even see it. Doesn't get any closer than that. That is where they are now going down the hill. And you'll see they'll go through the kink. That's the 1 and 2 at the bottom of the map screen. Look where number 3 is not that far behind. Look at number 4. It's just a little bit further up on the screen there. You can visually see on the same lap the first 4.
Oh, Byron Mitchell, the quickest man out there on that last lap at 2:01.613. Byron Mitchell is coming. Byron Mitchell is the man on the move there as we have a replay at Francois Hubert in car number 2. This is the leading HPD car. Have a replay there. Does he do a swapper? Yes, he does. And guess where? I don't have to tell you where. Right there by pit entrance in the pit chicane.
That corner and the one he's going to have had the most replays of off tracks or end swappers, as you like to refer to them. That's our word for the day, end swapper. When the tail end comes into the corner at the back, and when you come out of the corner, it's leading. That's what you call a tail swapper. And Francois Hubert doing a brilliant job out there. Frankie, let's do what you always enjoy doing. let's have a look through the field from the top to the bottom.
By Gerald Fourie. Oh, we've got to stay there. It's gone from yellow to orange. There's 0.3 of a second. Dollar Check is right on, and we have to stick here for another lap or two. Dollar Check is there. Dollar Check is there. He's going to pick up the slipstream of that 23 car as he has a look on the inside. Then on the outside, we might have a new leader. No, that is going through Blanchimont and now into the pit chicane. And Fourie is under immense pressure from Dollar Check. Yeah, they go down under the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps bridge as they head into La Source. I reckon by the time you get into Lake Comme and through Lake Comme, I'm going to put my money on it that Dollar Check is going to get his nose ahead of Fourie. Car 17 and car 23 going great guns through Eau Rouge. They make their way now, and Radiant. Rouge and Radiant now. Ooh, they're using the track and a whole lot more into Radiant. Onto the Camel Straight they go. This is Flat Box, and Dollar Check is crowding the back end there of Fourie. He's on his outside. He's going to drive around him on the outside into the lead, and boom, into Lake Comme. No! My goodness, that was the last of the late breakers there by Gerald Fourie. And Dollar Check is probably saying, how the hell did you hang on to that lead as they race down, Gary, into turn 10 Bruxelles?
I just hope they don't take one another out, because in the wings is a man by the name of Byron Mitchell, and he is one eye on what he's doing, one eye on what's happening out there in front of him. Nothing much between Gerald Fourie and Troy Dollenchik. Troy went to fetch him. He got it right to go and fetch him. But what can he do from here?
Another quickest lap there for Byron Mitchell, 2:01.535. Byron Mitchell has got clear air between Fourie and Dollar Check as they're crowding each other. There's clear air between them and himself, so he'll be putting in some blindingly quick laps. 2:01.535 there for Byron Mitchell as we right back at this war between Gerald Fourie and Troy Dollar Check for first and second. 0.2 of a second separating these guys. Let's pick up where they are now. They're going through Blanchimont. They're heading through Blanchimont now. Yes, they are. As they work their way towards the pit chicane. Dollar Check diving all over the place. He wants to get through. I'm going to put my money up on the inside as he goes into the pits, does Gerald Fourie.
Well,
all that hype, and then Fourie dives into the pits.
Oh, well, I suppose that's one way of making sure you don't get passed by Troy Dollenchik. Let's have a look at the number of pit stops. Byron Mitchell dives into the pits as well. There's Byron Mitchell. He's on his way down the pit lane also. So what happens then to Jacques Poorter? He's on that fastest part of the circuit. He's going to be running all the way down now through that left-hander. Flat foot all the way through Blanchimont. This is where you've got to really hold on tight, because the outside of the track comes at you very quickly. Now to our famous corner. We play part 1, sector 1, game 1 all day long. Well, he makes it through and goes into the pits. Well, Gerald Fourie is in the pit lane and on his way down the pit lane already. There you can see, there they're coming down the pit lane. And Troy Dollenchik's up, dusted and disappeared, and here they come now down towards their positions. Next man out on circuit is in fact John Henry Vaughan. Let's see if we can pick up where John Henry Vaughan is. Well, he is in fact going to be making up a lap. He's going to unlap himself by one lap as he works his way down past the guys that are in the pit lane. There you can see them on the right hand side in the pit lane. There they are, and there he comes past, and he'll pick up a lap from there.
Yeah, he'll just unlap himself, as Gary says. He'll stay up there in that 5th position, John Henry Vaughan, as the laps tick by. Can anybody? I think it's only the first 4 cars that are on the lead lap. As a matter of fact, it is only the first 4 cars that are on the lead lap. So the fight is on between Dollar Check, Fourie, Mitchell and Buerta. Everybody else is 1 lap or more behind the 4 of them. Let's go to the Masters. The guys in the HPDs, and the number 2 car being driven currently by Francois Hubert in P8. There he comes. He is the leader of the Masters category in the Honda HPD, sitting out there in P1. And I must say, I kind of like these HPD cars. Yeah, the Delaras are awesome, but I love the look of these HPDs. Gary, they look very similar. I don't know if you can remember 2 or 3 years ago when Audi had the LMP1 sports cars, the open top sports cars that took part in Le Mans. And these, to me, these Honda HPDs look pretty similar to those Audi sport cars.
So Francois Joubert, the man that's leading out the class right now, and well, I'm sure that his crew will be very, very happy with that. I think the likes of David Joubert, Suisse Joubert, Peter Joubert, the whole Joubert family is very much into their iRacing as a whole. And well, they've put it all together, there's no doubt about it. But Francois and the Willem Botha and Johan Engelbert in the number 2 car, they are the ones leading it out. Then down in 10th position and second overall in class, there is Francois Joubert. And well, Francois Joubert will be quite happy to catch up with that car in front, but he's a lap down. They're not exactly on the same lap at this stage of the fight, so it's going to go down to strategies. There's less than an hour to go, 52 minutes of 6 hours.
Yeah, Jacques Botha just put a lap there on the man that sits second in the HPDs, namely Willem Pinaar. Willem Pinaar out there in a car number 5, the Extreme Racing, the old boys team, they call themselves, him and Robbie Teings. And Pinaar is the man in there in that number 5 car, sitting in P10, and he's lying second overall in that class. David Joubert in P11, he is in the DHL car, and he is third in the HPD class, in other words the Masters category. And that currently is your top 3 with Dr. Mike Verrier. Let's make it the top 4. Well, early on in the telephone conversation, he said to Gary, top 5 guaranteed, P4 guaranteed, unless something goes wrong with the other guys up front, and they'll be keeping an eye on the strategy that guys in first, second and third are doing, and if anything goes wrong there, they could just maybe sneak into that third position. But if they can get a top 5 and end in P4, Dr. Mike said they would be satisfied. Not happy, but they'd be satisfied with that one.
Well, 2.5 seconds, David Joubert on the last lap quicker than Willem Pinaar, but rounding out the top 5 there, Andre Steenkamp, he had a bit of bad luck early on, and his team had a good couple of offs and incidents that cost them pretty badly, but they weren't wiped out completely. They were still there and thereabouts. I must say, Leonardo Bakari and his crew have done a pretty decent job just outside of the top 5. They're lapping a little bit slower, but either way, still out there keeping their noses clean and doing it all right. But let's get back to the front end of the field. It's Troy Dolenchik that's gone into the pits. Yep, Troy Dolenchik's gone into the pits, and Gerald Ferrie is on his way down the pit straight.
Right, let's have a look and see. Remember, Dolenchik had to put in some flying laps to stay ahead there of Ferrie and Mitchell, and both of them went into the pits. And here comes Troy. Troy pits out of P1. Is he going to make it? Here comes Ferrie. There goes Dolenchik. Ooh, they're going to meet each other pretty close. But Ferrie should have the legs coming out the pits. Dolenchik, is he going to do it? I think Troy has done enough. Has Troy done enough? Yes. Troy Dolenchik. Oh boy, you are a wunderkind. This young man, my goodness. His last lap was a 2:07, but that's understandable because he headed into the pit lane. That's why he's done 2:07s. But my goodness, Troy Dolenchik in P1, 3.4, almost 3.5 seconds ahead there of Gerald Ferrie. So he pitted in P1, did Dolenchik, and he comes out in P1. Now watch that gap just open between Dolenchik and Ferrie. With full tanks, fresh rubber, Troy will now get the hammer down.
Enter the arena, Byron Mitchell, just 4 seconds off Gerald Ferrie. Remember, Byron Mitchell was catching on Dolenchik. Dolenchik was catching on Ferrie. So don't count Mitchell out. 4.7 seconds is the gap. Let's look how many pit stops has been done by that team. Byron Mitchell's on 8. So Byron Mitchell, same time, same place, same race. It's Jacques Botha that's in there as well, so you can't count them out. That's for the top 4 positions overall out there on circuit.
Well, and they are the only 4 cars on the lead lap as well, so the top 3 will come from these 4. if all goes according to plan, if they don't have anything happen out there on track, and then the guys behind them basically unlap themselves and then take that positions away from them if they're not on circuit anymore. But I don't want to give these guys the commentator's curse. Right now it's between car 17, 23, 9 and 888 for first, second, third and fourth. Looks like car 2 has basically secured the lead. That's currently been driven there by Francois Hubert in the HPDs, because he's got 2 LMP2 cars between himself and Willem Pinaar that sits second in the Masters class.
Well, Francois Hubert has been very, very effective at club level, if you can call it that. Season 3 leading out in the Western Province Sports and GT Masters Series. You can see the last row of digits there on the timing tower, 55.9 seconds. The standing time for the man you've got on screen there, Jacques Water. The others, 33.6, 32.7, 33.4, nothing much in it. That tells me that they fueled it fat for the end of the race, the fact that they are so close on their times, or they've done calculations and worked out how much to put in to make it to the end.
Well, you can see a lot of drivers doing personal best times out there. David Bear was one of them, just as that disappears off the screen, but there were 2 drivers that done a couple of PBs. So dollar check 2014, Gerald Fourie 2013. My goodness, so Fourie is now coming back at dollar check. I said watch Troy open the gap and disappear down the road, which he currently is doing. He's 4.3 seconds ahead of him.
That's the last lap, but you remember that includes the pit stop.
Correct, that includes the pit stop. That's why it's 3 minutes and 18, where Fourie did a 2:03 dead. So the next time they come around,
the writing will be on the wall.
Yeah, you're not going to see a 3:18 for dollar check. You're going to see a 2:01. I'm saying a high to mid 2:01. That's what I'm guessing from Troy Dolenchek.
Well, we haven't seen all of his lap, but I'm going to hazard a guess that it'll be around about a 2:01.8, somewhere around there. Although, if he did change tires, but he didn't a 2:02.6. So he's obviously fueled fat, and that's why he's now outside of the 2:02s. But either way, 2:02.6 as opposed to 2:03.3. That's making 0.7 of a second of a gap on the last lap. Byron Mitchell 3.7 off Gerald Fourie. Gerald, you got a new battle. It's called Byron Mitchell.
Peter van der Spey's last lap, 2:06.659, was his personal best, and Peter sitting down there in that 15th position overall. Van der Spey, and he is teamed there with Gerald Mouget and Ian Riddle. They are the 3 drivers that share that number 15 Team Juno SA HPD. Sitting out there currently 15th overall, and he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a class for the Masters category.
Well, there's confirmation of it. It was a personal best, 2:06.459 for Peter van der Spey. If you look on the right-hand side, that is the best lap time that has been put down there. The one on the left-hand side being the last lap, and on the right-hand side being best lap overall. So Peter van der Spey, coming off a COVID session, has now found himself in a situation where he's feeling just a little bit better, can get the hammer down and make it happen. The 3rd car in class, David Hubert, has now come into the pits.
Yeah, into the pits goes David Hubert there in that 3rd position in his class. 11th position overall, diving into the pits there is Hubert. Just going back to the track there, Mike Verrier is the man who's sitting there in the 12th position in the 33 car. He is chasing down that car of David Hubert, who's gone into the pits. Let's see as he goes into that final corner if he'll be able to make a passing maneuver for position there up into that 3rd spot. Behind them is the number 246 of Andre Steenkamp. That is out there for track position. I think that's the car that's right there on his case, the G-Drive car of Andre Steenkamp. Might be right by him. Yeah, sorry, that's a different car up there, as Andre Steenkamp is a whole minute behind him, so that's one of the other cars that they're busy putting a lap on.
That's Mike Warrior that you see out there, and if we go one car back, that is in fact Sandra Bakari. That's the man that is fighting with there at the moment now. So that's for track position, but 1 lap difference between them. Somebody we haven't seen for a while, Hilton Peters, the man from Supercars, Wetlands Motor Club, Killarney National Raceway. He heads up their marketing divisions, one of the top drivers. Hilton Peters, a young lad in his own right, quite accomplished in motorsport already. And he finds himself and his team up there into 6th position. Hilton Peters in Durant Motorsport, the second team, team number 10. And they've been around about 5th and 6th position for an extended period of time. The IRSA guys are now lying in 4th and 5th, but Durant Motorsport in the 3rd position there as well. They were leading the, shall we say, the teams of cars most of the way through this event. Looks like Stephen Koenig's busy trying to do a bit of a passing maneuver, a very small gap there between Stephen Koenig and the man that's in front of him. I'm not sure who that is. Let's look at the track position, one further forward from Stephen Koenig, and that is there. That is Peter van der Spey, the man that is busy catching right now. So Stephen Koenig on Peter van der Spey, 1.1 seconds between them. He was in fact a lot closer. He must have done a diving maneuver because he was within 3/10 of a second and then backed out of it, hence the gap now between them. Willem Pinaar, second overall in class, comes into the pits.
Yeah, Willem Pinaar diving into the pits there in the number 5 second in class there, 10th overall in this race. He's about a lap behind Keegan Campos, who's on basically in track with him. The Keegan Campos in the LMP2's full lap there ahead of the man that died Willem Pinaar. Riding on board with Mike Verrier in the 33 car. He's still sitting up there in that 10th position. He's overtaken Pinaar now, who's still in the pits, heading for the pit exit now. And Mike Verrier gaining a track position there thanks to Willem Pinaar.
Willem, long, lonely drive all the way down the pit lane. Now only gets released from the limiter as he can work his way back out on track. In fact, fuel probably a new set of tackies under the those bars as they work their way down that long high-speed straight.
Down the Kimmel Straight they go. There is Willem Pinaar. A nice quick stop there for him, putting some some fresh juice into the car to try and fuel them with only about 40 minutes to go in this race, in the 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps with the LMP2s and HPD's Masters. And the guys have had a lot of fun out there. We've seen some brilliant racing out there today. Your man leading it all is Troy Dolenschenk with Gerald Fourie, who was chasing him down, but now riding on board there with the 3rd place man Byron Mitchell, who's only 1.1 seconds behind the man ahead of them there. As you can see on screen, Gerald Fourie just ahead there of him, and I think we're going to have some great racing here between these two before the end of this race.
Remember I said Gerald Fourie is going to have all eyes on Troy Dolenschenk, and he swapped the problem with Troy Dolenschenk, who's now 5 seconds ahead of him for a man by the name of Byron Mitchell that's been closing all the time, and he's now got himself to within a second. Well, in fact, under a second, just because the F1 car will drop the back flap, taking up an extra 20-30 kilometers an hour with a DRS, but unfortunately these cars don't have that. What they do have is a slipstream effect, which is effective. You can see it took 2/10 out in the second sector of that straight, and that's the side effects that you get from the slipstreaming. Well, so having said that, FC, Byron Mitchell now 0.7 off the back of Gerald Fourie. Can he go fetch Troy Dolenschenk?
Well, anything is possible in that number 9 car. I mean, we've seen it countless times throughout this the previous 5 hours and 22 minutes that these cars have been on track. It's every time just after the pit stops, we seem to lose either Jason Kutsia or Byron Mitchell into the pack. Once they get into that rhythm, they start just chiseling away at those ahead of them and start fetching them, catching them. And we've seen Kutsia lead this race a couple of times out there already. And anything is still possible with seconds between these. Look, he's right on that back bumper. A slight mistake could hand it to him immediately, but the way he's gaining, I do not see him not getting past.
Troy Dolenchik at 202.6 on the last lap, 202.0 for Byron Mitchell. Is that the side effects of getting that toe? It's quite possible. Popping up on that inside line and having a good strong look at it. Now he's going to have a look around the outside, side by side. Yes, I think he's done it. Byron Mitchell's gone past Gerald Ferry. Well, 5.130 Byron Mitchell. Should he be able to get away from Gerald Ferry, which is another story. The same way that Byron Mitchell went to go and fetch him, he also used that slipstream towards the end. 4.92 Troy Dolenchik. Can Byron Mitchell turn the books upside down?
Well, yeah, a lot of things that can still happen here. Now there is only 4.9 seconds between the likes there of Byron and Troy. Look at this, flashing lights to Byron Mitchell as Gerald Fourie saying, hey, you're in my way, I want to get back past you. Well, that's interesting tactics there from the number 23 car.
Well, I'll tell you what, you took me, you might have just caught me napping somewhat, but I want that second position back, says Gerald Fourie. They mustn't forget about Jacques Botha, though. He's floating around there in that fourth position. And if first, second, and third's going to have this fight with each other, somehow, some way, this might just bring Botha, i.e. Jacques Botha, that is, back into play again, because the number 2 car is now in the hands of Francois Hubert, and they are sitting in P7. They're leading the Masters. Remember, Willem Botha is part of that team. So when we talk about the other Botha, we're talking about Jacques in the 888 car that sits out there in that fourth position. He did a 202.873 his last lap. And Byron Mitchell was the quickest man out there in the last lap at 202.135. As a matter of fact, Dolenchik and Fourie did low to mid 203s. So Byron Mitchell, FC, can Byron Mitchell win this one? Or can the number 9 car win this one?
I have a funny feeling that is possible. Because if you look at that, when we spoke about Byron Mitchell a little bit earlier, he was about 4.9 seconds behind. That's now already gone down to 4.1. And that's basically, there's almost just under a second that Mitchell is taking out of the leader there, Troy Dolenchik. So is the strategy, is Dolenchik holding back a little bit until the last parts of this race? Or is Byron Mitchell the man on the move?
Well, I'll tell you what, Byron Mitchell and Jason Coetzee, they power that number 9 Durant Motorsport, the Lara P217 LMP2 machine around, and that number 9 car, I'm not mentioning a driver because there's 2 of them, that's why I say that number 9 car is more than capable with the 2 drivers that it has of beating Dolenchik. 3.5 seconds is the gap between car 9 and car number 17 that sits out there in P1. And this is not over, not by far. 5 hours and 26 minutes have elapsed in this one. Gerald Fourie is now losing ground there to Mitchell. He's 5.1 seconds behind Mitchell, sitting there in that third position. The question is, can Jacques Botha at least get a third place? We'll have to look and see. It's game on, FC, between car 17, 9, 23 and 888, with car number 2 comfortably in the lead there in the Masters category.
Well, with these guys out on track, and we're basically reaching the closing stages of this race, we're going to take a last quick little break for about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll join you back on the air for the last stretch of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Pit Boss Pavilions. He retired.
Only 24 minutes left in this one, the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and look who is leading this race. The number 9 of Byron Mitchell leading out there in the Durant Motorsport car up in a P1, followed by the 23 of Gerald Fourie with about 6 seconds behind them, and Jacques Butter in that third place with just 1 second to go to catch up to that second place man.
Well, with all the action happening on track and us being off air, Troy Dollarcheck has dropped down to P4. Even Jacques Butter has got past him, and that was the pit stop. We did see the pit stop, though, while we were off air of Dollarcheck going into the pits, and I still said to Gary off air, if anything drastic happens, we should show that pit stop, but that means that the guys ahead of him are going to have to dive into the pits. But there's not much between Dollarcheck and Buerta, for that matter. They are virtually there with each other as they head under the circuit, Spa-Francorchamps bridge into turn number 1 into La Source. Out of La Source goes Jacques Botha, the man that sits out there in third place, and here comes Troy. Troy Dolacek says, man, I'm coming to fetch you. And he's 2.3 seconds behind him. He's going to catch him. I'm telling you now, this lighty fears nothing and nobody out there when it comes to a racetrack and a race car. As he powers, he's probably sitting in that sim and he is stomping that loud pedal right through that simulator floor right now, because he can see Jacques Botha there ahead of him as they work through Lake-Com. Out of Lake-Com FC, they'll drop down to Bruxelles, and this fight is certainly on between Botha in P3 and Dolacek in P4.
The gauntlet has been thrown down there. Look at the time put up by Troy Dolacek at 2 minutes 1.148. That's 0.4 seconds faster than his qualifying time in for this race out there. So Troy Dolacek, definitely the man on the move. That was his last lap and the fastest lap overall so far in this race. And I think we're going to see a lot of action heading into the last 20 minutes of this race. On board there with the Troy Dolacek, let's have a look. Byron Mitchell also doing very, very quick lap times there. 2 minute 1.474. And that is blindingly quick out there.
Look at Gerald Fourie. Well, he done a 2:03.2. His quickest is a 2:013. So Gerald Fourie is under attack there, as so is Botha, so is Dolacek. I'll tell you what, all four of these guys can win it, or any four of these guys can win it. However, look who's sitting in P7. Mr. Francois Hubert in car 2. They are leading the Masters category, and he has got 2 LMP2 cars between himself and Dr. Mike Verrier. My goodness, the number 33 car sits out there in P10, but it sits second in class to the number 2 car that sits in P7 and first in class, namely Francois Hubert. So Dr. Mike and his team of Sean and Stephen McCarthy are on a move, and they are second in class. They said they would be happy with a 4th, but this could also be FC. We didn't see it. Pit stops that's put them up there into that second position. So we'll see as this one runs to its conclusion with approximately 20 minutes left to go.
Yeah, approximately 20 minutes left to go there. And Davi Hubert sits in that 11th position overall, and it's 3rd for the Master Series overall in that 22 car. And yeah, gaining on the guys there behind him, Willem Pinaar in 12th place in the number 5 car. He is, let's have a look there, it's just 3 seconds between the two of them, so anything can still happen out there as well with Willem Pinaar in that number 5 when he tries to catch up to Davi Hubert.
Yeah, there was that fight for 3rd in the Masters category. Jacques Botha sits out there in that 3rd place, and he's only 1.5 seconds ahead of Troy. Here comes young Dolacek. He is on a roll, he's on a move. That is the two of them that you see in that frame. Nobody else in that shot except Botha and Dolacek, P3 and 4, as they work their way through. I think that's Blanchimont that they're busy heading through now, working their way towards the end of the lap. Yes, it was Blanchimont, as they head to the pit chicane and then work their way under the Spa-Francorchamps bridge, which will take them into Les Sources.
Yeah, going into the first corner there, looking at the last lap times. At this stage of the fight, Troy Dolacek is still the man on the move. The fastest lap, the previous lap time was at Dolacek with a 2 minute 1.277. And then it looks like the next man out there was Byron Mitchell. Yeah, with a 2 minute 1.759. And Jacques Botha with that 2 minute 1.811.
And then Francois Hubert doing a personal best on the last lap in car number 2 of a 2:04.092. That is why it shows green his last lap. That was Francois Hubert's best time. And Sandro Bakari all the way down in P17 in car number 72. His last lap was also his PB of a 2:05.672.
Looking at personal bests overall for the guys out there, Troy Dollenschink still the man with the fastest lap time so far with a 2-minute 1.148, and really the man on the move. And if I'm not mistaken, he's got one pit stop more than the rest of the guys. So do the others still have to dive into the pits, or did they make a calculation error with their tyre and fuel usage? There we can see he's done 9 stops. All 3 ahead of him still need to stop, and he is only 1.3 seconds behind Jacques Botha. Botha, in fact, is a full minute behind Gerald Fourie. So positions can still change out here with those pit stops coming up.
Well, what we do know is with approaching 15 minutes, that car number 17 does not need to do another pit stop. That car is fueled to the end. It's probably got some fresh boots on as well, which will take Troy to the checkered flag. What we don't know is if Mitchell, Fourie and Botha will have to pit another time. Troy has pitted 9 times. The others have pitted 3 times. We'll wait and see as we look at a replay here of Keegan Campos. And Keegan Campos doing a swapper at that very famous pit chicane once again. That has claimed tons of victims. A replay at Herman Lazarus. And is this the same place? Or was it him going into the pits? Yes, it's Herman pitting the number 12 car.
Into the pits goes Herman Lazarus in that number 12 car. But now riding on board there with Jacques Botha again in the 888. Byron Mitchell out in the lead now with 12 seconds between him and second place. Oh, he dives into the pits. Goes Byron Mitchell. And now it's going to be a race against the clock. Will Gerald Fourie also have to pit? There we are now with him in the number 23. Yes, he also dives into the pits. And this opens it up now for Jacques Botha and Troy Dollenschink.
Well, that's exactly what I said. I said they, first, second and third, have only pitted 8 times. Dollenschink has pitted 9. I said Troy has pitted and he is fueled towards the end. Will the others have to pit? Yes, they do have to. Mitchell is in. Fourie is in. The question is, will Botha have to make his way into the pits as well? Because if he does, he will then also have pitted 9 times, and here comes Dollenschink. Botha's in trouble one way or another. If you pit, you'll get overtaken while you're in the pits. If you don't, this young lighty will just storm right up to you and take that position away for you, because Dollenschink is only 1.4 seconds behind him, and his last lap, he done a 2 minutes 9.84. He's broken the 2:01s. Dollenschink, the only driver out there to do 2 minutes. Very high 2 minutes, 2 minutes 9.04. This youngster is on an absolute mission to get a top 3, if not win this one.
Yeah, Troy Dollenschink, definitely the man on the move there. The fastest lap of the race so far. 2 minutes, no seconds, 0.9. As Gerald Fourie is still in the pit area there. Byron Mitchell is heading for... No, Gerald Fourie is heading for the pit exit. Let's see what happens here. Troy Dollenschink coming down the pits side by side. Is he going to overtake? Yes, Dollenschink overtakes as Fourie gets the tail wagging on that car. But Byron Mitchell still in the lead after the pit stops.
Did you see what Mitchell did there? He placed his right wheels right on that line so that Fourie had no way to do anything else but to hold back and stay in between the lines. That's brilliant thinking there by this young man, Troy Dollenschink, placing those wheels just on or over the line. Remember, you may do that if you're racing. You may not cross the line if you come out of pits. So Gerald Fourie in that 3rd place. He's 3.8 seconds. Now make it 4 behind Dollenschink. Dollenschink is 8.9 seconds behind Byron Mitchell. Mitchell, I don't know. Is he going to do enough to hold on to this one with 14 minutes left? Or is this high-flying, high-storming Troy Dollenschink in car number 17 going to take that victory away from him? Can you believe it? After 5 hours and 46 minutes, FC, you still can't predict the winner.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to decide who's going to be the winner, with the top 4 all having done the same amount of stops. I think Jacques Botha out of this one, because he's more than a minute behind that top 3. But from that top 3, anything can still happen, with the smart money being on Mitchell or Dollenschink.
Well, Buerta's dropped down 2, Dolacek has dropped down 1. He'll fancy to hit that lead. He's got, 13 minutes still left, so he does have enough time to win this one. But Byron Mitchell and his teammate Jason Kutsia, they will know that they're in a fight, and Jason will be sitting in his rig just having a look and probably talking to Byron right now. Remember, these drivers, all of them, and their teammates are chatting to each other. There is a setting that we could actually hear them talk, but I mean that's irrelevant to hear these drivers talk right now. But they can talk to each other, and trust me, believe me, Jason Kutsia right now saying to Byron, listen here, buddy, Dolacek is on a move and he is coming for you.
Well, look, if my mathematics are correct and you look at the lap times these guys are currently doing, there's with the, let's say, 12 minutes left to go, that's going to give you, at an average of 2 minutes a lap, that's going to give you about 6 laps until the end of this race. And Troy Dolacek, at this stage of the fight, the last time we saw the split times, there was about 8 or 7 seconds between the two of them. So unless something goes seriously wrong for Mitchell or something goes seriously right for Dolacek, I don't think he's going to catch him before the end.
Yo, Byron Mitchell, track limits, buddy. And that's probably Jason telling him push because Troy is coming and that he exceeded track limits slightly there. But if you look in P7, Francois Hubert, Toyota Gazoo Racing, he sits P1 in the Masters category in the HPD prototype, the Honda HPD prototype that is been set out for the Masters. And barring problems, there's no ways that car number 2 in this category is going to lose this one because he's got 2 LMP2 cars, the 54 and the 15 of Wiltshire and Campos between himself and Mike Verrier, that's moved up 5 positions with the 33 car that's out there in this 10th place. And FC, I must say, I'm glad that the Masters are using these HPDs purely because last time they were out there in the GTEs, and the GTE is no match on track for the P217s. So it's a much more easier, but there is a lovely fight for second and third going on out there in the HPDs.
Oh, someone spun there in that S section, and let's have a look there. That is the 172 of Brian Ferree. Now this man's been doing the entire race by himself, so that's definitely driver fatigue setting in there.
Yeah, I think you're right. To do 6 hours on your own as Hilton Peters makes his way through the pits. So that's the Formula 1 pits he's going through now. He'll turn right and then go into the Enduro pits. Byron Mitchell sitting out there in P1. Dolacek second. I want to see, Mr. Producer, the gap between them. Thank you, sir. That's 6.2 seconds between Mitchell and Dolacek at this point in time, and Gerald Ferree FC is 9.6, make it 9.8 seconds now behind Dolacek.
Yeah, well, the last time we saw Troy Dolacek's lap times, he did a 2-minute.9. That's now already dropped even more to a 2-minute.6 out there. So definitely Dolacek putting in the lap times there to try and catch the number 9 Durant Motorsport car of Byron Mitchell. But 10 minutes left to go with 5.9 seconds in between them. It's either going to be a dash down to the line or it's going to be a little bit too late there for the Team Let's Go Racing of Troy Dolacek.
Well, in the pits is the leader of the Masters category, and that is Francois Hubert in car number 7. So they're going to do a quick splash and dash to the checkered flag, but car number 2 should be okay, because they've got 2 LMP2 cars between themselves, and car number 33 that's in second place, driven there by Mike Verrier, as the camera goes to Dr. Mike in the Sujin and 8-call 24/7 HPD Honda that sits second out there in the Masters category.
Yeah, second overall there for the Masters, Mike Verrier. But he can't take it too easy at all, because a mere 2 seconds behind him is Willem Pinard. Will Pinard be able to close down that gap between himself and Mike Verrier? That's something we'll have to have a look at in these last closing minutes of the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. riding on board there with Pinar. Now going to your second placed car there, the number 17 of Troy Dolenschenk, as he puts in some very, very hot laps to try and catch that number 9 car that is ahead of him. Only 5.1 seconds between your race leader and this second placed man, Troy Dolenschenk.
Oh, serious track limits there for Troy Dolenschenk. He's pushing as hard as he can to catch the lead car of Byron Mitchell. And I'll tell you what, Troy is going like a rocket ship. He must be careful of track limits though, otherwise he could be slapped with a drive-through penalty. And with 5 hours and 52 minutes done, we're approaching 7 minutes. The last thing that Troy needs now is a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, let's quickly run through the field there as we go into the closing stages here. First place at this stage of the fight, Byron Mitchell in the number 9 car. He's being chased down by this man, the number 17 of Troy Dolenschenk from team Let's Go in the LMP2s. In third position, Gerald Fourie in that 23 car. He's 18 seconds behind Dolenschenk in the number 23 car for Terbium Racing. And in fourth place, we've got the likes of Jacques Butter in the 888 car.
Right, that is the first 4. Then in fifth position, we've got Corne Breed. He's the first driver that's 1 lap down. Only 4 cars out there on the lead lap. As there goes Corne Breed in the 71 LMP2 car for Team IRSA Green. That's IRacing SA. He's racing out there for Team Green. And he sits out there in the P5. Hilton Peters, also 1 lap down in a P6 for Durant Motorsport number 10, sitting out there in that 6th position. And then behind him, the leader of the Masters car last in the Honda HPD prototype, that is Francois Hubert. And he won't worry how many laps he's behind anybody else. All he knows, he sits in the top 10 and he's leading his class, and all that matters. And then Carl Wiltshire sitting out there in the team TMSA, sitting out there in 8th position. Not exactly a good outing for them, but yes, they will finish in the top 10 as he sits out there in P8. Keegan Campos is there in that 9th position with the PPG and Campos Transport outfit, sitting out there in that 9th place. And then in P10 and 2nd overall in class is Mike Verrier, but he's in trouble. He's got Pinar there right there with him, and as Pinar nailed him, yes, going into Les Source, Pinar moves up into 2nd place, and Mike Verrier drops down into 3rd.
Yeah, Mike Verrier dropping down into the 3rd position, 11th overall, riding on board there with Willem Pinar, the man who's just made that move into La Source there on the inside of Mike Verrier. Riding there with Verrier in the number 33 car in 11th position and 3rd overall in his class. And moving down to 12th position, Davy Hubert in the 22 car. He sits there in 12th overall and 4th in class. Followed by the number 246 car of Andre Steenkamp in 13th in the Andre Steenkamp racing car. Followed by Brian Fourie in the 172 AB racing car, sitting there in 14th position. Behind him, Team Juno SA. That is the number 13 car of Peter van der Spey. That is that green and black one, sitting out there in the 15th position. And in 16th position, Stephen Koenig in the 88 car. He sits there 16th overall, and in between the guys there in the HDP Honda cars.
We're approaching 4 minutes left in the 6 hour. Sandro Bakari sits out there in that 72 car. He is in that 17th position, and his last lap was a 2:05.933 for Sandro Bakari. Then Herman Lazarus in that 18th position, and they are the last car that's out there running, and his last lap was a 2:09.604. And those are the only 18 cars left. Sadly, car 16, 94, 003, 14, 25, and car 24 are out of this race. White, Bishop, Wortley, Msamanga, Selby, and Bradley Liebenberg.
Yeah, those are the guys that have unfortunately not made it till the end of this race. But, as we said, 3.5 minutes left to go in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and it's being led by the number 9 car of Byron Mitchell. He's made up 3 places, or that car has made up 3 places since the start of this race, and he's being chased down by the number 17 car. And look, that's in shot there. Only 1.8 seconds in between the two of them. So this is going to be a chase to the line between the number 9 and number 17 cars of Mitchell and Dolenchek.
How do you get through 5 hours and 57 minutes and you've got 1.7 seconds between P1 and 2, not only just in class but overall as well? And this is what endurance racing is all about as we head towards the closing minutes of this Sougine 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps in Stavelot, Belgium. And Dolenchek doesn't give a damn if he's in Belgium or in Killarney. He's going after Byron Mitchell. There's 1.6 seconds between them. I said to FC early on, can car number 17 win this one? Car number 17 can win this one. He's going past one of the HPD cars. He's Byron Mitchell sitting out there in P1, and here comes Dolenchek. Oh my word, Dolenchek is going to clear that HPD. That won't be a problem for him. Flashing his lights, get out of my way, man. I have got a race to win. I have got 2 minutes left to beat Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the dot. There we go. Left in this race. He goes onto that green to try and get past as the car there behind him didn't want to really give space to him, but he makes the move, and now he's putting a target lock on the man ahead of him there. That is Byron Mitchell in P1, Troy Dolenchek in P2. Let's see this replay between Keegan Campos. What's happened here for him? Coming down the main straight into turn number 1, overdoes it completely, swaps the front and back ends there, and that didn't end up well for him. But in this last minute and a half, Byron Mitchell leading in the Durant Motorsport number 9 car, and he's being chased down. It's only 1 second between him and second place man Troy Dolenchek.
Oh, it's game on. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds left before the checkered flag comes out. Mitchell is the hunted. Byron Mitchell is the hunted, and he knows he's got this young man racing there against him. Both these drivers race together at Killarney in the Formula Libre. Dolenchek races in Class A. Mitchell races in Class S. That's the special class for the very, very quick Formula VW cars, as the two of them are now nose to tail. There is less than a minute left on the clock. We've got about, 40 seconds left to go before the checkered flag comes out. This will be the final lap for Byron Mitchell and Troy Dolenchek. Now, it's all on. Here he comes into Lycom FC. The overtaking move must come here.
Yeah, he's sitting on the outside and he crosses over. He's got it. He's moved ahead there, but it's
You're not
Mitchell
allowed to move twice.
Back. Mitchell fighting back to try and get that position back, but Dolenchek is not having any of this.
Oh man, he must be careful. The rule says you can move once in a straight line. Dolenchek moved twice. That would have forced Mitchell to stomp on the brake pedal on 2 occasions. And I'm sure Byron is absolutely moaning. All track limits there for both of them. This is the last lap, 6 hours done as they race towards a checkered flag. And if Dolenchek doesn't get nailed for moving twice in a straight line, I'll tell you what, and I don't think you will, it's game, set and match. Dolenchek will win this 6 hour.
Yeah, but interesting to see the lines that Dolenchek is taking now, leaving track limits quite often under this last lap. And you can actually see some sparks coming out from the car, running very
serious
wide
off track
once
there.
Again there.
Sorry, FC, I jumped all over you there. You can have the privilege to take them to the checkered flag, but Dolenchek must be careful for exceeding track limits.
Yeah, finishing out this lap here. We've gone over the 6 hour mark, going into that last corner section now, the chicane. Who's it going to be? It's the number 17 of Troy Dolenchek leading them into the chicane. They go now, turn 19, turn 20, down the main straight over the start-finish line. The checkered flag is out, and it's Troy Dolenchek that takes the win from Byron Mitchell in second. In third, it will be the 23 there of Gerald Fourie, and in fourth place, it'll be the 888 of Jacques Boita.
Well, he has done it. Troy Dolenchek, what a win. The checkered flag is out there. He beats Byron Mitchell by 1.1 second across the line. And here comes Gerald Fourie, He's in that third place. He has secured that third position. It's all over. He's going to come home in that third position with Jacques Botha that will finish there in fourth, and they're the only 4 cars that's on the lead lap. So third place does go to Gerald Fourie, and here comes the fourth place man, Jacques Botha, heading towards the checkered flag. He's making his way through under that DHL board. I think he just went through Stavelot now. Yes, he has. He's heading through Blanchemont, and he'll be making his way to the checkered flag to finish there in fourth position. But the winner, FC, of the Masters will go to him now. At the moment, Botha takes a checkered flag. Well done to car number 2, Toyota Gazoo and Denso Racing. Francois Hubert will win the Masters category and finish in the top 10 in P7.
Yeah, P7 and class win there for Francois Hubert in the Masters class. He comes home in that 7th position, followed by Willem Pinaar. He will be coming through pretty soon to finish there in a 10th position and second in class for the Masters, followed by Davy Hubert, Mike Verrier and Andre Steenkamp.
But remember, only the first 4 cars are on the lead lap. Everybody else has been lapped 1 lap or more. So the Masters category gets won there by car number 2. And Francois Hubert took that car to the checkered flag. And Willem Pinaar in car number 5. He will end second in that class. Davy Hubert in car 22 will end third. And Dr. Mike Verrier, that was at one stage of the game in the top 3, him and his team will end fourth, and rounding off the top 5 in the HPDs will be Andre Steenkamp and his team.
Well, there we go. There we've got the final race results coming home in P1. The team Lesgo, the number 17 car, that is, of course, of Troy Donenschenk, Yuri Umpi-Swart, and, of course, the likes of Julian Familiaris. They come home in first place there with the number 17. And in second place, the number 9 of Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell and Jason Kutsia, bringing it home in second place.
Well, we've gone through the names. Just go through the teams. Third place will be Tabium Racing. Fourth will be IRSA Racing Black. Fifth, IRSA Racing Green. Sixth, Durant Motorsport 10. And then 7th will be car number 2. They say Francois Hubert, but it's actually Toyota Gazoo and Denso Racing of Francois Hubert and his team out there. Well, brilliant stuff out there. The Sougine 6-hour from Spa-Francorchamps in Stavelot, Belgium. What a 6-hour it has been. Absolutely brilliant. From myself, Frank Guinness, enjoy what's left of the weekend, and we'll see you again here, if all goes well, on Wednesday evening for the following round of the Sports and GT Masters. I'll hand it over to FC and to Gary to say their final goodbyes, and to the sponsor, Sougine, Stephen and Sean McCarthy of Sougine Properties. From my side, a very big thank you.
Yeah, from my side, FC Nivo, it was wonderful joining you guys out here for the latest race of the 6-hour series by Sports and GT. And I must say, brilliant racing up until the last lap there to decide the winner of today's race. And I hope you guys enjoyed it with us. From my side, FC Nivo, good night.
Well, that wraps it up. 6 hours, Sougine Properties, Western Province Sports and GT Masters. A big thanks to Mike Verrier, the McCarthy family, for coming on board with this one as well. Sandra Bakari also does a lot of work in the background. To each and every one of you, big thanks. Look forward to seeing you all next week, Wednesday, back here with round number 7, Sports and GT season number 3. From outside, Gary Fleming. I can't say drive home safely because you are at home. Good night to you, one and all.